Enemy Unbound, a post-apocalyptic adventure by Kevin Partner. Book 2 of the Enemy Unseen series. For my daughter, Lucy. Chapter 1. Be careful what you wish for. Nate Carver grunted and shook his head as he poked at the fire. His 3 companions lay curled up on the ground, bathed in the flickering glow of the twin flames that kept the monsters at bay. 2 weeks before, they'd escaped from Pastor Gideon's camp and headed west on a hopeless search for Sophie's mother. Nate leaned back against the reassuring metal of the Land Rover and ignored what he knew to be roiling behind the firelight. He didn't have to look, he could hear them chittering away, searching for him. And if the flames died, so would he. How he yearned for sleep, but one of them had to stay awake. That was what they'd agreed. It had been Carl's idea, and Nate suspected he'd only argued against it because it was Carl's. God help him, but he hated the son of a bitch. Not because he was Sophie's boyfriend. Not at all. Well, not boyfriend, she was 15 and he was 20. He was her friend and he was a boy. Nate clenched his jaw at the thought. Anyway, having one of them remain awake at night meant their supply of meds lasted longer. But it was more than that. Over the 500 miles they'd covered, they'd seen plenty of evidence that it wasn't only the squid they had to fear, or the choking, noxious weed that was swallowing up rivers and lakes. They could survive the otherworldly threats, only to fall victim to their own kind. Nate poked again at the fire as he tried to purge his mind of the depravity he'd seen. Bodies hanging from lampposts, small towns burned to a crisp, and people wandering aimlessly from place to place with nothing. Least of all their dignity. The fire flared as a chunk of green wood caught, new shadows expelling the darkness, leathery wings fleeing for a moment. They'd found a place to hide among parked-up semi-trailers on the edge of Kearney Airport in deepest Nebraska. There looked to be precious little of any value in the trailers themselves, many of them burned out, others empty, but they gave illusory protection from prying eyes and impossible wings. He saw movement, and his hand gripped the rifle and pulled it close. Then he relaxed. Jesus, Soph. I thought you were asleep. His daughter yawned and crawled across to sit beside him. She rubbed her eyes, then took her glasses from their case and slid them on. What time is it? Nate checked his watch. It was the kind of cheap Casio he'd last worn when he was 10, but it had one massive advantage over his Apple. It didn't need charging. He'd taken it from a house they were sheltering in outside Columbus. It was in a bedside cabinet along with a Kindle Paperwhite, but the watch was his most precious possession now because it defined the time of danger, the dark hours between dusk and dawn. It's 5:45, he said, reading the digits illuminated by the green-tinged backlight. She sighed at that. 2 more hours. Nate shrugged, then shifted himself before surreptitiously trying to rub feeling back into his buttocks. Don't ask, he said as he heard the intake of breath that meant she was about to ask the question. Again. She grunted. It's taking so long. It's a big country. You know, I worked out that we're driving 5 times the distance from London to Edinburgh. Amazing. He glanced at her, then back to the fire. She was wearing a familiar, puzzled expression. To him, trying to make sense of the distance by relating it to those he understood was totally logical. He'd driven from London to Edinburgh, and it had seemed like a monumental journey to an urban Englishman. Mind you, Lindisfarne Island had been well worth the detour. With that in mind, he'd gotten his head around the journey, settling into a long ride that would take weeks, if it went well. Sophie, on the other hand, struggled to visualize the distance. The best she could do was observe that they'd only managed 50 miles the previous day, and at that rate it'd take months. And so she kept asking the question, even though she knew he couldn't answer her. He didn't mind that much, but it frustrated him. He wanted to give her the answer, but he couldn't BS to save his life, not to his daughter at any rate. Maybe that would count in his favor eventually. He didn't know. He'd never been a father before. When he glanced across at her again, she was looking down at her Kindle, resting her chin in her free hand as she leaned back against the Land Rover. He smiled, heart swelling with love for her. They'd discovered the e-reader in the same house he'd found his, and the watch. The previous owner of his Kindle had enjoyed American classics, so Nate had only used it when there was absolutely no alternative. Sophie's, on the other hand, was chock full of nonfiction, and she'd laughed out loud as she'd scrolled through the library. What are you reading? She didn't speak for a moment. He was used to this by now. She'd been concentrating and he'd disturbed her. It took a while for her mind to change track enough to be able to respond. "It's called mycelium running. How mushrooms can help save the world," she said, not looking at him. "But it's not really about mushrooms." Where was he supposed to go now? "So what is it about?" Now she looked across, and he knew she was rolling her eyes, though it was too dark to see. Mycelium. She had a habit of doing this, leaving him hanging and having to either ask a basic question that revealed his stupidity or end the conversation. Turning back to her Kindle, she read for a few moments, and Nate let out a sigh. Teenagers were bloody hard work. "It's like the roots of a fungus," she said. "What we call mushrooms are just the fruiting bodies. Most of the fungus is underground." Nate looked at her as she stared down at the device. He wanted to ask why she was interested, but he'd learned that the question rarely made sense to her. Some kids her age found celebrity gossip fascinating. Sophie got her kicks from fungus roots. "I think maybe the blue weed is a fungus," she said. "Really? Why?" She shrugged and finally looked across. He felt a tiny bit guilty that he'd clearly disturbed her enough for her to give up, but he so wanted to make a connection. "It just occurred to me that they look that way if you get in close. They stay together in mats, did you notice?" "Yeah," he said. They both knew that was a lie. She nodded. "Maybe that's because there's a mycelial network under the water." "How would you find out?" "Well, at the moment, I'm trying to learn more about them so I'll know what to look for, but then we'll have to get a sample and look at it under a magnifying glass or a microscope." "Why bother?" he thought. He didn't say it out loud because he knew she'd remind him that they needed to know their enemy if they were to fight back. Evelyn would say the same, and Carl probably. But sometimes Nate wondered if they were deliberately deluding themselves, and whether in the privacy of their own thoughts they knew, as certainly as he did, that the war was long over. Fighting back was futile. But if this was some kind of mass delusion, maybe it was healthier than giving in. "Shall I make us a coffee?" She smiled at him, and that smile was worth a dozen disinterested shrugs or eye rolls. Jesus, he was like a dog, grateful for any approval. But he got up and stretched his legs, brushing the dried mud from his knees, and made his way to where the coffee pot lay. He rinsed the old grounds from it, and then poured a couple of teaspoons of instant in, followed by enough cold water for them both. It wasn't the correct way to make coffee, but it meant you got a stronger smell and the enjoyment of anticipation. Using a blackened branch, he lifted the pot onto the flames and set it to rest on the pile of bricks in the center of the fire, then settled back to watch it as Sophie returned to her Kindle, sucking in knowledge with as much relish as the forthcoming coffee. And around them, monsters thronged the darkness. Let the mouth-breathers crouch around their tiny flames. The rest of the world belonged to the invaders, and soon enough the orange pinpricks would be extinguished, and this world would be silent, like theirs. Silent and dark as night. Chapter 2. They were surrounded before they knew they were being watched. A man stood in the road, shotgun held casually in the crook of his arm. They'd been following a railroad, passing a stationary cargo train on one side and an industrial park on the other. It was the perfect ambush point, but no more so than 100 others, and Nate had to be punched in the arm to wake up. "What is it?" he said, his hand going to the still unfamiliar Glock in the pocket to his left. "We got company," Carl said. Nate screwed up his eyes as he felt Sophie pulling on the back of his chair and leaning forward to peer out of the side window. A figure stood in the center of the road. The shotgun swung up, its twin chambers looking like the nose of a dragon as it snapped into place. "What do we do?" Nate looked to his left to see figures moving between the rail cars, then to his right as others emerged from behind a workshop door. He twisted in his seat to look behind them, and more people were making their way across the road to cut off their escape. The air smelled of burning green wood. "Nate, what do we do?" Carl said. They'd slowed down, but they'd have to make a choice pretty soon. But what choice did they have? Run the man with the shotgun down and hope he was a worse shot than he looked. Then a small figure ran out in front of the car, and Carl instinctively pumped the brake, sending the others lurching forward, the tires squealing as the Land Rover stopped. By the time they recovered, the doors were being pulled open, hands grabbing at air. Then quite suddenly Carl's foot slammed down and the car lurched forward, swerving, kangarooing around left and right, engine roaring. Voices cried out as momentum slammed the doors shut. Nate looked over at Carl, whose jaw was clamped shut, eyes fixed on the road. Then gunshots, echoing between the abandoned train and the workshops. "Get down," Nate called, pulling the Glock out of his pocket and winding down the window with his other hand. He looked ahead. The figure with the shotgun was still standing there, but the weapon was raised to his eyes now, following the weaving of the car. Any moment now, he'd lock on. The air stank of burning rubber, and a burst of fire came from behind, punching through the plastic canopy in the tail and thumping into the roof. Evelyn cried out. But Nate couldn't check on her. He was so close to the man with the shotgun, he could see his trigger finger flexing. Nate threw himself sideways, grabbing at the steering wheel and forcing the car to the right. He was about to do something bloody stupid, the sort of thing that only happens in the movies and the imaginations of immature young men. The kind of thing Alfie Turner would have done. The car squealed around, and as it did, he opened the door and jumped out, hardly feeling the jolt of the asphalt as he ran, throwing himself away from the car as it swung around, Carl fighting to wrest back control. The shotgun followed the car. Nate brought the Glock up, even as the tarmac exploded like hailstones on an iron roof. Perceiving the danger, the shotgun swung around, and the air around Nate combusted, deafening him. As he fell to the side, he brought his weapon up and fired. 3 shots in a fraction of a second, shocking him with the power of instant death, the recoil jerking the muzzle away from him. The figure with the shotgun had fallen, and working entirely on instinct, Nate got onto his elbows, looking for the Land Rover. Had they driven off? For a moment, he was certain they had, and he was alone at the mercy of a vengeful mob. Then, as the sounds of rapid gunshots gave way to rushing boots, he saw it, heard the roar of the Land Rover's engine as it headed straight for him. Keeping low, he ran for it. The front door swung open. "Get in," Carl called, and hands grabbed at Nate as he threw himself onto the seat. Then the door snapped shut, and he fell back as the car lurched away. He got up just in time to see the slumped figure on the asphalt, clutching its side and lying by a discarded shotgun. More shots from behind, but they were flying wild, as if, in their panic to get to the man with the shotgun, the shooters could no longer aim. One final swerve, and the sound suddenly faded away, replaced by the roar of the engine. Nate finally managed to sit square in his seat, and he reached out to Carl and patted him on the back. Then he looked over his shoulder. He could see Sophie's back as she leaned down, as if looking at something on the rear seat. "Soph, you okay?" he said, trying to look past her. Then he remembered the shots that had penetrated the back of the car, and Evelyn's cry. "She's bleeding, Dad. I can't stop it." "Pull over, Carl, we've got to check her out," he said. Carl shook his head. "Not yet, boss. Gotta put some distance between us and them first." Nate looked back, peering through the plastic rear window. It was ripped and scratched, but he couldn't see any movement behind them. "They're not following." "Stop the car." He was riding an adrenaline high, but now he had to know how Evelyn was. He hadn't truly realized how important she was to him until right now, when he feared he was losing her. "Carl. Stop the car." Carl let out a curse, then slowed down and turned the car into a mechanic's workshop. He switched off the engine, then immediately got out, grabbed his assault rifle from the trunk and ran up the staircase. "I'll keep a lookout." Helping Sophie out, Nate peered inside to see Evelyn lying unconscious. Her face was white and blood soaked her clothes. "What can we do?" Sophie said, grabbing on Nate's arm as he examined his friend. "Get the med kit out," he said. He felt her go, and as she searched in the trunk, he pressed his fingers into the arteries along Evelyn's throat, as he'd seen in the movies. "I ain't dead yet," she said, her voice rasping with the effort. He sighed. "Thank God." "Where are you hit?" "In the back." "Came right through the bench. Cheap British garbage." He rolled Evelyn onto her side, then back again. "I can't see an exit wound." She groaned. "Figures." Sophie appeared at Nate's side, the med kit open in her hands. "What are you going to do?" "We've got to stop the bleeding." "I thought you said the bullet was still inside her." Nate pulled all the bandages out of the kit and began searching for scissors and, God help him, a needle and thread. "Don't worry, Sophie," Evelyn said. "If your dad can't stop the bleeding, then it's not going to matter." "What if she's bleeding inside, though?" Nate threw the supplies onto the bench next to Evelyn, then turned to Sophie. "It's okay, Soph. You go check on Carl." She looked at him as if trying to divine his intentions, then nodded and ran away. You're smarter than I give you credit for, Evelyn said, her voice barely above a whisper. Sometimes you don't need to hear all the options, he said. Now, I'm going to have to get personal with you, you understand? A smile spread across her lips. I thought you'd never ask. He opened her coat, then rolled up her sweater. Jesus. That bad? A red slick coated her skin, pooling in the back of her ruined clothes. He used some gauze to wipe it away, revealing a dark cigar-shaped gash. There was no sign of the bullet, and he suspected it was lodged deep within her. It would have to come out, but right now she was losing too much blood. He was no medic, but his instinct was to sew up the wound in the hope it would stop the flow of blood. It didn't look as though the bullet had cut through an artery. If it had, she'd be dead already. Truth was, he didn't have a clue. But he had to do something. Can I help? Nate looked up at Carl. I thought you were keeping watch. Sophie's doing it. She said I should come and help you. I'm going to sew her up. Carl sucked his teeth as he leaned down, peering at the wound, and Nate caught a whiff of alcohol on his breath. You should cauterize it first, or it'll just balloon up and make a hell of a mess. Nate looked up at Carl, then at Evelyn. What do you think? She was slipping in and out of consciousness. There was no time for indecision. Nate opened the med kit, found the morphine, and opened her mouth. She instinctively crunched down on it. Let me have your canteen, he said to Carl. The soldier hesitated. I know what you've got in there, Nate said. Right now, booze is what she needs. Carl handed over the canteen, and Nate dribbled it into Evelyn's mouth, watching until he was satisfied she'd swallowed. Can you build a fire? Sure, boss. No smoke. Carl let out a sarcastic grunt and busied himself in a corner of the workshop, gathering scraps of wood, paper, and cardboard. Nate shone his flashlight into the wound, grimacing and grinding his teeth. The flow of blood had slowed, but he couldn't tell how far the bullet had gone, though he suspected it was embedded deep, maybe in her hip. He could sew up the gash in her side, but Carl was right that it'd leak if they didn't cauterize it. He cleaned up the wound as much as possible, simultaneously grateful and scared that she didn't respond at all. Trying to forget that he was dealing with a living human being, he peeled the flesh aside until he could see the entry wound clearly, as the workshop filled with the acrid aroma of wood burning. So much for no smoke. How long? Nate called over his shoulder. Couple of minutes. Nate took a swig from Carl's canteen. Whiskey. Cheap stuff. But warm. You ready? Nate shrugged. You ever cauterized a wound? Nope. Seen it in the movies, that's all. The blind leading the blind, Nate said, holding out his hand. A long-handled screwdriver appeared in front of Nate. It was wrapped in rags, but he could feel the heat coming through the handle and the cloth even as he took it from Carl. The tip glowed a dull red, and Nate didn't hesitate as he pressed it into the sizzling wound. Chapter 3. Nate pushed open the door of the restaurant, pausing for a moment to give anyone inside a chance to register his presence, bracing himself for a gunshot. Instead, there was the hum of quiet conversation, and a man in a waiter's uniform greeted them, ignoring the drawn gun in Nate's hand. Please come in, the man said, a seemingly genuine smile spreading across his face. We don't have much, but we will share it with you. My name is Matteo. Nate was entirely disarmed by this. Had he lived for so long in distrust of everyone he met, that he was automatically suspicious of friendly strangers? He pocketed the handgun and put out his hand. I'm Nate, and this is my daughter Sophie. Please sit. The place was a typical independent Mexican restaurant in the roadside parking lot of a pair of motels. But the electric lights, of course, were out, and the only illumination came from the hundreds of candles arranged around all the walls and at every table. Beyond, through the tinted windows, Nate could see the sky darkening. I'm sorry, he said, resisting the waiter's entreaties. I need to know how you keep the squid away at night. Nodding as if it were the most natural question in the world, Matteo gestured beyond the restaurant. We take refuge in the church. The demons do not dare to go inside. You've got candles in there? Thousands. Father Rodriguez, he sent us into the city to gather food, medicine, and above all, light. We have flashlights and many, many spare batteries. And we have our faith. We do not fear the calamar, while we have the protection of our padre. Nate regarded the man for a few moments. He was telling the truth as far as Nate could tell, but spending the night in a crowded church didn't appeal. Are the motels occupied? Mateo shrugged. See. Some people stay there, they choose to sleep through the night with their drugs and their liquor, rather than face the demons as we do. Sitting down at the table, Nate took the handwritten menu and squinted at it in the dim light. Can I just have a coffee? I'll have a corn cake, please, Sophie said, watching Mateo as he wrote down the order, then strode away. What's going on, Dad? I'm hungry, but we don't have time for this. Nate suppressed a smile. Ever since Evelyn had been shot, Sophie had referred to him as Dad. He yearned to acknowledge it, but he feared she'd change her mind if he did. And they had bigger fish to fry. Don't worry, Soph. We'll go find a quiet room in the motel to hunker down in, but remember what we're here for. Information. We need to find a hospital for Evelyn, she said. Yeah, I get that, but what do you think he knows? He's just a waiter. Just a waiter? Since when did you become a snob? And anyway, can you think of anyone better to ask? She looked as though she was going to argue, but Mateo appeared out of the gloom. He set a mug of steaming coffee down in front of Nate, and a square of a moist yellow cake in front of Sophie. You make this here? He said, gesturing at the cake. Yes, it's simple enough. Our oven is propane-powered. What happens when the gas runs out? The Lord and Father Rodriguez will provide, I'm sure. Nate gestured at the seat next to Sophie. Will you sit down? The waiter hesitated for a moment, then looked into the murky darkness as if checking whether any other customers needed his attention before sitting. That's better. I've been on my feet for hours. Do you get a lot of passing trade? Not like we did back in the day. But the people of Lexington, they all come here to eat and wait for the Padre. My job is to make newcomers welcome so they can meet him. That sounded more like an order than an invitation. Heard any news? What about? Anything. The world, the squid, the government? Mateo shrugged. The world belongs to the enemy, the government is gone. People like Father Rodriguez, they fight for us. We follow. But you said people come through here, what do they say? The waiter looked strangely uncomfortable. You should ask the father when he comes back. He got to his feet and disappeared into the darkness. Nate let out a curse, but Sophie reached out and patted his hand. Relax. What is it you say? You've got to speak to the organ grinder, not the monkey. We're not going anywhere tonight, so maybe we should relax, after all. This cake is amazing. The coffee's pretty good as well, Nate said, leaning back in his chair and looking around him, trying to make out the other customers. No one looked in his direction, though. They sat looking down at their empty plates and mugs and studiously ignored the strangers. Nate focused on his drink, enjoying a good cup of coffee for the first time since the world ended. He found himself wondering whether they ground the beans here. It was certainly good enough. Then he felt a momentary stab of guilt as he thought of Carl sitting in the Land Rover, hidden around the corner while Nate and Sophie went on their information-gathering mission. Evelyn had been unconscious since Nate had cauterized the wound, then sewn it together, and he fought to keep those images from his mind's eye. It had, at least, looked a lot better after he'd finished and cleaned the wound than when he'd first found her. The med kit contained a small supply of antibiotics, but she would need hospital treatment sooner or later. His guess was that the bullet had lodged in her hip, but what damage it had done on the way through, he couldn't tell. It was too much to hope that they'd find a hospital with power that was willing to treat her, so he'd settle for someone with medical experience who could suggest what they should do. It was pretty hopeless, he knew that. But his search for Sophie had been just the same, and yet he'd done it, with Evelyn's help. Whatever her chances were, he owed it to her to give it his best shot. Padre. The door swung open, and Mateo ran forward with genuine joy, which was reflected by the others in the restaurant, many of whom gathered around the waiter as he greeted the newcomer. We have guests, Father, Mateo said, gesturing at Nate and Sophie. Nate watched as the figure shut the door behind himself, took Mateo's hand and looked in their direction. The man was huge. 6'5" at least, Nate guessed, and proportioned accordingly, with a barrel chest and a powerful frame. No wonder his flock were so devoted to him. Even Nate felt a sense of safety as he looked at the man. I am Father Luca Rodriguez, he said, unbuttoning his long leather coat to reveal black cloth beneath. He thrust out a bear-like hand with calloused fingers that scratched at Nate's skin. He was like a man out of the past, a man who wasn't afraid of hard physical labor. Presumably, this was how he inspired his followers. There was no great mystery to it. He simply embodied those qualities he wanted to encourage in others. He had been blessed with a magnificent presence, but the rest was all him, all genuine, unless Nate's well-tuned BS detector was malfunctioning. A man as different to Pastor Gideon as it was possible to be. "I'm Nate Carver. This is my daughter Sophie." "Interesting," Rodriguez said, rubbing at his short black beard. "Come, we will sit together for a moment while my friend Mateo brings me a coffee and a slice of something. I see you have been enjoying Alina's magnificent corn cake." Mateo bustled away, smiling broadly, and Rodriguez gently dismissed the watchers with a wave of his hand, sighing as he settled into the seat next to Sophie. "So tell me about you," he said. He had a round, open face that was framed by black, bristly hair, and his piercing brown eyes flicked from Nate to Sophie and back again. "You are from England, and one of your parents is from the Caribbean, I think. Or perhaps Africa." "My dad's family's from Jamaica. Mum's a Brummie. I mean, she came from Birmingham. In England." Rodriguez nodded, then turned his attention to Sophie. "A compelling mix, and do I detect South Asian or perhaps Chinese?" "My mom's half Vietnamese." "Why are you so interested?" Nate said. Rodriguez smiled and leaned back as a mug of coffee and a large slice of corn cake appeared in front of him. "Forgive my curiosity. I am a student of people. And where we come from is as important as where we're going, I think. My story is simpler than yours. I am the son of Mexican immigrants and found my way into the church. Now, I am serving my people. But tell me, where are you traveling from and what is your destination?" "We came from Evanston. We're heading for LA to meet up with Sophie's mom." His eyebrows arched in surprise. "That is a long journey. You must have worked out a way to stay safe from the demons, but most people gather together in communities. We have learned to distrust travelers, though everyone gets the benefit of the doubt at first. Wanderers are often trouble." "Not us," Nate said. "We're just looking for information, then we'll move along. Then perhaps we can trade, but that begins with trust. Now, are you traveling alone, or do you have companions? And if so, where are they?" Nate looked through the dark window. It was probably no more than half an hour before they'd have to hide from the squid. The Land Rover was hidden, and Carl had been given strict orders to hide up in case things went south. If they didn't report back before nightfall, he was to come looking for them, armed to the teeth. Neither Nate nor Sophie had given any indication that they had Confederates, and the safest policy was to keep to that story, finish their discussion, and get Evelyn to the motel. And yet there was something about this man. Nate trusted him somehow, though he knew how dangerous that was. To lie to him felt like a betrayal. But he couldn't risk Evelyn and Carl simply because he'd fallen under this man's spell. "We came with 2 other people," Sophie said, making the decision for him. "They're in a Land Rover, and one of them is sick. That's why we came here. We need help." "Sophie." Rodriguez nodded. "I knew this before I came in. You have chosen to trust us, and your faith will be rewarded. You see, my friend," he added, looking at Nate, "your daughter has saved you. Had you sought to hide the truth, then you would have been cast into the darkness. You owe her your life." "Are you serious?" Nate said, his mouth wide open in disbelief. "Trust is all. Justice is harsh, but we would not be here as a community if we had not made hard decisions. The world is darkening." Chapter 4. "There's little we can do for her," Father Rodriguez said as he turned away from where Evelyn lay, sleeping on a makeshift bed on the floor of the church. Nate shrugged. "I know, we didn't expect you to be able to help. She needs to see a professional. Such people do not exist. Dr. Reynolds is the closest thing we have, and she is a retired GP, not a surgeon. We were hoping you'd know of a working hospital or, I don't know, a refugee camp. I just can't believe those people don't exist anymore. They were a rare enough breed as it was, Nate, but they were also in the front line on the night the demons came." Carl sat on the floor beside Evelyn. He'd gotten pretty close to her since escaping from Gideon, and held her hand close. Sophie gestured to her. "What would you do if she was your friend?" Rodriguez scratched his beard. "Mercy is at the heart of our philosophy, mercy and pragmatism. I am not a medical man, but I do not believe she will survive. You will use up your medical supplies in trying to save her, but you will fail, and she will die anyway. That is not kind or merciful. What are you suggesting? She's not a cat, we can't put her down, Nate said, not bothering to hide his disgust. Rodriguez chuckled mirthlessly. Indeed, we treat human beings with less kindness and dignity than our pets. Isn't that because the church stands in the way of anything more humane? Nate said. He was no expert, but he read the papers. Rodriguez's face scrunched up. Was his mask slipping, or was this genuine distress? We don't pretend to have all the answers, my friend. These are new evil times, and we must face them with kindness. So, what would you do? Sophie asked. Rodriguez looked at the people gathered in the church, talking in a relaxed way as if they'd come together for a Christmas service. Then he turned his attention back to Sophie. I would put her to sleep. That is the way of kindness, mercy, and justice. You would kill her, Nate said, hardly able to believe his ears. She would be given morphine until she no longer felt any pain. It is right to struggle for as long as there is hope, but she has a bullet lodged within her that we cannot extract. There is nowhere to take her this side of Denver. Nate grabbed at the priest's arm. Denver? What's there? A hospital? Rodriguez shook his head sadly. There are no hospitals as there used to be, but there is some kind of government in Denver. Most of the people who pass through here are heading there. None has ever come back. If you'll take my advice, you'll ease Evelyn's passing and remain here to help this community. There are few places like this left in the world by all accounts. We'll go to Denver, Nate said. Thank you. We'll set off in the morning. Rodriguez looked sadly at him, then put his massive hand on Nate's arm. I have other duties to attend to, and I invite you to join us in defying the demons. Tomorrow is another day, and we will see what it brings. Nate watched as the priest left them, heading for the small stage at the far end of the church. A woman handed lit candles out, and the audience subsided into silence as all attention was focused on the priest. My friends, our enemy has come to take over the night. Across the world, these demons roam at will. They have taken our friends and family, and they seek to snatch our future away and plunge the world into permanent darkness. But we here, you and I, will oppose them in the name of our Lord, the Blessed Virgin, and the heavenly host of saints and angels. They will fight in the spiritual realm while we resist here. Now, let us begin. Nate was not a religious man, but even he felt a swelling in his chest as he listened to this man's sonorous, inspiring voice. He held his candle out in front of him like a burning sword, copying the movements of his neighbors, wafting incense until he could hardly breathe. He looked into their faces and saw courage and devotion there, and a faith that was alien to him. He was a typically British skeptic, verging on being a cynic, and had always been intensely uncomfortable with overt religion, but here it felt as natural as breathing. He was among his people here. He belonged here. Sophie swayed in time with the others, and she shared the same expression of purposeful joy. Nate put his arm around her shoulders and squeezed, and he sensed her relax in his embrace. He felt a hand on his arm. Take it easy, Nate. Evelyn needs our help, remember. And she ain't gonna get it here. Carl's voice sounded harsh in his ear as the church filled with the singing of many voices, and he wanted to dismiss the idiot. Couldn't he see that they could be part of this, rather than continuing to struggle? They could at least rest here and recover a little before carrying on. Then he saw movement on the floor. Evelyn. And the spell vanished. He kneeled beside his friend. You're awake. I wish I wasn't. Even in the orange light, her face looked pale, her skin tight, accentuating her cheekbones. I'll get you some morphine, he said. He put the candle down on the wooden floor and reached over to the med kit, rummaging through it until he found the pill bottle. Wait, she said as he offered the meds. What is it? Leave me here. What do you mean? Leave me and take Sophie to L.A. Nate shook his head. In truth, he yearned to do as she said, to continue the journey to the West Coast, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he did. He'd never been any good at kidding himself, and in fact, it had been a major impediment to getting on in the music industry. He'd succeeded in spite of himself, but he knew that if he headed west, leaving Evelyn here, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. No can do. I'm going to find help for you. The priest said that there's some kind of government in Denver, so I'm going to take you there. Evelyn let out a long sigh. I just want to give in, Nate. Please let me go. Sorry. One day you'll thank me. Maybe. He took hold of her hand and held it until he felt the morphine taking effect, her fingers loosening until he could let them go. Nate looked toward the front of the church where Rodriguez stood, handing out incense sticks as the congregation's voices rose in song. Quickly, the place filled with more of the heady aroma, and people gathered, swaying rhythmically as they sang. He sat and watched them, paying barely any attention as Carl put his arm around Sophie. The hymns were mainly in English, with the occasional one in Spanish, and they were an eclectic mix that seemed appropriate to the audience. Exhaustion descended on Nate as he sat there, breathing the heady air, his sudden hunger the only thing keeping him from sleep. And then, as his eyelids became so heavy he could barely keep them open, the singing suddenly stopped. Now, my friends, it is time to sleep, Rodriguez said. Be at peace, rest in the sure and certain knowledge that you are safe. Nate watched as people shuffled to a clear space on the floor and curled up, pulling blankets around their shoulders. Within minutes, they were all asleep. It takes a little practice, Rodriguez said, to calm the mind so it doesn't attract the demons. Sleep is the great defense against our enemy. Then why aren't you asleep? Because someone must stay awake. Like a sheepdog guarding the flock from wolves. There are 6 of us wardens. We sleep during the day and we guard at night. Nate nodded. An efficient system. The priest nodded. In half an hour, we'll extinguish most of the candles and retire to the back office. If we've done our job right, there will be no demons tonight. They left Evelyn asleep on the floor while Nate, Sophie, and Carl followed Rodriguez and the guards into a small anteroom. You see, it's a good system. We haven't lost anyone for some time, and we conserve resources. We can carry on like this indefinitely. How many do you have here? Of the faithful? 205. We are few, but we are a strong community. Humanity is at its lowest ebb, and we are a seed from which it can grow again. And Denver? The priest's face darkened. I only know what travelers through here tell me. And they are never going away from Denver, so they are going with hope and little certainty. It's all rumor. What do they say, these travelers? Rodriguez shrugged. They have heard many things. Some say there's a working state government in Denver, others that the military has secured the city, but these are just stories. Maybe they're true. Maybe, but I wouldn't rely on them. There's probably a kernel of truth at the heart of it all, but there's no way of knowing what is the reality and what is exaggeration. Nate sighed and rubbed his eyes. Then he gestured at Evelyn as she lay on the floor. We don't have a choice, Father. I have to give her the best chance I can. I owe her that much. Are you sure you're not simply avoiding making the hard decision you know? Eventually you must. Nate looked into the priest's eyes. He saw compassion there, unless the man was a consummate actor. And he was probably right on all counts. But there was something more fundamental at play, Nate realized. It wasn't a case of simply weighing up the pros and cons and seeing which came out on top. The truth was, he loved her. He didn't know exactly what kind of love it was, he only knew that he would do anything for her. And he wouldn't let her give in without a fight. You must do what you think is right, Rodriguez said. Was he some kind of mind reader? Nate felt uncomfortable under that gaze, as if he were a child unable to defend his choices, recognizing them as naive and shallow. But he loved Evelyn. He knew that now. He loved her too much to contemplate a world without her in it. Chapter 5. A gray morning light leached through the high windows as Nate rubbed his eyes. He grabbed for Evelyn's hand, panic snapping him fully awake as he realized how cold she was. But her fingers were supple and she groaned as he squeezed. He looked beyond her to see where Sophie and Carl were cuddled up, both still sleeping. Maybe it was the adrenaline, but he felt an overwhelming urge to drag the son of a bitch away from his daughter. She was only 15 after all, and he was a grown man. And at the same time, a boy. He'd never crossed the line, but it was only a matter of time. Nate had been that age once. Maybe it was projection, but he knew men well enough. Nate took a deep breath to calm himself, then sat up and looked farther into the church where others were coming round now. The main door opened, and Rodriguez came in, followed by several others all dressed in black coats and carrying extinguished torches. Dozens of heads popped up as the congregation took his appearance as the signal to come round. The priest kneeled down to greet many of them, and seemed to be asking how they were while the others got their stuff together and prepared to leave. By the time he made it to the back of the church, Sophie and Carl had woken up and crawled across to sit with Nate and the still unconscious Evelyn. "How is she?" Sophie said to Nate. "She hasn't woken up," he responded, wiping the hair from Evelyn's eyes. "I'm hungry," Carl said. "Does that restaurant serve breakfast?" Nate looked up at him, not bothering to hide his contempt, though he was indeed suddenly starving himself. And he had other needs that were even more urgent. He got to his feet. "I'll go and check." "I'll come with you." He scowled as Carl got to his feet and followed while Nate picked his way through the stragglers making their way to the door. They were halfway across the parking lot when the pastor's booming voice stopped them in their tracks. "My friends," he called out, then ran to catch up before waving them toward the restaurant. "You're hungry, I'm sure. And you will eat with us. Come, let's see what is being prepared for our delight." The smell of cooking oil greeted them as they went in through the door. People moved quickly and efficiently in the kitchen, visible beyond the patiently waiting congregation. "Ah, they are making pancakes cornmeal with honey. Happy day." Carl smiled broadly. "But how can we repay you, Padre? It doesn't seem right for us to take your food and not give something back." What a creep that kid was, thought Nate, even as he salivated at the sweet aroma that was pervading the restaurant. Rodriguez slapped Carl on the back and laughed. "Oh, there will be a bill to pay, don't you worry. But fear not," he added as Nate stiffened. "It will not be more than you can afford. Just a few hours working for the community, while you decide what you will do next." "We know that already," Nate said. "We're heading to Denver, and we need to set off early enough that we can get under cover before nightfall." Rodriguez nodded. "You're a determined man, Nate, but what about the others? Are they all coming with you to Denver?" "I don't really care what Carl does," Nate snapped, realizing as he did so what a jerk he was being. He sighed. "I'm sorry. I'm tired." Carl, who'd momentarily frozen, relaxed. "It's fine. You're Sophie's dad. But I don't mean no harm to her." "Okay, I hear what you're saying." Rodriguez laughed out loud. "And what he's saying is he doesn't trust you around his daughter." "It's okay, Nate, it's quite understandable." "And I'm going with you," Carl said, "whether you like it or not. Sophie wants to go to her mom, and I'm going to do all I can to make sure that happens." "You see," the priest said, "you share a common purpose. I am sorry, though, you would be welcome here, and you could contribute much." "How can you possibly know that?" Nate said. Rodriguez tapped the side of his nose. "I have good intuition about people. I know who are trouble, and who would make the community better for their presence. But you have a mission, and I will not stand in your way. The question is, which mission will win?" Again Nate scowled. He didn't want this being raked up in public. "There's no winning. We'll get Evelyn patched up in Denver, then we'll get back on the road." Now the priest slapped Nate's shoulder. "My naive friend, if only it was so simple. But I fear that Denver might be easier to get to than to escape from." "What do you mean?" Again, Rodriguez touched the side of his nose. "Like I said, I have good intuition." "Ah, thank you." Mateo handed a plate with 3 thick pancakes to Rodriguez, then poured a generous helping of honey over the top. "Follow me," he said, turning to Nate. They left the priest to his pancakes and joined a line that wound around the restaurant before Mateo nodded and smiled, then vanished into the kitchen. Nate scowled as they shuffled forward, his stomach growling, anticipation building, along with the fear that maybe they'd have run out by the time he got to the head of the line. He'd never liked queuing, but this was the first time since his school days when we'd found himself praying that there was going to be enough. And he could see that Carl was thinking the same. The younger man looked like a modern-day Oliver Twist. How low mankind had come. Finally, they reached the hatch and a plate appeared. It had 2 pancakes, smaller than those Rodriguez had been given, and with much less honey. But by this time he was too hungry to resent it. "Can I have another plate for my daughter?" "She must get in line," a female voice with a thick Mexican accent said. "She's tending to our wounded friend. She must get in line." Rage burned in Nate's chest, but Carl nudged his arm and leaned in. "I'll share with her. Come on." Nate went to snap back, but he looked past Carl to the resigned expressions of the rest of the line, and knew he wouldn't get anywhere by bellyaching. They settled down on the church floor beside Sophie and divided up the pancakes. "Delicious," she said as she wiped the honey off her plate with the last scrap of pancake. "How has she been?" Nate asked, nodding to where Evelyn lay. "She's breathing okay, but she hasn't come round." "So what's the plan?" "We get out of here as quickly as we can, then we head to Denver." "Is that on the way to LA?" Nate shrugged. "More or less. We've got to look after our friend Soph." Sophie put her plate down and leaned against a wooden wall panel. "I suppose." "What's bugging you?" "Look, Dad, I like Evelyn, but she's not going to survive." "You know that." Nate ground his molars. "I don't know that. There's a government in Denver. We can get help there." "Why would they help us?" Carl said. "We haven't got anything they need." "You don't know that." "I'll think of something." Truth to tell, the idea of only getting medical treatment if you could pay for it was so alien to him that he hadn't given it any thought. They could make their way to Denver and find a fully working hospital, only to be turned away because they didn't have anything to barter with. Nate piled his plate on top of Sophie's, then crawled over to where Evelyn lay and stroked her forehead. She flinched and groaned, then lay still. "I'm sorry, Soph. Evelyn helped me find you, and I'm not abandoning her while there's the slightest chance she'll survive. I'm not leaving her behind." The door opened and light flooded in. Nate looked up to see a man in black standing over them. "You Nate?" "Yeah." "Two of you follow me, you got work to do." He hauled himself upright and regarded the man. There was no give there. It was a transaction. They'd eaten 2 meals and the check was due. "You stay here with Evelyn," Nate said, looking down at Sophie. He felt a little uneasy at leaving Evelyn with his daughter, and then he felt a stab of guilt as he dismissed that thought. Carl was the right one to go with him. There was no telling what kind of work this man had in mind for them, but whatever it was, his daughter was safer here. They followed the man out through the church door. He gestured to a group of people gathered beside the motel's wall, huddled together out of the wind. "Come on, let's get moving." The group followed the man in black, soon heading into residential areas. The houses and apartments had red crosses painted on their doors at first, but after walking for half an hour or so, they reached unmarked houses. "Form up in groups of 4, the guard said. "Each group takes 1 house. You know what we're looking for, okay, and how much you must gather today." He dismissed the other groups, but gestured for Nate and Carl to approach, the other 2 men in their party hanging back. "These people know their business, they gather every day," he said, "but the Padre has said that you must only do half a day's work. That means 1 sack between you. Chester and John," he said, pointing at the other 2, "have been assigned light duties, so they must also fill 1 sack. What do we put in them?" "They know," he said. "But it's pretty obvious. Your sacks will be checked when you return. If they are adequate, you will have paid your debt. If not, you will return tomorrow." Nate shook his head. "No way. We're leaving today." With the speed of a rabid dog, the man grabbed Nate's collar and pulled him close. "You leave when we say so. The Padre is a kind man, but he is no fool. We have no room for deadwood." He wagged his finger inches from Nate's face. "Do not be deadwood. Now get on with it." He pushed Nate away, turned on his heels, and strode away. There was no doubt about it, there was no way to Denver but through this man. Chapter 6. "What's that?" Carl asked. Nate swung around, keeping the small black box sheltered in his hands. "It's a fully charged power bank," he said, keeping his voice low and glancing at the bedroom door. "We could run the UV lights on it." "How long for?" "How would I know? But look, it's got a solar cell on the other side." Carl leaned in close. "Reckon that'd take days to charge it up." "You are an arse, Carl. I'm really sorry that it doesn't completely solve the problem, but hey, it's better than nothing." Sorry, Carl said, "but you should keep your voice down. If you're planning on keeping this and they find out, well." Nate sighed. He had a stinking headache and he was hungry. A few weeks ago, he'd have said he was starving, but the end of the world tends to encourage a precise lexicon of hunger. He tucked the power bank in the inside pocket of his coat. Well, it wasn't technically his coat. He'd gotten it from that house with the terrarium where they'd found the UV light. Possession was 100% of the law these days, though, and he wasn't about to let technicalities like legal ownership get in his way. He just had to keep the power bank hidden until they'd escaped. You find anything else, or shall we check the next bedroom? Carl said, pointing at the sack on the bed. I'm done here, Nate responded, following Carl out of the master bedroom. You fellas finished yet? A voice echoed up from downstairs. We're about ready to move on. Carl rolled his eyes as he exchanged a glance with Nate. Son of a bitch. Lot easier to fill a sack if you take the downstairs. Won't be long, Nate called before nodding at Carl. Come on, the sooner we get this done, the sooner we can be shot of these people. Chester and John had volunteered to clear the first floor, knowing that the kitchen would be there, and that most of what the Padre had instructed them to gather would be inside. They'd be sitting down there, chewing on energy bars, while he and Carl combed through the slim pickings of the upstairs bedrooms. The second room belonged to a young child. A Paw Patrol fan, judging by the wallpaper and the toys lined up around the edges of the carpet. Nate groaned. He tried hard not to imagine the child who'd once occupied this room, and where they were now. He was just grateful that he or she hadn't been here when the creatures came. Or at least hadn't died here. He took an iPad down from the shelf. For some reason, tablets, smartphones, and laptops were on the search list, so he slid it into the mail sack and checked the drawers. He found an inhaler, took that, and rejected everything else. Bingo, Nate said as he opened the door of the bathroom cabinet. The kid had been pretty sick, judging by the variety and quantity of drugs inside, most of them for treating breathing problems. Nate shook his head, as he couldn't help thinking about the parents of this kid. They'd cared for him or her, making sure he was treated with the latest medicines only for that to be proved pointless when the monsters came. Do you reckon that'll do? Carl said as he opened the sack and dropped in the last of the drugs. Nate shrugged and followed Nate back to the landing. As he put his hand on the banister, he caught movement down below out of the corner of his eye. What was that? Carl walked back up the stairs and stood beside Nate looking down. Below was a typical suburban backyard with a swing, a lawned area that had probably looked quite beautiful the previous spring and summer, and gravel paths littered with rotting leaves. What did you see? I dunno. Something moving. Maybe a dog. Could be a coyote. Come on, let's get back. Nate grunted and followed Carl down the stairs. He was sure he'd seen something. A dog. Maybe. It wasn't there when he'd looked again. But there was something about it. Something wrong. He wrapped his fingers around the handgun in his pocket. John was waiting at the door. Chester's just checking the shed, he said. There, it must have been him you saw, Carl said. Aha, Nate said, though he didn't bother to hide the doubt in his voice. He sighed, dropping the sack by the door. He was second and third guessing himself, and that way lay madness. But all he had were his senses and his brain's capacity to interpret them. And his senses told him that whatever he'd seen in the backyard, it wasn't Chester. And then, as he rubbed his eyes and leaned against the door, a terrible scream shattered the peace. Like a switch being flicked, Nate switched into emergency mode, immediately ran through the kitchen and out of the back door, followed by the others. Chester was sprawled on the wet grass, yelling in pain, clawing at the soil, his legs invisible beyond the half-closed shed door. Had the squid got him? Surely he hadn't gone inside without a light. Grabbing at Chester's hands, he pulled, feeling something resisting, like a dog with a toy. Chester screamed and went limp, all resistance disappearing. He slid forward on the wet grass, and Nate looked beyond him to see something withdrawing into the darkness, leaving a flash of red. He slammed the door shut. Oh my God! John yelled. Nate stood with his back to the wooden shed door and gazed, unbelieving at Chester. One of his legs had gone, replaced by a black-red slick across the grass. What the hell is it? Carl said. Well, it's not a bloody coyote. From inside the shed came sounds of rending, and then something threw itself against the door. Help me! Nate called out. Carl pushed his shoulder against the wood as Nate got his weapon out. But he had no intention of opening the door, whether he was armed or not. Whatever had attacked Chester, they were only safe while it remained on the other side of that flimsy wooden panel. He's dead, John said, sobbing. Nate could do no more than look from where he stood, back to the door, keeping it shut. But Chester sure looked dead from here. One of his legs had been ripped off just below the knee, lying in a congealing pool of blood, flesh, skin, and tendons. More rending from the other side of the door. I'll take a shot, Nate found himself saying, changing his mind on a dime. Carl shook his head. Give me your gun. I'm the one with weapons training. They locked eyes. He was right, of course. Before the creatures came, Nate hadn't fired anything bigger than an air rifle, and though Carl was just a cook, he'd gone through basic training, so he had a whole lot more idea which end of a gun was which than Nate. But none of that mattered. When he looked back on that moment, that decision, he realized he saw it for what it was, the old silverback putting the younger upstart in his place. He stepped back, brought the Glock up, and pulled the door open, firing twice into the blackness before he spotted the hole in the back wall. Whatever had been in here was gone. Nate ran around the shed, making sure it wasn't hiding in the shadows. Man, but the thing was fast. Whatever it was. Then he kneeled beside Chester, turning his head to the side. He could feel death in the cold flesh, in the lack of response. How had he died? Shock. Blood loss. Then his nose crinkled at the aroma of cooking flesh. Good God. The stump of Chester's leg was sizzling as if it had been put on a barbecue. Carl ran to a plant pot by the fence and tipped its contents onto Chester's leg. I'm sorry, John, Nate said, patting the sobbing man on the back. He was my only reason. Now I have nothing. Carl put his arm around John as he sat forlornly on the grass, then followed Nate as he returned to the shed, looking around it as if the thing might still be there. Somehow it reminded him of the squid, both in its savagery and in the way it vanished instantly, leaving no trace except the wreck of a man. What was it? Carl said. Rabid dog, maybe? Nate shrugged. Maybe. But his heart told him it was no such thing. He just hoped it was a one-off because, for all the terror the squid caused, he'd known he was safe when the sun rose. But whatever had killed Chester had done so in broad daylight, and without warning. Right now, he'd give good money for it to turn out to be a rabid animal, but he wasn't about to take that bet. These thoughts were driven from his mind by a single shot. He looked down to see John's body lying across Chester's. The poor devil couldn't contemplate a world without his friend, and so he'd left it behind. Chapter 7. What did it look like? Was it a dog? Pastor Rodriguez had come running out of the motel, as Nate and Carl had brought the bodies of Chester and John back to the community in a pair of wheelbarrows. As the pastor wiped the sleep from his eyes, he looked sadly at the bodies and made the mark of the cross on each forehead. I don't know. I didn't get a look at it, Nate said. I was too busy trying to keep it on the other side of the shed door. Rodriguez kneeled beside the wheelbarrow and examined the stump of Chester's ruined leg, wiping away mud. I don't understand. This looks like it's, well, melted. Nate shook his head. I don't understand either. Chester was checking out the shed, and then he screamed. Whatever it was bit his leg off, but then his wound seemed almost to cook. Carl tipped a bucket of dirt over it. Two other members of Rodriguez's team of nighttime watchers whispered with him. Nate rubbed his chin as he watched. These were the men used to taking decisions clearly, and despite the shock of the deaths, Nate got the impression they weren't totally surprised. Has this happened before? Nate said, interrupting them. What? No, not like this, Rodriguez said. His composure had slipped for a moment as he'd been confronted by what had happened, but the mask was now back in place. We've had reports this past week, but we put them down to coyotes, dogs, or even wolves. You say you didn't see the thing that attacked Chester? Not at all, clearly. It was trying to drag him into the shed, but it was dark in there. And then when we opened the door, it had broken through the back. There was more than that, but he wasn't about to share his intuition with the pastor and his men. Not yet. There was something otherworldly, something out of place about it. First the squid had come, then the blue-green weed. Was this another invasion from where? He thought back to Chen, the geeky young man who'd first shown him the weed. He'd talked about these things coming from another dimension. It still sounded like science fiction to Nate, but he was running out of candidate explanations. Perhaps science fiction was becoming fact. Dad. Sophie burst through the crowd that had gathered around the two wheelbarrows. Are you okay? What happened? He felt a surge of pleasure that she was checking him first rather than Carl. There was, it seemed, still room to be infantile after the end of the world. Nate gave her a summary. How's Evelyn? He added. What? Oh, just the same. We're ready to go. Yeah. You are leaving? Rodriguez said, getting to his feet. After this. Seems to me I want to be as far from those things as possible, Nate said, nodding to the wheelbarrow containing Chester's body. Rodriguez stood with his hands on his hips and glanced first at the bodies and then at the others gathered around, apparently reading the mood. Then he looked down and drew in a deep breath. Understood. It is sad, and we could use your help in defending our community, but I said you could continue on your journey, and I am a man of my word. He took Nate's hand. I will pray for your success in finding help for your friend. There will be a place for you here if ever you come back this way. Relief surged through Nate as he took the calloused hand. Relief and deep affection for this man whose word had proven to be worth something after all. A rare enough commodity in the old world, even more precious now. Thank you, Father, he said, feeling a surprising reluctance to actually go through with his plans and leave this place. Then he thought of Evelyn, and his resolve returned. He left them to care for their dead as he, Carl, and Sophie packed the car. The pastor gave us some fuel, Sophie said as Nate opened up the back of the Land Rover to reveal a full jerrycan. Nate and Carl got a semi-conscious Evelyn into the back seat of the car, and Nate pulled the old route map from the glove compartment. We heading straight for Denver? Carl asked as Nate turned the key in the ignition. We need somewhere to stop for the night, Nate said, running his finger along the interstate. But we've got to get there tomorrow. He committed the route to his memory, and taking one final look at the restaurant, put his foot down and left the community behind. They picked their way back to I-80 easily enough. It turned out the pastor had not only given them a can of fuel, but he'd filled the Land Rover's tank, so they had more than enough to get them to Denver. As he drove along, Nate found himself scanning the edges of the road for any sign of whatever had killed Chester. Maybe it was a one-off. Maybe he was mistaken, and it was a terrestrial creature twisted into something horrific by his imagination. Maybe Chester had accidentally poured acid on his leg as he fought with the thing, and it was, after all, only a rabid dog. But even as his rational mind presented plausible options, his heart knew that it was not so. The thing that killed Chester was of a kind with the squid. So now he watched for any sign of the same sudden movement that had first alerted him, and prayed he wouldn't see it. They were forced off the freeway to the west of a place called Big Springs, the Land Rover bumping over the desert, until they stopped by a burned-out gas station as Evelyn came around. Where am I? How do you feel? Sophie asked. Like I'm not really here. Am I dreaming? Is that you, Sophie? Nate twisted around in the passenger seat to see Evelyn raising her hand and running her fingers over Sophie's face like a blind woman. Yes, it's me, Sophie said. We're in the car, heading for Denver. Why? Maybe they can help. Maybe there's a hospital there. Evelyn closed her eyes, lowered her hands, and shook her head. Why didn't you leave me? We don't leave anyone, Nate said, reaching over and stroking the cold skin of her arm. There's a government in Denver. They'll have medical facilities. We're going to get you help, get you all sorted out. Good as new. Evelyn smiled, though she didn't turn to look at him. You are a romantic idiot, Nate Carver. You know that. Is the pain bad? She seemed to think about that. I can't feel anything. Now I'm tired. I want to sleep. Nate settled back into the passenger seat, deliberately not looking at Sophie. There was a bit of him, a bit he didn't acknowledge, that wished Evelyn had been killed outright by the bullet that instead was lodged inside her. But she was alive, and that meant he had to give her a chance for as long as she kept fighting. What about over there? Carl said, pointing at a brick building at a crossroads. It's a library. Sophie said. Yes, let's go there. Nate looked up at the darkling sky. Why not? We need to get under cover pretty quickly, and there'll be plenty to burn in there. Getting carefully out of the car as it pulled into the empty lot behind the library, Nate scanned the neighboring properties, all industrial, seeing no sign of footprints in the light covering of snow. It was as if the town had been completely depopulated, and no one had returned. At least not since the last snowfall. Wait in the car, he said to Sophie, pointing to the revolver on the bench next to Evelyn. If you see anything, fire a warning shot and we'll come. Sophie rolled her eyes. Sure, Nate. The library was tiny, just a single-story building the size of a house, and there was a door in the back wall that functioned as a fire escape. Good. If it was designed to let people out, then the chances were they'd be able to force it. Nate fetched the toolbox from the trunk of the Land Rover, finding a large, flat-bladed screwdriver that he could use as a small crowbar. He leaned against the screwdriver, Carl joining him as they rolled it backward and forward until the wood began to make a crackling sound. Finally, it snapped and the lock mechanism fell out. "I guess they didn't have anything worth stealing," Nate said. He went back to the car and fetched the UV lamp and connected it to the new power bank. "Let's see if there's anything hiding in here." He held the UV lamp out in front of him like a lightsaber, while Carl used his regular flashlight to illuminate the inside of the building. The place was like a time capsule. No one had been in here since the monsters came. The area nearest the door was painted in pink and blue, and had children's board books in piles around a colorful carpet. Nate's throat thickened as his mind conjured an image of young children sitting on the low cushions, books open on their laps, excitedly turning the pages, pulled along by the compulsion of story. And then they'd found themselves in the heart of a nightmare. He shook his head as he followed Carl into the main section, breathing in the bookish aroma as he went, and wondering just how valuable the knowledge contained within this small business was now, and how much would be forgotten within a generation. Assuming there was another generation to forget it. There was no sign that the squid had been in here, and the UV light swept silently left to right, banishing the shadows without the telltale screams of burning monsters. "I think this'll do for tonight," he said. The carpet sure looked inviting, and he felt a rush of exhaustion as he contemplated sleep. "I reckon we can all sleep, you get me?" Nate nodded. If they could secure the door from the inside, and rely on the snow to disguise the Land Rover, they could all sleep in relative safety. They'd then all be alert and awake tomorrow when they reached Denver, God willing. "Yeah. Let's get the others inside." Between them, Nate and Carl carried Evelyn inside and laid her behind the main desk while Sophie brought their packs inside and began unrolling their sleeping bags. Nate lit the camping stove and got a saucepan out. "Chicken curry tonight. I feel like we're due a bit of a treat." "Sure," Sophie said, her face lighting up in the white-blue glare of the gas stove. Nate opened a can and poured it into the saucepan, then sat and stirred it as the library filled with the spicy aroma of korma. It was a small meal, but he felt his hope grow with each mouthful. Sure, the world belonged to the monsters, but in here, right now, inside a bastion of human culture, Nate was content. Tomorrow would take care of itself. Evelyn gently snored as they ate. Chapter 8. Nate awoke with a stab of panic, and he grabbed instinctively for the UV lamp, flicking it on as his mind fought to come around. He'd taken his pill like everyone else, and it had always worked, but somehow he was awake, and it was still nighttime. The library had a long window that ran along the top of the wall facing the street, but it showed no signs of daylight. What had woken him? He had to calm himself. If he allowed fear to get a hold, then he'd be like a beacon to the multitudes. If he could just remain calm, then, maybe, he'd be able to go to sleep again. Scratching. That's what had woken him. Where was it coming from? The fire escape, where they'd come in the previous night. Something was trying to get in. Whatever it was, how did it know they were in here? Could it be a dog who'd picked up the scent of their curry? Yes, that would make sense. But dread gripped his heart as he sat behind his violet-tinged light and listened. Should he wake the others? No, the more of them that were awake, the greater the risk the squid would find them. And maybe it was nothing more than a hungry stray. No, let them sleep. Good grief, he couldn't get his mind working. It was like the sort of brain fog you got after an all-night bender. He so wanted to be fully awake right now. Or fully asleep. Nightmares lurked in the hinterland between. There it was again. The wood of the fire escape creaked as if something was pushing against it, leaning in with its body weight. It wasn't going to hold. He knew that with dreadful certainty. Now he had to wake the others. He shook Sophie's shoulder, but she didn't respond, so he moved over to Carl. But they were both out for the count. How come he'd woken up and not them? Was it another bad batch of meds? No point in trying to wake Evelyn. She hadn't been conscious since they'd arrived here, and she'd be little use in a fight. Skittering. The flapping of leathery wings in the darkness. The enemy had come. He brought the UV lamp round, shadows vanishing as the squid fell out of the air, sizzling to splat on the floor. There was nothing he could do now to calm his mind. Whatever sense the monsters used to home in on their prey, he must have been like a lighthouse drawing them to him. No point in trying to hide. In one hand he held the UV light, and in the other he had the Glock, though he kept that pointed away from where the other slept. He swung the lamp around, the wet leather of their skin brushing his arms, until he swept around and cleansed the air with ultraviolet. He got to his feet and walked forward, making for the door. He knew that he could fight off the squid, as long as the power bank lasted until the morning. But if whatever was pushing at the door broke in, that would be of little comfort. In his mind's eye, he saw the red flash he'd glimpsed in the shed. Was it the same one? Surely not, that had been miles away. Swinging around, Squid fell screaming to the ground, and he knew that if he didn't keep moving, they'd be on him. When he reached the children's area, he used his foot to nudge a bucket full of sand toward the door. He pushed the end of the UV lamp into the sand and left it standing proud to keep this part of the library free of squid, then gripped the Glock two-handed and edged toward the door. It shuddered under the impact of weight being thrown at it from the other side, and he stepped instinctively back as the tortured wood began to give way. All that was keeping it from breaking in was the barricade of bookshelves they'd piled up against the inside. Taking the knife from its sheath at his belt, he crept forward, maybe surprise was the only advantage he had, and reached the whitewashed brick wall beside the door, looking through the ever-growing gap and aiming the Glock. The sound of creaking wood ceased, as if whatever it was had become aware of him and was trying to work out if he was a threat. If it were like a dog, then it would have no way of knowing that the metal object in his hand could blow its head off, if only Nate could aim it. He wished he had a flashlight right now. Somehow, he knew that the thing outside could see him, even as it remained invisible to his eyes. Then the door creaked again, and the gap widened. From the darkness beyond the range of the UV lamp, the skittering of the squid seemed to increase, as if they were calling to whatever was outside. Something flesh-like appeared in the gap, then slowly, inexorably, it extended, as if it were being inflated. 3 fingers emerged from the amorphous blob, each with a claw on the end, and the alien hand moved toward him, sliding up and down the wall, as if searching for him, feeling for him. Dread gripped his heart as he watched it make its way along the wall. In the UV light, it looked like it had wet, translucent skin of pale violet, like some kind of demonic amphibian, a mottled pattern that grew more definite farther from where he sat. It was like a balloon that's been stretched to breaking point. And then he saw a flash of red, and he knew it saw him. The 3-clawed hand darted toward him, and he squeezed the Glock's trigger. From outside came a terrible shriek, and the hand jerked back to disappear. Nate lunged for the door, pushing desperately at the barricade and sliding it back in place. The squid went quiet, and Nate dropped to the carpet as his heart thumped. After a few moments, he got to his feet, picked up the UV light, and made his way back to the others. Good, the shot hadn't woken them and brought the squid back. The meds sure were strong. For now, all was silent. He had won. He knew now that the thing in the library was either the same animal as the one in the shed, or, more likely, of the same type. It was of a kind with the squid and the blue-green weed, from another place that was anathema to terrestrial life. But like the squid, it could be killed. At least that was something. And then with a crash, he heard the door implode. He grabbed the UV lamp and his Glock, then ran toward the fire escape. But he stopped as he saw the blackness beyond the door swinging back and forth. From the darkness came a guttural purr, like a tiger with pneumonia. Where was it? Panic swelled like an incoming tsunami that was about to overwhelm him. He lifted the Glock to his eyes in shaking arms and sighted along the barrel, squinting as if he could, by sheer force of will, penetrate the darkness. He felt it by some primordial sense. It was playing with him. He was prey. He would be consumed. But in the meantime, he would entertain. And then something rushed at him, and he fell backwards, sprawling on the floor, arms flailing. Something grabbed his arms like pincers, squeezing in a vice-like grip, leaving him no way to bring his weapon round to fire. Another appendage felt around his neck, then his mouth, threatening to suffocate him as a hideous wet stench tore at the inside of his throat. But like a cornered antelope, he found the courage to resist. Pointless and vain. But resistance is never truly futile. With all his strength, he bit down on the thing that was caressing his face. At first it was like chewing a tire, but then suddenly all resistance vanished as his teeth broke through, and the arm or tentacle or whatever it was snapped back, showering him with a hideous stinking fluid. He pulled himself backwards, trying to retreat from it, searching for any sign of where it now was, hope rising momentarily. Then a flash of red, and a black bulk rose over him. One appendage hung uselessly, but it had more, and there was no mistaking their intention. Above its back rose something like a tail. Like a scorpion. He grabbed at the Glock that had dropped out of his grasp. He lifted it, got off a single shot, but then it fell upon him with terrible weight, and he was looking up into its maw, lined with 3 rows of internal teeth that would rip his head from his shoulders. Hideous saliva dripped onto him, his clothes smoking where it landed, and he brought the gun up again. But then one of the legs thrust down, pinning him as the mouth opened wide, and the thing yelled in triumph. Nate froze, waiting for the end. At least it would be quick. It came down. Then a percussive bang that pushed it backward. And another. Then another. Die, you son of a bitch. One final shot, and something gave within the creature, and it deflated like a burst tire. It fell upon Nate, smothering him in filth, and darkness took him. Chapter 9. Nate breathed again as the weight was pulled away. From above, the ultraviolet light was being waved around, accompanied by the skittering screams of dying squid. Here, take this, Carl said, and the UV lamp moved. I'm gonna build us a fire. In a library? Nate rolled onto his side, his cheek rubbing against Sophie's boot. You okay, Dad? Nate grunted. His head still felt as though it were being squeezed in a vice, even though the weight had gone from his legs. He got onto his knees, nostrils full of the smell of burned cotton and something else. Give me some water. A bottle appeared in his hand. He opened it and poured the contents over his head. Your hair, Sophie said. She half kneeled, but had to keep sweeping the air with the UV lamp, so he was on his own to deal with the pain and the sickening sensation of great clumps of hair coming away in his hands. What's going on? Then the darkness fled from an explosion of amber light. Jesus, boss. What's it done to you? Nate looked across to where Carl had set light to a pile of books in a trash can. He repeated the process with a second, then a third, until they were completely surrounded by fire. It was insanity, lighting a fire in a tinder-dry environment like this, but then what wasn't? Life was insanity now. There, on the edge of the ring of fire, lay the body of the thing that had attacked him. But right now, he was still pouring water over his head, wincing as he touched the sores that peppered his skin. Sophie turned off the UV lamp and kneeled beside Nate while Carl found the med kit and began rummaging through it. Sure seems like the same as got Chester. What is this? It's like it spits acid. Help me wipe it all off, Nate said, wincing as he touched the skin of his head. And get me some painkillers. Then he looked past them. Where's Evelyn? Over here, Carl said. She saved you. What? Me and Sophie were asleep. We only woke up when Evelyn blew that thing's head off. If she hadn't woken up, you'd be dead now, and like as not, so would all of us. Sophie touched Nate's shoulder gently. When we woke up, she was unconscious again. She still had hold of her revolver. How is that possible? Don't worry about it, Dad. As soon as day comes, we're going to get on the road again. I just want to rest, Soph. She squeezed him. I know, but where there's one of those things, there are probably more. We need to get out of here. It's the same one that attacked Chester, Nate said. He felt utterly certain about that, though he knew there was no sense to it. You can't know that. Nate shrugged. I do know it. Can't say how, but that's the creature that was in the shed. And it's followed us? Yeah. Sounds like wishful thinking to me, Carl said. I'd be a whole lot happier if that was the only one for sure, but that'd be too much to ask for, I reckon. Nate sighed as finally the pain in his head eased a little. Yeah. But what's the worst option? That there's plenty of them, and that once they identify their prey, they track it for miles. Imagine the worst, and assume that's what this world is going to throw at you. You be optimistic if you like, but me, I'm going to assume the worst. I'm never going to be disappointed then, am I? He relaxed as Sophie came to sit beside him, the crackling of the burning books masking the fluttering of leathery wings beyond the fires. Despite the pain in his head and arms, he relished her proximity. She wasn't a tactile person, not at all, but right now she wanted to be close to him, and that was worth tolerating a little pain for. How did Evelyn do it? He said as she leaned against his shoulder. I didn't give her a dose of the sleeping meds, Sophie said. She was unconscious when we went to sleep. He looked down at her, but she refused eye contact. Nate was angry that Evelyn had been left unprotected while the others slept, but what was Sophie supposed to do? Try to wake her up, just so she could give her the meds to keep her asleep. Not that they'd worked for him. "I don't understand why I woke up though," he said, settling back against a bookshelf. "We'd be dead now if you hadn't." He shivered at the undeniable truth of it. If he'd been asleep when the creature had broken in, then it could have killed them all before any of them put up resistance. But why hadn't the drugs worked for him? He was no medical expert, so perhaps it was nothing more than the variability of any drug. But it would have been deadly if it hadn't been for the UV lamp. He intended to stay awake until daylight sent the squid scampering away into whatever pit of hell they inhabited during the day. But within minutes he'd fallen asleep, leaning against his daughter. Nate snorted as he awoke, light leaking in from the long, narrow window opposite to illuminate the carnage inside the library. "Sorry, Dad, but my arm had gone dead." "Oh, your poor hair." He sucked in a deep lungful and yawned, then winced as she touched a sore. But it didn't feel like an acid burn, not quite. There was something about the thing's biology that was mildly caustic. Whatever it was, it'd have to wait. "Look at this thing," Carl said. Nate looked over to see him kneeling beside the dark, unmoving form of the thing that had attacked him the previous night. He crawled over to crouch beside Carl. "I don't think that's a rabid dog. It's like Predator's pet dog." After it had been hit by a truck. Truth to tell, it didn't look much like a dog or wolf or anything that had evolved on this planet. Its body was segmented, with a head dominated by a huge jaw, set on a body that contained 4 clawed arms and a long fleshy tail with another 3 pincered hand. That had been what he'd seen searching along the wall. Above the rows of teeth were 3 eyes giving 180-degree vision. There was something acutely arachnoid about them. And come to think of it, the body with its dark exoskeleton and the fleshy luminescent tail reminded him of an evolved 4-legged scorpion. The kind of horror that haunts the darkest, most primal of nightmares. Only the mouth looked out of place. It was more shark-like than anything else, with 3 rows of needle-sharp teeth that were the only thing about these things that reminded him especially of the squid. These creatures represented 2 lineages of an alien ecology, both equally lethal to the soft-bodied inhabitants of this world. But the scorpions didn't hide from UV. Gritting his teeth, he examined the back, dark, shiny, and pitted with shallow indentations, and then his gaze took in the holes created by their weapons. His Glock had taken a chunk out of the tail, but that was all the hurt it had caused the creature. Evelyn's revolver had hit 3 times, twice around the head and once at the base of the tail. Blue-green ooze trickled out of this last wound, forming a pool around the body. "That's what killed it," he said, pointing. "I guess that's where its brain is." So it had been the final shot, the one that had been fired as Evelyn had begun to lose consciousness again, that had, by sheer luck, struck gold. "It comes from the same world as the squid," Sophie said, gently running her fingers over the carapace. "You can see similarities, even though they're very different animals." "What do you mean?" Nate asked. "I keep thinking about the Cambrian period." "Don't we all?" Nate said with a smile. Then he grimaced as he realized he'd interrupted her train of thought. "Sorry. Tell me about the Cambrian period," he said as he rubbed at his sore head and another clump of hair came loose. She shrugged. "I don't know that much about it, but it was when the first animals like the squid and these, what shall we call them? Scorpions. It's as good as any name. Well, it was during the Cambrian that arthropods like this," she said, gesturing at the monster on the floor, "and cephalopods like our squid evolved." "So that's what you think they are?" She shook her head. "No. But they're similar. They're how I imagine life could have developed if it had taken a different route. There have been many extinction events. Like the one that killed off the dinosaurs," Nate said. He sometimes felt that Sophie was so smart he couldn't contribute much when she was talking, but he knew about the end of T-Rex. She nodded indulgently. "Yes, exactly. But there were several events during and following the Cambrian. If any of them hadn't happened or had turned out a little differently, who knows how life would have developed." Carl came to sit beside her. "You think they've been here all along?" "Maybe. Where have they been then? All this time? And why come out now?" She smiled at him, like a teacher trying to encourage a particularly thick pupil. "Exactly. It doesn't seem likely, does it? But what's the alternative?" "The lab I told you about," Nate said. "Have you forgotten?" Huh, I thought it was a plot from Stargate SG-1, Carl said. Nate scowled at the idiot, but Sophie put her hand up to silence them both. So far, it seems to me the three candidate explanations on the table are number 1, alien invasion, number 2, dimensional rift, and number 3, creatures from a lost and forgotten past. Frankly, I don't like any of them. All we can do for now is learn what we can. We've discovered that these scorpions have a weak spot at the base of their tail. That's good. Nate grunted. Not much of an Achilles heel, is it? I guess we've got to be grateful for small mercies. Dad, we've got to be glad to be alive this morning. If you hadn't woken up, then Evelyn, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But if we think Mayor Chambers' claims have any credibility and there's some kind of, I don't know, rift formed, then it makes sense that the farther west we travel, the more we'll see. Which makes me want to get to Mom as soon as we can. Nate squeezed her hand. I hear you. We're heading west, but first we've got to get some help for Evelyn. Like you said, if she hadn't woken up last night, we'd all be dead now. She shook her head, eyes cast down to her feet. What are you thinking? He asked, recognizing her body language. Whatever it was, she wouldn't rest until she'd gotten it out. Look, don't hate me, okay? Never. She wrapped her hand around his. Evelyn's going to die. It's sad, but there's nothing we can do about it. If we waste time in Denver, we delay getting to Mom. We don't leave our friends behind, Soph. Sure we do. It's just that they usually die first. He had no intention of setting foot into this minefield without a map or a blast vest. Sophie was a bona fide genius, but she was also naive and lacking in empathy. He was not going to make the point that the chances of her mom still being alive were at least as slim as the odds of Evelyn surviving. So he nodded and looked into her brown wide eyes. We don't leave our friends behind, Soph. And you'd feel the same way if it was Carl. Checkmate. Boy, had he walked into that one. He held her gaze as the gears of his mind turned. His immediate reaction was to deny that they were equivalent, but from Sophie's point of view, Carl was by far the more important. Time for a well-intentioned lie. Yes. If Carl and Evelyn swapped places, he said, trying to hide the fact that he wished it had been so, then we'd be heading to Denver to get treatment for him right now. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at him, as if she were trying to read his mind and divine the truth. But in the end, she nodded, seeming to accept him at his word. And he felt like a total shit. But Evelyn had to be given a chance, and if he had to lie to get her to help, then so be it. So let's get the car loaded. We need to find you a hat, and I'm going to grab some natural history books. Then it's time to hit the road. Chapter 10. As they neared Denver on I-70, they saw more and more evidence that there was someone in charge. The vehicles had been cleared from the road, and so the Land Rover had made faster progress than during any other stage of the journey, and they'd passed groups of people walking along the road, clutching their possessions. It was Carl's turn to drive, so Nate sat in the passenger seat, leaning against the window and watching the people they passed. Most ignored them, but occasionally one would try to flag them down. Nate shook his head as he contemplated how he'd accused Sophie of lacking empathy toward Evelyn, when he was simply watching these people pass by. There was no way they were going to stop for any reason. And then, finally, they hit the end of a line of cars. It was short enough with only 5 ahead of them, but Nate's hope crumbled as he watched the soldiers interacting with the occupants before, finally, waving them toward a holding area. Nate watched the soldiers as they made their way down the line. He was no expert, but they looked professional enough, with regular uniforms and tin hats with dark glasses, and flak vests protecting their chests. He counted at least 20 in the squad dealing with new arrivals. A barrier had been concreted into the highway, and the rest of the road had been blocked with turned-over cars, so the only way past was through the blockade. As the car in front turned to the side, Carl moved the Land Rover slowly forward. Nate wound his window down, straightened his cap, and smiled at the face looking in. To his surprise, it was a woman, but he immediately knew that it would be foolish to try his usual tactics on a member of the opposite sex. It's not as if they often worked at the best of times. "What's your business here?" she said, holding a pen and pad. She wore a bored expression, as if she'd heard it all before. "We're traveling to Denver. Our friend is sick." "Sick how?" She was shot. "We're looking for treatment." The soldier peered into the darkness of the back seat where Evelyn sat unconscious, leaning on Sophie's shoulder. "We can't help you." Move along. She stood up, stepped back, and went to move on to the next vehicle. Hold on, she needs help. We were told there's a government here. The soldier sighed. I'm sorry, but Denver is not accepting any refugees, unless any of you is from a reserved occupation. Carl's a soldier, and my daughter's a bona fide genius. We don't need any more soldiers or smart asses. What do? Nate sighed. Oh, nothing. I was a musician. The soldier came closer again, taking off her sunglasses and looking at him. I thought there was something familiar about you. You're English, aren't you? Not take that, though. We were called Union Beat. She smiled as if enjoying the memory. Ah, yes. Your singer died, didn't he? In a hotel pool? Nodding, Nate tried to keep his emotions under control. Even after 15 years and an apocalypse, the thing people remembered when they recognized him was Alfie effing Turner. Well, I'm sorry, but we don't need washed-up pop stars in Denver. If any of you was a medical doctor or scientist, then maybe. I told you, my daughter's a genius. She shook her head. How old is she? 15. I'm sorry, but we need people with experience. We can't let everyone in. We're full to the brim. Best I can do is let you park up, stay safe for the night, and then be on your way tomorrow. Nate ground his teeth. I want to speak to your superior officer. No, you really don't, she said, her face tightening. Now move along. I've got plenty more people to disappoint before I clock off. Before Nate could say anything more, Carl turned the car in the direction she was pointing and parked in a makeshift holding area. Above them, Nate could see floodlights had been set up, powered by generators. Beyond the parking lot, a tent city stretched as far as he could see, people moving back and forth, wrapped up against the cold. Many gathered around large braziers from where came the aroma of cooking food. A hand slapped a sticker on the windscreen. What's this? Nate said as he got out of the car, breath misting in the cold air. The sticker had today's date on it, and the man who'd put it there shrugged. Though he wore a military uniform, he had none of the professionalism of the female soldier who'd refused them entry. His boots were dirty and his face unshaven. Says you can stay here the night, but you gotta be gone tomorrow, unless you're given permission to stay. In Denver? I don't understand. In the tent city. No one gets into Denver, this is the next best thing. Nate looked again at the refugee camp. Why do people stay here? Where else they gonna go? They heard tell that Denver's the place to be, then they got here and guess what, the gates closed. Unless you're a medical doctor or a nuclear physicist. So they bed down here where there's fuel and the UV lights. He pointed up to the floodlights. Where does the fuel for the generators come from? Oh, we get given it. Long as we keep folks out here in line. That's the deal. Hey, you guys should join us. Best place to be, my friend. Better than the open road, that's for sure. Nate looked over at the tents and the people huddling next to the braziers. Why don't they just use the houses and apartments in the city? The man's face darkened. They belong to the mayor. We can have the streets, that's all. Jesus, that's inhuman. Now you listen to me, friend, the man said, leaning in and speaking in a hoarse whisper. The folks here know they're better off in a cold tent than out on the road. We're not rocking the boat, right? Nate regarded the man for a moment, then nodded. He guessed they both knew why the authorities in Denver didn't allow people to inhabit the houses and apartments, even those outside the perimeter. This mayor, whoever he was, didn't want a bigger population outside his authority than he had in the area under his governance. Because if there's enough of them, they might try to get inside. But if that were the case, why not just move people on? Why let them settle at all? Tell me about the mayor, Nate said. He reached into the car and pulled out a ration pack. Please. The man's eyes lit up as he examined the food. So they might not be starving here, but they were still happy to see army rations. Sure, why not? Ain't no secret. His name's Pierce, and word is he's a good man for a politician. Never met him myself, of course. Carl got out of the car and came around the front, rubbing at his backside. He nodded at Nate. Sophie's getting antsy. What's going on? You military? I was. Specialist Carl Novak, 89th Eagle Division. You a grunt? The man's smile widened. Nah. Just local militia. Aiden O'Reilly. Used to work in the fire service. He put out a hand and Carl took it, followed by Nate. So this mayor, is he the boss man? Carl asked. O'Reilly nodded, but tilted his head doubtfully. Officially, yeah. But I guess the real power is the one with the gun. That's Colonel Hayes. Tough as a bag of nails. How do we get to see him? Nate said. O'Reilly counted on his fingers. First, you don't. And second, Hayes is a woman. Biggest ballbuster I've ever seen. Take it from me, fellas, make yourselves scarce if she does an inspection. Nate sighed. And they run Denver. No council or joint chiefs. O'Reilly laughed out loud at that. No. There's a chain of command, but it starts and ends with the colonel. And Mayor Pierce, he's got his flunkies, but there's no one but him who calls the shots. Except Hayes, like I said. They turned at the sound of a car door opening, to see Sophie getting out. Now, who have we got here? O'Reilly said. You sure are pretty, darlin'. Nate put himself between O'Reilly and Sophie. That's my daughter. Now back off. O'Reilly's lip curled in a sneer. Okay, Papa Bear. I didn't mean no harm, but you'd be well advised to keep an eye on folks around your daughter. You get me? Oh, don't worry, I do, Nate said, glancing at Carl, who blushed and looked away. Sophie ignored O'Reilly, but kept her eyes fixed on Nate. Evelyn's coming round. Shall I give her some more meds? What's wrong with her? O'Reilly said, peering into the darkness in the back of the car. She's sick. She ain't got the plague. He moved backward, putting more distance between him and them. Nate shook his head. She was shot. The bullets lodged inside her. We were looking for someone who could cut it out. Oh, there's plenty here who could do that. Without killing her. O'Reilly scratched his chin. Now, that's more of a problem. All the good doctors get taken into the city, so unless you want her to be worked on by a horse doctor, I suggest you move along. Get on the road tomorrow and I dunno, you might find someone. Or maybe she'll go ahead and die and save you the bother. Nate spun away from him. Come on, let's get the med kit out, see what she wants. Hey now, no need to take offense, I'm only being realistic. Nate moved around to the back of the car, then opened up the trunk and found the med kit. You know what would be realistic? To give up now. Go lie down and wait for the monsters to come. Or put a bullet through your head. It's all a waste of time, isn't it? I ain't doing that, are you crazy? No, but sometimes I wonder whether we all are. Anyway, as long as Evelyn's still breathing, she's going to get the best possible chance. Well then, you'd best get back on the road tomorrow and hope you find some place, because you'll get no help here, unless, like I say, you just want to put her out of her misery. Nate opened his mouth, but then there was the sudden noise of revving vehicles from the direction they'd driven. O'Reilly immediately ran toward the sound, with Nate, Carl, and Sophie following. A Humvee came skidding and swerving along the freeway, scattering people left and right as they leapt out of its way. Nate came to a halt beside O'Reilly, who was standing behind a barrier as people streamed toward shelter. What's going on? Dunno. It's a patrol coming back, but something must have gone wrong. Geez, they're in a hurry. Nate stepped back as the olive-green Humvee sped past them. The back doors were swaying back and forth with the motion, though Nate couldn't see anyone or anything inside the swiftly moving vehicle. And the roof-mounted machine gun was unmanned, but someone was alive in there because he could hear shots. Then he saw something, and the blood froze in his veins. A red flash. Chapter 11. Give me your weapon, Nate said, putting his hand out. What the hell? O'Reilly said, resisting as Nate tried to tug it from his grip. You need to get yourself out of here. I know what's inside the Humvee. And I know how to stop it. The Humvee slowed, and Nate gave the assault rifle another pull. O'Reilly let it go. What in God's name is that? The rear doors of the Humvee swung open, and a monstrous snout appeared. A snout with a massive tooth-lined maw and a row of spider-like eyes. And behind it reared a dagger-like coiled tail. He could never explain why he did what he did, but Nate strode toward the Humvee even as the people around ran for their lives. Don't forget to disengage the safety, Carl said. And for the first time, Nate was pleased to see the young man. He turned back to glimpse Sophie looking at him. He could see fear there, fear for herself and for him. And he could see pride. Why are we doing this, boss? Because we know how to kill them. More shots came from the interior of the Humvee, and the door swung fully open. Bollocks, Nate said. There's two. Of course there is. But it was too late to back out now. The one that had emerged moved toward them, perceiving their threat. This would have been a good time to have a plan, but Nate was flying on adrenaline and bravado, so they would have to improvise. Somehow they had to get behind it, so they could shoot at the base of the tail. Attract its attention, he called out to Carl. To his credit, the younger man simply nodded. He clearly had more faith in Nate's ability than Nate did himself. Carl stepped forward and the scorpion thing leaped, mouth wide and the pincers on its front two appendages open. Carl fired directly at it, the air full of clamor and fragments of carapace. Then it had him. It had recognized where the threat came from, the metal object in Carl's hand, and one appendage grabbed his assault rifle and snapped it clean through. The tail thrashed, making it impossible to get a clear shot, but then it lifted as if getting ready to strike. Nate squeezed the trigger, as he felt the thrilling power of this death machine. The scorpion's back exploded, shattering the carapace, showering keratin and bodily fluid into the air. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Carl drop to the ground as he was released, and Nate stepped back to avoid the thrashing, dying thing, then dragged Carl out of the way. The other creature emerged into the light. In a front appendage, a dismembered human arm flapped. Nate raised his weapon, frantically trying to work out how he was going to get it to turn around. But it ignored him. Instead, it was entirely focusing on what remained of its companion. It reared up and let out an otherworldly cry of dismay. Then it looked at Nate, and understood that he had been the one that had brought this calamity. He sighted along the assault rifle, and got ready to empty his clip into it, even though he knew that wouldn't be enough to kill it. Not unless it turned around to give him a clear shot at the base of its tail. Then it looked along the road to where the soldiers at the barrier were running toward them, and recognized the threat. Crab-like, it reversed and ran back along the way the Humvee had come, keeping its armored thorax between him and the base of its tail. It knew what he'd done, and as he watched it go, he knew that it would be back. Help. The voice came from inside the Humvee. There was a calmness to it. It was a statement of need. It wasn't asking, it was too exhausted for that. A figure appeared at the far side of the vehicle, having climbed out of the driver's door. He was covered in spatters of drying blood and moved hand over hand, hardly able to stand upright. The newcomer held onto one of the doors as Nate climbed inside. There were two people in here, but one was obviously dead already. A young man in a blood-soaked military uniform, who lay at an unnatural angle and didn't move. The lower part of one arm was gone. Nate concentrated on the second man. He undid the helmet and eased it off, then looked along the man's arm, searching for the source of the blood. Hey, get out of there. Nate twisted round to see one of the barrier guards climbing in. I'm trying to help. Leave it to the medics. As Nate turned to go, the injured man grabbed his arm. You killed it. Yeah. Son of a bitch. He let go, and Nate climbed out and was then shepherded back, away from the Humvee by the guards, while their comrades stood with rifles raised toward the crowd that had re-emerged from the tent city. As the adrenaline rush faded, anger replaced it as Nate checked on Carl. You okay? Yeah. Man, that was close. Did you see what it did to my gun? I did. Stand away, the soldier nearest to them said, waving his gun barrel and indicating for them to join the other civilians. Sophie pushed through and put her arm around Carl, who was unsteady on his feet. You know that they killed the creature, do you? She said, jabbing a finger at the soldier. Without Carl and my dad, they'd all be dead, and those things would be attacking you. The soldier looked at her, then turned away as if she hadn't spoken. I saw, the driver of the Humvee said, the one who'd been leaning on the side of the vehicle. He'd waved away the help offered by the barricade guards, insisting that they focus on his surviving comrade in the back of the vehicle. Or I didn't exactly, but you killed it, I know that much. He gestured at the slumped, shiny black body of the scorpion monster. Then he stepped forward and shook the hands of Nate and Carl. Thanks, fellas. Now I've got to see to my squad, or what remains of it. Stand back. A man with sergeant stripes pushed his way through and gestured with his handgun for Nate and Carl to move back. He saluted the Humvee driver. Sorry, sir. We are securing the area and a medevac. The driver nodded, then stepped toward Nate. He moved in close and lowered his voice. You know about these things? A little, Nate said, sensing an opportunity. Do you have transportation? We have a Land Rover. Sergeant, he said, and the NCO moved smartly to stand in front of him, snapping a salute. Sir. These men are to be admitted. But sir, standing orders are. I know what the orders are. These men have vital intelligence. Nate raised his hand. My daughter and our injured friend need to come too. The officer's eyes narrowed. I won't leave without my friend and daughter. You don't speak to the lieutenant like that. It's okay, Sergeant. These people might have intelligence. They can come in on my authority. Back at the barrier, a Humvee waited for it to be lifted, then pulled in beside the half-wrecked one. The soldiers inside jumped out, and their leader nodded at the lieutenant. Glad to see you're okay, he said. What happened? Chavez and me are the only ones who even could be okay, Tom. Got jumped by 2 bogies. I drove back as fast as I could while Chavez and the others tried to deal with them. But if it hadn't been for these 2, I'd be dead anyway. Would have been ripped apart in plain sight before the guards could have gotten to me. The newcomer cast a doubtful eye over Nate, and a somewhat less doubtful eye over Carl, who saluted. The man they'd rescued turned to them. Get your car and follow this Humvee, okay? He then got into the vehicle with a medic. The officer, whose name patch said Goldberg, looked at the 2 of them as they made to get back to the Land Rover. Well done, boys. Thank you, sir, Carl said. If he died, well, I don't know what would have happened. Things would have been a whole lot tougher on the folks out here, that's for sure. Nate said, what's so special about him? That, my friends, is the colonel's son. Prodigal, they call him behind his back. But he's his own man, and he volunteers for dangerous missions like this. If those things had gotten him, she'd have laid waste to the whole of the city. He put out his hand and took Nate's, then Carl's. But that's all off the record and easily denied, you understand. Yes, sir, Carl said. Goldberg nodded to them both. Now get your car. And welcome to Denver. Chapter 12. Dusk was falling as the Land Rover passed through the final checkpoint and reached the center of Denver. As they followed the Humvees through increasingly well-ordered streets, it had been like going back in time, with civilian vehicles moving and people in business suits and coats walking purposefully around. At the final checkpoint, the guards had insisted on thoroughly checking the Land Rover and its passengers. They'd been particularly interested in Evelyn, who'd remained unconscious throughout. They were mainly concerned about disease, however, but had replaced that concern with resignation and disinterest when they realized she'd been shot. They pulled the Land Rover into the parking area outside the state capitol building in the center of Denver. They sat for a moment, wondering what they were supposed to do now, until a face appeared at the window. It was the colonel's son. You'd better stick close to me, he said when the window was wound down. This place is locked down tight, and strangers are apt to be shot on sight. We need to get help for Evelyn, Nate said. The colonel's son sighed, then stood up and shouted to someone out of sight. Medic. Get over here. The sound of running boots, then the rear door opened and a young man looked in. This person is to be taken to the med center and handed over to the chief medical officer for evaluation. Understood? Yes, sir. With the help of a second orderly, Evelyn was manhandled out of the car and onto a trolley. Shall I go with her? Sophie said to Nate. No, you 3 must report with me to the colonel, the officer said. She'll be well cared for, you have my word. But the colonel will want to speak to you. And you're the colonel's son? Nate said, though he didn't know why. Maybe it was because he wasn't feeling sure about anything right now. I'm Lieutenant Ethan Hayes, and I'm grateful to you both, but let me warn you. My mother is a professional officer. She will be grateful that you did what you did, but only to the extent that you rescued men under her command. Officially, anyway. My advice, he said as they climbed out of the car. Don't keep anything from her. You don't get to be a colonel in the United States Army without being smart, and she has the best BS detector of anyone I've ever known. And boy, does she need it. Whatever you think about her, just remember that she's kept this city safe. Got it, Nate said, though he was puzzled. That was a hell of a speech, and entirely unnecessary as far as he was concerned. He'd never met a senior Army officer, but he didn't plan on being anything other than helpful. For now, he was safe, and Evelyn was being tended to. And he was grateful for both. He followed Lieutenant Hayes toward the Capitol building, which reared up ahead of them. Nate had always been impressed by the pride the Americans took in their legislative buildings. In the UK, most city or regional governments were housed in rectangular concrete buildings, whose aim could only have been to suck the soul out of anyone who looked at or worked in them. As they walked into the Capitol, a man came striding out leading with his hand. He was a stocky man in his late 50s, wearing a blue suit and an open collar. "Ethan. Thank God you're okay," he said, grasping the lieutenant's hand and shaking it with apparently genuine warmth. "Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The same can't be said of my team, however." The man's face fell. "I heard. Yes, very sad. So, the rumors are true." Then he noticed Nate, Carl, and Sophie behind Ethan. "Who are these people?" "They killed one of the creatures and drove the other away. I'd be dead now without them." The big beefy hand was thrust into theirs, starting with Nate. "I am Mayor Jonathan Pierce. Thank you for your service to our city." "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Nate Carver, and this is my daughter Sophie Chin and our comrade Carl Novak." "Are you injured?" Pierce said, pointing at the sores covering Nate's head. "I'll survive," Nate responded, not appreciating the reminder. Beyond the mayor, Nate could see men in black suits and their military equivalents, standing with hands crossed in front of their groins, watching the newcomer's every move. The mayor nodded, then turned to the diminutive woman waiting behind him. "This is Colonel Hayes, military commander of this city." The colonel stepped forward and shook hands briskly. Her uniform was perfectly presented, and her gray hair was worn short. She glanced at her son and gave a tiny smile. "Lieutenant, I'm glad to hear you survived, though the operational need for you to be commanding that mission has yet to be demonstrated to me." "Thank you, ma'am. I was on rotation." He gestured at Nate and the others. "I brought these people here because they have intelligence about the creatures. We retrieved the one they killed for our scientists to examine." The mayor stepped forward and patted Ethan on the shoulder and gestured toward an entrance off the central stairs. "Let's discuss this in private. I'll call Victor." They followed the mayor and the colonel through an ornate gilded door and into the largest office Nate had ever seen. On one side of the marble fireplace was the American flag, and on the other the blue and white stripes of the state flag of Colorado. A huge desk dominated the room, but the mayor directed them to a long table which had leather-faced armchairs along each side and a larger one at the head. At the colonel's suggestion, I took over the governor's office. "Took a while to get the stains out of the carpet," he said, an odd half-smile spreading across his face. Frankly, as someone with next to no knowledge of the structure of government in an American state, it would never have occurred to him to ask why the mayor was using this office. But clearly this was a source of defensiveness for him. "I am required to ask whether this meeting is on the record, Mr. Mayor," Colonel Hayes said. "If so, we need to convene a properly constituted quorum." Pierce shook his head and slumped into the chair at the head of the table. "That's okay, Sam. Your devotion to the rule book is noted. But no, this is merely an informal meeting in case we need to take action tonight." "Can I ask a question?" Nate said. He gestured at the fire and at the electric lights. "How do you keep the squid away at night?" Hayes, who'd sat down opposite Nate, said, "You know about ultraviolet, I presume." A tiny bit of Nate was disappointed that they'd worked out the effect of UV. He'd hoped to have it as another bargaining chip, if needed. "Yes. We've got a terrarium lamp with a USB power bank." "Ingenious," Hayes said, raising one eyebrow in a nailed-on impression of Mr. Spock. "But we use fire when we have to. Best approach is to sleep through the night." Hayes nodded. "Yes, of course. Unfortunately, as a military unit, we don't have the luxury of sleeping through the most dangerous period of each day. Not through artificial means in any case." There was a brisk knock on the door, and without waiting for an answer, it opened. A bald head appeared, followed by a short body wearing a dark blue boiler suit and a plain white jacket. "Ah, Victor. Come in. I don't have long. I want to examine the creature." Nate noticed that the man had a pronounced limp and an impatient expression. "You will be interested in the accounts of Lieutenant Hayes and the others here. This man, Pierce said, gesturing at Nate. I'm sorry I've forgotten your names. Nate only just managed to stop his eyes rolling. If there's one skill a politician needs, it's the ability to remember names. I'm Nate. This is Sophie, my daughter, and Carl. The mayor nodded without an ounce of embarrassment. They killed one of these new creatures. Two, actually, Nate said, unable to resist. Though frankly, the first one was by luck. This is Victor Koenig, our lead scientist. Koenig settled into a leather chair, then leaned forward, as if he wanted to have a secret conversation with Nate. You know how to kill them? It is short wavelengths again. He had a relatively gentle Eastern European accent, as if he'd lived in the West for many years. No, they have a weak spot at the base of their tail. The scientist's mouth opened wide, and Nate could almost see the cogs turning. Of course. It is not really a tail, though. It's more like a head, Sophie said, speaking for the first time. Its visual inputs are around the mouth, at the opposite end of the torso, but the other sensory inputs are along what we call the tail. We really shouldn't be surprised that these things have very different body plans. If it looks like a tail, we call it a tail, but it only looks that way to us, based on the ecology we're familiar with. But these things are entirely different. Koenig had frozen, as if surprised. He considered what Sophie had said, then changed seats, waving Lieutenant Hayes away and coming to sit beside her. Fascinating. You are a biologist? I'm 15. You are. Remarkable. What other conclusions have you drawn? Sophie shrugged. Not much more about these creatures, we call them scorpions, but I've been researching the blue-green weed, and I have a theory. Well, more of a hypothesis. Tell me. I think it's more like a fungus than a plant or algae. It forms these huge rafts because it has a mycelial network. Can we return to the point of this meeting? Colonel Hayes said, her voice cutting like a knife through butter. We must decide whether actions are required tonight, or whether it can wait for a full council meeting. And the immediate threat comes from these scorpions. Now, please tell me about this vulnerable area. Sophie shrank back into her chair, immediately sulking. The expression on Victor's face would have made Nate laugh if the attitude of Colonel Hayes hadn't made that entirely inappropriate. It's around the base of the tail, Nate said, drawing air quotes around the last word. I guess, in some ways, it's the equivalent of the neck on a human. The challenge is getting a clear shot of it. What sort of firepower is needed? Nate shrugged. A single shot with a revolver did the job with the first one. Colonel Hayes rubbed her chin, then looked at her son, who nodded before finally glancing at the mayor. Thank you. That is the best news I've had since these things first appeared. I will ensure this intelligence is propagated immediately. She then pointed at the scientist. Dr. Koenig, I will expect a report on my desk within 24 hours. I want to know about this vulnerability, and what the optimum mode of attack is. And I want to know whether there are any implications for Species 1. She got to her feet. Thank you, this meeting is at an end. Nate watched her bustle out, noticing how the mayor relaxed immediately she was gone, as did Lieutenant Hayes. Mayor Pierce smiled when he noticed Nate looking at him. She's a force of nature and no mistake. Maybe that's why we work together so well. Out of the corner of his eye, Nate saw Hayes's face screw up. It might have been nothing more than the natural disdain the military has for its civilian masters, or perhaps Pierce really was as much a bag of hot air as he appeared. I must go, Victor Koenig said, getting stiffly to his feet. On closer inspection, Nate could see that he wasn't as old as he'd first seemed. But then, a wounded leg and the end of the world is likely to add years. Especially to a man who probably never sought a position of responsibility. Miss Eyre, he gestured at Sophie. Sophie Chin. Chinese. My mom's Vietnamese. Ah, I see. Would you assist me? There is much to do, and the colonel does not give enough time. You have first-hand experience of Species 3. Sophie looked at Nate, but before he could speak, Mayor Pierce said, We'll get you assigned quarters. There's not much room, but you'll have a private place to sleep. Can I go, Dad? What could he say? He hadn't seen her this eager and excited since the world had ended. Sure, but don't stay up too late, he said. She rolled her eyes. I'm kidding. I will look after her, Mr. Chin. Carver. She will be safe with me. She can be of great service. Nate hugged his daughter. We'll catch up with you, he said. Now go save the world. Chapter 13. The weirdest thing about that night was the normality of it. The Colorado State Capitol was lit up with electric lights, leaving no shadows for the squid to hide in. When he looked more closely, Nate could see that the bulb had been taken out of every second light fitting, so there was some attention being paid to power consumption. Some, but not much. Superficially, the inside of the Capitol seemed almost normal, with people in dark suits and the occasional military uniform walking around determinedly. But every 10 yards or so stood an ugly steel floodlight, connected to the next one in sequence. The ring of steel that kept the squid away. Lieutenant Hayes had handed Nate and Carl to a functionary at the door to the House of Representatives, and when they'd followed the man inside, they found that the legislative chamber had been turned into a dormitory. The polished wooden desks of the politicians had been used to make 2 solid walls with a path up the middle. You have been assigned billet 55, the man in an army uniform with a clipboard said, gesturing to the left. He took their details and used a handheld label maker to print out name badges that he handed to them. Keep these safe and wear them at all times. Security is strict and punishment severe. He swiveled on his heels and strode away. This way, Carl said, then led Nate through a maze of cubicles made of office partition screens with blankets for doors until they found one numbered 55. This can't be it, Nate said, gesturing at the nearest bed. Somebody lives here. Not anymore, came a voice from the next cubicle. A head popped up over the partition. Eldridge, he got caught by gremlins after dark when his battery ran out, poor bastard. It was a young woman with a Mediterranean skin and the kind of ordinary face that the right person would no doubt find captivating. I'm Harper Alley, she added. Pleased to meet you. Nate Carver, this is Carl Novak. Sorry about your friend. He wasn't my friend. But no one deserves to die like that, do they? Nate rubbed the back of his neck as he looked up at her. Why don't you come round? He got the distinct impression that she wasn't going to leave them be. Moments later, she'd pushed the blanket that passed for a door back and sat on the bed. So, what are you guys here for? She spoke mainly to Nate, but she glanced often at Carl, a man who, after all, at least didn't have an injured head and was much easier on the eye. We helped out a patrol. They had an infestation problem, Nate said. He was trying too hard, and he knew it. He'd been around enough middle-aged men to recognize the motivation behind his pathetic attempt at humor. He'd left the goal wide open, and Carl put the ball in the back of the net. We've killed 2 scorpions, and your patrol was having some trouble, so we helped out. Nate's eyes narrowed, and he shook his head ever so slightly. Carl had, in fact, had nothing much to do with either kill. Except as bait. Scorpions? Is that species 3? I dunno. We call them scorpions because they look a bit like them. And you gotta watch their tails. You seen them? Her eyes wide, she shook her head. I've heard about them, but nothing official. It's all scuttlebutt. No one tells us anything. You're not a soldier, Nate said. She shook her head. Nurse. I was in training when it happened, she said, raising her hands as if to represent the invasion. But I got fully qualified that night. Or as qualified as I'll ever be. We came in with our friend, she had a bullet wound. Do you know where she would be taken? Her face darkened as she nodded. I was just going off duty when she came in. Bullet still inside her. Right. Yeah. Harper shook her head sadly. I've seen enough wounds like that. I mean, haven't we got enough against us without shooting each other? You're preaching to the choir. She wiped her eyes as if suddenly exhausted. What have you seen out there? You've traveled. Yeah, from Chicago. Really? That's amazing. What's it like? Chicago. Dead. Denver's the first place we've come to where there's any kind of government. Country's a mess. You've been here all along. Harper nodded. I live here. I worked at St. Luke's. I slept through the first night, woke up to this. Been surviving ever since. Surviving and helping. How can we find out about our friend? Carl asked. It'll have to wait until the morning. No one moves at night unless they have to, and believe me, the sentries won't let you leave the Capitol. Nate sat down on the other cot and began rolling up the clothes of the previous occupant, while Carl went to sit beside Harper with his head in his hands. "There's a collection point," she said as Nate put the last of the clothes in a black bag. "They'll be redistributed. Nothing goes to waste." "Except people," he said, flopping down with a sigh. He looked across at the pile of clothes and shook his head. This was all that remained of a human life. Decades of lived experience all gone, along with the hopes and expectations of a future. A shared future for most. "Try not to let it get to you," Harper said. "Plenty of people do, but if you think too much about it, you'll give up, and that means they win, don't they?" Nate pulled off his cap and rubbed at what remained of his hair. "They've won already. It's really just a case of how long we keep ourselves from admitting it. But I need to see my friend and get my head shaved." Most of his hair had dropped out, but there were still patches where it clung on, so he looked as though he had a bad case of alopecia when he took his cap off. Now he felt as though he needed to have it all removed, almost as if it was a ritual cleansing. The sooner, the better. "If you want my advice, you'll get some shut-eye. This is as quiet as this place gets. You're safe here, and you'll be busy tomorrow." "How do you know?" Carl said. She smiled at that. "Because no one rates a berth in here if they're not contributing something. Welcome to the fight, my new friends." Nate awoke to the ringing of a bell, rolling over and only stopping himself from falling out of bed because the cot was so low, his fingers hit the floor first. He sat up as Carl yawned before getting to his feet. The makeshift bedroom smelled exactly like you'd expect of a small room shared by two men who hadn't showered in days. Nate tried hard not to resent the son of a bitch for his 20-year-old tendons as he sprang up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. There was no sign of Sophie, and Nate felt a jolt of adrenaline. Where was she? Why had he allowed her to go with that scientist? On the other hand, what right did he have to stop her just because it made him uncomfortable? All these thoughts tumbled through his head as he came around. "Morning," Harper said, sweeping the door blanket back and standing there with more energy than was natural. "Do you want to come with me and find your friend? We can go get some breakfast first." Carl was there like a puppy begging for a walk, but it took Nate a little longer to get his boots on. "Where's the bog?" he said, cursing his middle-aged bladder. "The bathroom. The head. We'll pass them on the way." He followed her out of their cubicle and through the maze of similar units, until they arrived back at the main corridor of the Capitol's first floor. "Bathrooms are here. You might want to, just do what you have to for now, then come back later when it's a bit quieter. You know, for a shower." He completely failed to hide his surprise and delight. Showers? Good grief, how long had it been? Not with hot water. Of course. Why else do you think we set up here? Frankly, he'd assumed it was because of its symbolic value as the seat of government. And security would be pretty good. Maybe not. Maybe it was because it had independent power, and that meant hot showers. Maybe he'd underestimated Mayor Pierce. He clearly understood the importance of morale. Nate emerged from the bathroom much relieved and ready for something to eat. But surprisingly, Harper led them through the front door and out into the cold morning air. He hadn't paid much attention when they'd arrived, but now he could see that what had been some sort of formal park next to the Capitol was now covered with canvas marquees, and people were constantly going in and out. One of the largest tents was right next to the main building, and clouds of steam or smoke emerged into the cold air. "There's a mess hall inside the Capitol," Harper said as she led them confidently toward the line emerging from the marquee. "But that's just for the colonel and her officers and the mayor's people. The rest of us have to line up out in the cold. It's good food, though. I mean, I guess it should be. They reckon 95% of the population died over the first couple of days, so there's plenty of provisions for now." The expression on Nate's face must have told its own story because she sighed, then said, "I'm sorry. It feels like we haven't stopped or had time to think since it happened. I can't get my head around it. And it's still going on. I mean, I'd ask if you lost anyone in the apocalypse, but I know the better question is whether anyone you knew survived. My God, even if the aliens, or whatever they are, vanished tomorrow, how would people live with themselves? We've lost everything already." It was like listening to a stream of consciousness from an addled mind. "I'm so sorry," Nate said, opening his arms and holding her as they both sobbed. "Let's just get through today, shall we? See what tomorrow brings." It was cliched advice for sure, but no less valid for that. A hand patted his shoulder, and he turned to see Carl wiping away tears and sniffing. "Come on, boss. Let's get something to eat." Everything's better on a full stomach. Nate smiled at Carl and smoothed away the hair that had stuck to Harper's face. Yeah, sure. Then we need to check on Sophie and Evelyn. And I need a haircut. Carl nodded. You got it, boss. But first, let's get me some oatmeal. Chapter 14. Nate found Sophie in the basement of the Capitol building. She was hunched over a computer, rubbing her eyes as he finally found her. Jesus, Sophie, have you slept at all? She could barely find the energy to open her eyes, let alone raise her head. This is important, Dad. You don't understand. He sat down next to her, then noticed the black shape sprawled on the floor. Is that the one I shot? Yeah. Unfortunately, you destroyed the structure there, so we can't tell if it's a functional brain. Nate grunted. I'm so sorry, Soph. Perhaps I should have shot it a bit less, but we only had the one gun, you know. She didn't bother responding to his sarcasm, except to pull her face. And you haven't answered my question. Have you had any sleep? She shook her head. Come on then. I'll find you somewhere to crash, but you need a few hours of shut-eye. I can't. We've got to finish this. What's the name? This report. At that moment, Victor Koenig came in carrying 2 cups of coffee. Why are you here? Sophie is assisting me. We have work to do. I told him that, Doctor. She's knackered. She needs to sleep. The report's not going to be worth much if it's written by the half-awake. We have deadline. A couple of hours, Victor. She needs it. You should sleep as well, but Sophie hasn't shut her eyes for 48 hours. Victor ran his hands down his square face, pulling the thinning, close-cropped scalp down. Okay. You are right, of course. 2 hours, then we meet here again, all right. He made this final statement to Sophie herself as she took Nate's arm. Sure. Nate held onto her as she half-slumped on him. There are quarters over there. Room 111. Sleep there. I will be in room 109, opposite. He left her sleeping and headed back outside where he found Carl waiting. We've been assigned to a work party, he said, his displeasure obvious. Have to report at 10:00. We've got time to check on Evelyn then, Nate said as they began making their way toward the city council building that now housed the infirmary. Why the long face? I mean, in particular. Carl shrugged, strode ahead, then slowed again and sighed. I kind of figured they'd find me a place on one of their patrols. I was in the military. As a cook. Carl shrugged. Still. People gotta eat, and I had basic weapons training. And I know how to kill the scorpions. Just be glad you're safe. I don't want to face them again, that's for sure. Take a break, get some rest. Don't reckon there's much chance of that. Just would rather be hunting critters than shoveling the brown stuff. Nate slapped the younger man on the back. I'm sorry you're not going to get to wear a clean uniform and carry an assault rifle, my friend, but I, for one, am happy to be somewhere that I don't have to look over my shoulder all the time or check the shadows. Just for a little while. They climbed up the steps that led to the building, and Nate looked up at the mock Roman columns that supported the portico as they reached the top. It was a statement of power and government, designed for humans and ignored by their new enemies. Harper told me to head left when we get inside, and we'll find it. An even mix of civilians and military personnel were passing through the big doorway in each direction, and it was easy enough to see where the medics were heading. Nate glanced at his mechanical watch. Just after 9. Good. He should have time to check in on Evelyn and run back to see that Sophie had woken up before reporting to the work detail. Soon enough, what had been high-ceilinged offices had become hospital wards filled with beds. Most of the patients had obvious wounds, their limbs, heads, or torsos bound up as they lay silently waiting to heal. There was something odd about the place that Nate couldn't put his finger on. It definitely felt like a military hospital, but there was more to it than that. Maybe it was nothing more than the difference between war and peace. Then he had it. There were no old people. His experience of the NHS had been of casualty departments full of all ages, but regular wards catering mainly for the elderly. Not here. Adrenaline surged as he thought of Evelyn. If this was a hospital for combatants, would she count? He asked the first medic he met, but was simply pointed deeper into the hospital and told to ask at the desk. And it was as he walked toward the desk that he saw her. Evelyn. She lay in a bed attached to no monitors, and her eyes were closed. But she'd been cleaned up and she looked peaceful. Nate gripped her hand, squeezing her cold fingers and feeling no response in return. Ah, good, you know this woman? He looked around to see a young man in light blue scrubs. The man had puffy gray bags under his eyes and looked as though he'd taken one too many stimulants. She's our friend. She killed one of the scorpions. The what? I think you call them species 3. The young man's name badge said Perez, and he arched his eyebrows. She killed one. They've taken out whole patrols. She's a tough cookie, Nate said. He wasn't about to add that it had been a lucky shot when she was losing consciousness. Have you found the bullet? Perez shrugged. Back in the day, we'd have x-rayed her, but power is strictly rationed now. We can see the entry wound, so it's not rocket science to work out that it hit her pelvis. So, what are you going to do? At the moment, we're stabilizing her. Assuming we manage it, then the team will decide on the next step. That's above my pay grade. If you come back later, someone will be able to tell you more. Anger threatened to overwhelm him. He ought to have been used to it. This sort of dispassionate response was typical of the medical profession in his experience. At least it was when they were going through the motions. But there was no point pressing matters with this man. Nate needed to speak to someone more senior. Come on, Nate, Carl said. We've got to report for our work detail, remember? Sure. We'll come back later, he said. Then he looked at the exhausted medic. Thanks. For looking after her. He put out his hand and felt the sweat on the young man's palms, and the way they shook. And get some sleep, okay? What's that? I've got another 12 hours. Haven't slept for 3 days. Nate patted him on the shoulder. In truth, Perez looked as though what he really needed was a hug. And 12 hours of sleep. Come on, boss, Carl said. We gotta check on Sophie. And that finally was enough to bring him round, and he followed Carl back the way they'd come. Flecks of snow fell out of a slate-gray sky as they hurried through the former ornamental gardens. They passed people going the other way, hunched down with their collars up and their heads hidden beneath hats. The air smelled of an impending blizzard, and everyone they saw seemed in a hurry to be out of the weather. Nate stopped at the mess tent, the line having disappeared, and picked up a portion of oatmeal in an aluminum can before heading to the barber station and getting the remaining tufts of hair shaved off. Inside the Capitol again, they headed for the basement, but were stopped by a guard who demanded to see their authorization. After 5 minutes of vain explanation, Carl spotted Dr. Koenig as he walked between offices and called to him. Sophie was in the same room he'd seen her in before, though now she was on the carpet with a pair of calipers measuring the protuberances on the creature's back. Did you get any sleep? Nate asked as he pulled off his cap and ran his hand over his hot, smooth scalp. A bit. Oh, is that oatmeal? Nate smiled, his stomach grumbling as he opened the lid. Yeah. You can't go without food as well as sleep. You don't need to worry about me. I'm your dad. That's what we do. She smiled at that as she got to her feet and pulled up a bar stool, before tucking into her porridge with obvious relish. Have you learned anything new? Nodding, she pointed at the carcass with her spoon. Lots. They're fascinating creatures. But the hiding in plain sight theory is now proven false. What do you mean? She took another mouthful just as Victor came in. Perhaps it was possible for Species 1 to hide in deep ocean, he said as his assistant finished her meal. And even Species 2, what you called the blue-green weed. But Species 3 cannot have hidden all this time. Is impossible. I never liked theory in any case, but now we know it cannot be correct. So 2 hypotheses remain. Either they are aliens from this universe, or aliens from other universe. Me, I think it is first. Sophie scraped the can for the last of the oatmeal, then wiped her face and got down onto the floor. What do you think, Soph? Nate said. Oh, I agree with Dr. Koenig. I mean, at first they look like aliens from some other planet, but then when you look closely, they're clearly from here, or some alternate version of here. Nate got down on his haunches and watched her as she measured the dead creature. How can you be so sure? I told you DNA. What's the chance it would have evolved independently on another world? I mean, something similar, sure, but the DNA of this creature is fundamentally identical to ours. In structure, at least. It contains the same 4 proteins: cytosine, guanine, adenine, and thymine. Your daughter is correct, Mr. Carver. If they were truly alien, we might expect to see some kind of analog of DNA in their biology. Life needs some way of preserving information between generations, and it needs for this to change over time, so the process of evolution can work its magic. But to be identical? No, not possible. So where do they come from if not some other planet? Nate remembered the half-arsed theories of Mayor Chambers back in Skokie, but she was no physicist. Koenig peered over Sophie's shoulder as she continued her measurements. We do not have any theory about that. Not even hypothesis. Just speculation. Did Sophie tell you about the Cavall Institute near Los Angeles? Do you know it? He straightened up and flexed his back. Yes and yes, Cavall is very famous. And who knows? Perhaps what your mayor said is true. But for now, we have creature here. Wherever it came from, it is here now and real. How many? We don't know. But if there are more, we must be prepared. That is why Colonel Hayes needs report. He's telling you to go, Dad. We're busy. And we're gonna be too, Carl said, reaching down and gently stroking Sophie's dark brown hair. We'll catch up with you later, okay? Without looking up at either of them, she nodded. See you. And Nate and Carl left her and the doctor to their alien autopsy. Chapter 15. Carl's mood didn't improve when they found out what work they'd been assigned. Just outside the ring of steel that protected the Capitol and surrounding buildings was the downtown area of Denver, and they joined a work party of around 50, which included a dozen soldiers with assault rifles. They fanned out around the civilians as if they were heading into deepest Benghazi, which freaked Nate out after the semi-normality of the protected quarter. All the workers carried handguns, and Nate had been allowed to pick up his Glock and bring it, but he didn't feel remotely secure given his own incompetence with weapons. The others were more familiar, sure, but it seemed pretty crazy to arm 35 civilians in the hope that they don't shoot each other. Good grief, what was the danger? Other people, it turned out, in the main. Colonel Hayes and Mayor Pierce had re-established control within 48 hours of the apocalypse, but they could only fully protect a small area, and Pierce in particular had resisted any suggestion they should extend it. So many people had been left outside to fend for themselves, both residents of the city that couldn't get inside the protective cordon quickly enough, and those who'd arrived later and evaded the roadblocks only to find themselves shut out. The biggest advantage the residents of the Capital District had was firepower, and that was on display now as the working party made its way along 15th Street to their target, the Sheraton. Okay, listen up, said the sergeant in charge, a blowhard called Lombardi, as they gathered outside the entrance. Most of you know the routine, but for those who don't, our job is to retrieve mattresses and bedclothes. We've cleared the first floor, so now we're going to the second floor. Go into a room, remove the mattress, pillows, and comforter, then bring them down here and pile them in reception. 2 men per mattress. Then we'll carry them back. Anything you want to say? Nate realized he'd been standing there with his mouth wide open as the sergeant talked. Sorry, sir. Do you see any officers here? Nate tried. He really tried. But despite his best efforts, he found his eyes rolling. What a pillock. Sorry, Sergeant. I was just wondering why beds are so important. You tried sleeping on the ground, smartass? Of course he had. In fact, he was willing to bet he'd had to make do in more makeshift conditions than Lombardi. He was willing to bet that, but he wasn't willing to say it. So he said nothing. The sergeant stood with his hands on his hips. We're just following orders, okay? All I know is my lieutenant tells me to fetch beds, so here we are. You got anything better to do? Of course he did, but he wasn't going to say that either. Understood, Sergeant, he said, then stood back and waited. You sure are an ass, Carl said, smiling, as the sergeant led his detachment into the hotel. You wouldn't last 5 minutes in the army. I don't intend to find out, Nate said, falling into line once the reception area was declared safe. Now remember standard procedure, the sergeant said, as they lined up in front of the desk. We are outside the perimeter now, and we could encounter hostiles. My team will do their best to secure the area, but if you come under threat, orders are to shoot first and ask questions later. That understood? There was a chorus of acknowledgement. Mr. English? That okay with you? Nate managed to keep his eyes under control this time. Yes, Sergeant. Only, I know self-protection isn't exactly something you people know much about. I've learned, Sergeant. He really was an arsehole, Nate thought. But he wasn't going to give him anything to poke at. Nate had seen enough bullies to know how they operated. Lombardi paused for a moment, silently daring Nate to give him ammunition, but realized he wasn't going to get a further chance to humiliate Nate, so he spun on his heels and marched toward the stairs. The team of soldiers switched on their barrel-mounted flashlights and burst into the stairwell, disappearing to the thump of boots. As Nate and Carl emerged onto the second floor, well, first floor according to the British way of numbering stories, Nate turned on his flashlight and followed as each pair took the next room until finally he and Carl were waved into theirs. Oh God, Carl said. The room had been occupied on the night the squid came. Nate, who'd gone second, plunged his head into his jacket and retreated into the relatively fresh air of the corridor, then pulled the door closed behind them both. What are you doing? It was Sergeant Lombardi. Nate smelled a setup. Without saying anything, Nate took a deep breath, then opened the door again and ran inside. He got halfway across the room before it occurred to him that this could be one of those hotels with non-opening windows. He said a silent prayer as he reached the far side and grabbed the sliding window, straining against it until mercifully it gave. He thrust his head out of the window and sucked in lungfuls of clean air. Carl appeared next to him and opened the next window until the cold air had driven the worst of the stench out. Nate stood with his back to the window and took in the scene. Two people, the remains of one on the floor at the end of the bed, the other curled up in the corner beside an upturned bucket chair. This one had been a woman, dressed in lilac camisole and shorts, while the other had been naked. An assignation, perhaps. Not the ending they'd imagined. Just need to check the mattress, Carl said, pulling off the comforter and pillows. We're not allowed to take any that are tainted. Nate scowled but joined his comrade in stripping the bed. It looked clean. Neither occupant had been in it when they'd died. Most of the pillows are okay, he said. Come on, let's get going before Lombardi gets on our back. Together, they slid the mattress out of the room. It was king size, so it was heavy, and the air filled with dust as they maneuvered it to the door. Once they'd leaned it against the corridor wall, they went back inside for the pillows. As he stripped them of their cases, Nate stuck his head out of the window and looked down into a central courtyard. Rags on the concrete marked where people had died, either on the night or afterwards. Come on, you lazy sons of bitches. Nate groaned as he gathered up the pillows and made his way back to the corridor. They piled it all up as best they could while the last of the others finished their work. Then they slid the mattresses along the corridor toward the stairs. They waited for their turn at the top of the stairwell, and Nate found himself standing next to an older man who was wiping his brow. You okay? He asked. Yeah. First one's the worst every time. Don't know why. Been doing this a week, should be used to it by now. How many runs are we doing today? The man grunted. Supposed to be 3, but the Sarge always gets us to do one more. Only just got back in time the other night but eased off his rocker, so the next day we were out again. Seems a bit rough, Nate said, watching as the line of mattresses and pillows continued down the stairs. The man waved at his comrade, and they began manhandling their bed to the edge of the stairs. I'm just grateful I'm inside, he said, looking up at Nate. We all have to pull our weight. What about those who can't? The mattress tipped over the first stair and began sliding down. The man didn't respond. Perhaps he didn't hear what Nate had said. Nate helped Carl get their mattress positioned to follow the others, but Nate's mind was preoccupied. It made complete sense that in a post-apocalyptic world, those with fit bodies would be worth more than they had been before. But what about experience and wisdom? Did they count for nothing? What about compassion? What about the ability to put yourself in the shoes of others? Wasn't that what humanity was all about? So many questions and no answers that he could find. In a world with limited resources, priority had to be given to those who could contribute the most, at least in the short term. It would make no sense to give your last scraps of food to someone who couldn't help find more. But follow that thought to its logical conclusion, and you arrive at a dark dystopia. Perhaps they were living in it already. Chapter 16. 3 times they repeated their scavenging, piling the mattresses and bedclothes up in a former office block. As the older man had predicted, Lombardini then gave them his spiel, and guilted them into making one more round trip, even though the sun was already setting. They would just have to move quickly, he said. Then they could enjoy their rations, having achieved something for the community. Fine words indeed. Nate had become increasingly concerned about Arthur, the man he'd first spoken to at the top of the stairwell. He'd guessed Arthur was in his 60s, and his workmate, a 20-something called Mackenzie, was losing patience. So Nate had begun helping Arthur as much as he could, sometimes swapping with him and leaving Carl to manage with only the older man's help. To begin with, Arthur had resisted this, then he'd allowed it, but under protest, now he was just trying to get to the end of the day. They climbed the stairs for the 4th time and emerged onto the 2nd story, Nate gently pushing Arthur up using his shoulder so the others wouldn't notice. He cursed the sergeant for breaking his word and risking all their lives in the process. They had to walk a long way through the corridors to get to untouched rooms, and were close to another set of stairs down. Tomorrow, they would be moving up to the 3rd floor if more mattresses were needed. Mackenzie and Arthur took the penultimate room, while Nate paused at the door, took a deep breath and opened it. He breathed a sigh of relief as he could immediately tell that the room had been empty. There was nothing more than a musty smell. He was just pulling the drapes to make the most of what light remained when quite suddenly the room shook, and with a deafening bang, the corridor filled with debris. "What the hell?" Nate said, searching for Carl. He was behind the door, collapsed on the carpet and covered in dust. But he was alive. Nate helped him up, then looked out of the door into the dust-filled corridor, Carl at his shoulder. From the far end came the sounds of gunfire. Nate grabbed Carl and pulled him back inside the room, shutting the door. "What are you doing?" "Just wait and listen." In his mind's eye, he saw the stairwell that was only a few doors from this room. The gunshots sounded as though they'd come from farther along, but that didn't mean their attackers couldn't come from 2 directions at once. Sure enough, there was the sound of the fire door being thrust back, and booted feet thudding along the corridor. Nate and Carl shrank into the shadows and listened, praying that the attackers wouldn't check this room. More gunfire. This time close. Very close. "Hold your fire and surrender your weapons." The voice was outside this room, but it wasn't talking to them. It was shouting along the corridor. "You sons of bitches." It was Lombardi's voice. So he'd survived so far. Figured. And now he was the chief negotiator. Excellent. "We outnumber and outgun you," the unfamiliar voice said. "Drop your weapons and you will be allowed to leave. That wasn't the only room rigged to blow. We could kill you all, but I don't want to waste the explosives." "You're bluffing." A few seconds of silence, then another explosion, this time farther away. Yeah, Lombardi was exactly who you'd want negotiating with terrorists. "Now, I want your leader to come out with his hands up. You know the drill." "Why should I? You'll just shoot me like a dog." The voice laughed at that. "Why would I do that? I simply want your surrender, and for you to order your men to disarm. I've shown you that if I wanted, I could blow you all to kingdom come. Thank you, by the way, for coming back. You gave us just enough time to finish rigging up the rooms before dark. Now, do you surrender? Or shall I detonate another charge?" There was silence, and Nate found himself praying that Lombardi wasn't stupid enough to try anything crazy. The terrorists held all the cards, so there was only one thing a sensible leader would do. "I surrender." "I didn't hear, speak up." "I surrender," Lombardi said, louder and making no effort to hide his bitterness. "Come out then." Nate had heard enough now to know that the speaker was farther along the corridor, somewhere near the room Arthur and Mackenzie had gone into. So, Lombardi would by now be walking toward them. "Good," the voice said, obviously delighted. Lombardi yelled as boots ran toward him, and he was presumably searched. Nate pressed his ear against the door, trying to make out what was going in the corridor. They were coming closer, that much he could tell for sure. His hand cramped as he realized he'd been gripping his Glock, his tension having nowhere else to go. Waving Carl back, Nate settled into the shadows, clutching the weapon to his jaw. He could just about make out a little of the corridor as he looked through the crack where the door didn't quite fit the jamb. He got an impression of movement in the crowded space outside his room, though he couldn't make out anything more definite. The voice of the enemy commander spoke again, inaudibly this time, before Lombardi said, his tone a mixture of fear and anger. "To hell with you." Nate heard the unmistakable ratchet of a safety being disengaged theatrically. Order them to put their weapons down or you die, and so will they. 1. More sounds of struggle swiftly subdued. 2. Now Lombardi grunted and made a groaning sound as if he was waiting for the fatal shot. Nate braced himself. There was nothing he could do, and frankly, he wasn't inclined to try. Lombardi was a son of a bitch and not worth a vain attempt at rescue. Someone didn't get the memo. 3. The sound of the next room's door opening and smacking against the wall. Gunshots. Arthur. Nate, Carl barked. But Nate had grabbed the handle and pulled the door open as the corridor exploded into chaos. Lombardi was right there, and Nate swung his arm, pistol whipping the nearest guard, who fell to the floor, freeing the sergeant, who spun around, saw it was Nate, then grabbed his rescuer's weapon and began unleashing in the confined space. The muzzle of a rifle swung in Nate's direction, so he grabbed it and tried to yank it out of his opponent's grip. The weapon lurched, spilling hot lead into the darkness of the room beyond. Then, as he spun around, the wall behind him exploded. The clip emptied, and Nate took that opportunity to shove hard at the rifle, driving it back across the corridor as gunshots erupted all around. He thrust the rifle into the ribs of his attacker, winding him, but he saw the flash of a handgun being drawn and pointed at him. Then there was the deafening cacophony of a shot being fired right beside him, and his attacker fell away. A hand yanked Nate's shoulder, pulling him back into the cover of the room. He lost his footing and fell onto the bed, and Carl was firing into the corridor. By the time Nate had gotten to his feet again, it was all over, the gunfire replaced by shouting and the moaning of the wounded. Nate walked into the corridor, and Lombardi, red-faced and panting, turned around and put out his hand. Thanks for the assist. But Nate was looking beyond him to where a figure lay crumpled on the floor, blood soaking into the rubble-strewn carpet. Arthur, he groaned, kneeling beside the older man. He touched the skin of Arthur's face, feeling the lifelessness, all the animation gone. Lombardi put his hand on Nate's shoulder. You knew him. Met him today for the first time. He saved us, Lombardi said. Thought he was a slacker, but I guess I was wrong. Like I was wrong about you. Nate looked up to see Mackenzie emerging from the room he and Arthur had been working in. He didn't tell me nothing. Getting to his feet, Nate looked into the young man's eyes and saw terror there. Arthur was 10 times the man you are. Maybe he couldn't shift a mattress as quickly as you, but he knew what he had to do, whatever the cost. He knew he was being hypocritical. 20 years ago, he'd probably have been just as craven and judgmental as Mackenzie. But the 40-year-old Nate Carver was a better man. Just not as good as Arthur. Who were they? The ones that attacked us? Lombardi shrugged. Scum. They nearly took you out, though, Nate said. For a moment, Lombardi jabbed a pointing finger at Nate. Then he relaxed. Yeah. The old boy here shot their leader, and they fell apart. Most of them ran for it, but we'd better get ourselves out of here in case they really did booby-trap more rooms. Let's get our wounded and dead back to the compound. Nate nodded and went to help Mackenzie with Arthur's body, but Lombardi gripped the top of his arm and pulled him back. I owe you one, he said. But try to undermine me in front of my men again, and I'll put a bullet in your skull. Am I 100% crystal clear? Nate ignored him, tearing his arm from Lombardi's grip as he lifted Arthur. Message received loud and clear. The sergeant wasn't the kind of man who took well to being in anyone's debt, especially a civilian. Nate would have to watch his back. Accidents could happen after all. Chapter 17. Nate let go of Arthur's feet, then stood up and rubbed his back. They'd made it inside the security cordon just as night had fallen. The sentries sheltering in their UV booths waved them through as they followed the survivors of the attack to the muster point beneath its bright lights. The makeshift morgue was as silent as a tomb, and they'd been directed to a slab where the body could remain until sun-up, when hopefully it would be dealt with respectfully. You okay? Carl said as Nate joined him in the mess hall. Nate nodded. I could do with some sleep and a shower. Poor dude. Yeah. Why do you think he did it? He must have known he'd be cut down. Nate grunted. He'd been thinking about exactly this as he and Mackenzie had manhandled the corpse back. It was one thing to take a chance as Nate had done, but quite another to commit suicide. Maybe that's what it was, in fact. A way to end the misery. I don't think he expected to live much longer, whatever happened. I guess he decided going out like a hero was better than dropping dead from a heart attack. Lombardi was pushing too hard. Just one more trip, that was what he said every day. In the end, it nearly got him killed. It's a shame, Carl said. Arthur was a good man. Hard worker. Wish he'd survived. Nate put his hand up, eyes sweeping left and right. The mess hall was noisy with people talking and eating, but you never could tell. Keep it quiet. And anyway, I think maybe the sergeant is better suited to this new nightmare than a kind soul like Arthur. In fairness to Lombardi, he'd at least given them a mess credit each, which was good for a free hot meal. So Nate was feeling a little more positive toward the sergeant as they reached the head of the line. There was no choice, but the hot beef stew was exactly what Nate needed, and his stomach rumbled as he found a quiet table away from the other soldiers for them to eat at. This is amazing, Carl said, his delight obvious. Oh, I miss army food. Was this the kind of thing you made? You were a chef, weren't you? Carl nodded as his cheeks puffed out, giving him a chipmunk-like appearance. He swallowed while Nate savored the rich flavor and jabbed a finger at his bowl. I never made nothing like this. Maybe you appreciate it more, given current circumstances. Sure. I was a burger and steak man. Grew up in Texas. But man, this is good. Nate smiled. Well, I suggest you slow down a little. I don't think Lombardi's credit is good for seconds. What do we do now? I mean, we can't stay here for the night, can we? Nate chewed on a chunk of beef, rolling his eyes in delight. I want to get out of here. Need to check on Sophie and Evelyn. And he said, leaning in close across the metal table, I'll be happier sleeping in my own bed. Yeah. We'd better get a move on then. They turn off the outside lights after dark. How long have we got? Relax, boss. A warning bell goes off 10 minutes before. Their meals finished, they stacked the aluminum plates and headed toward the exit. Through the front door, they could see an avenue of floodlights that linked the makeshift army camp with the hospital and beyond the Capitol. At that moment, a bell went off, and they accelerated through the door and out into the cold night air. Out of the corners of his eyes, Nate could perceive the flapping of leathery wings and the flash of white teeth beyond the safety of the UV-illuminated walkway. He gritted his teeth, nodded to Carl, and they began half walking, half running along the avenue of lights. He cursed himself for not getting a move on earlier, but the stew had been so good, he'd put this off. Idiot. No one else was foolish enough to be out at this time. There was going to be no chance of checking on Evelyn tonight. He thought of the Capitol's bright internal lights even as he heard the skittering that brought death. Carl was moving ahead, now jogging towards safety, but Nate was determined to keep himself calm. There was plenty of time. 10 minutes to cover a distance he could do in 2 at this pace. He knew the creatures were there, just outside the range of the UV lights. Every now and again, one would stray too close and would fall onto the path, sizzling and writhing until, moments later, it went still. He felt like Moses parting the Red Sea, death on either side and above. He looked at Carl's back. How far did he have to go? Surely only yards. Then Carl disappeared into blackness as the lights failed. He yelled into the dark, and Nate broke into a blind run, heading in the direction of the Capitol, at least as far as he could guess. Teeth bit into his hands and face as he ran, flailing at his attackers. Claws ripped at his legs. There was no hope. They overwhelmed him. Then he ran into something hard, something metal, and he fell back beneath a horde of monsters, hitting his head on the asphalt, and blackness took him. Pain. His hands in his face. His lips were torn, and he tasted blood in his mouth. Darkness. Then light. He'd had his arms over his eyes. It was so bright here. Dad. Sophie. Somebody wiped his face, and he winced at the new pain, layered on top of the searing, cutting agony. He's okay, I think. He knew that voice. Harper. It's going to hurt, but there's no sign he got bitten by a poisoned one. Sophie fell against him, and he hugged her even as he lay. He looked to the left and saw Harper and Carl. He was on a table, and he looked beyond them to see ornate wall lamps and oil paintings. The infirmary was out of bounds for the night. What happened? The lights went off early, Carl said, holding up his bandaged hands. I'm sorry, boss, but I couldn't see nothing. I made it inside just as the UV came back on. Thought you were dead. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left you. Nate rolled his head back and forth. No need. It would have been suicide, even worse than Arthur's, because you couldn't have helped. You'd have killed yourself for nothing. He spat the blood in his mouth onto the back of his hand. You'll have to find yourself some new clothes, Harper said, gesturing at him. He levered himself up onto his elbows and looked down. His pants were cut to shreds and his jacket was in tatters. A few more seconds and he'd have been consumed, leaving nothing more than a stain on the path. Good God, but he hurt all over it, especially his arms and legs. We only have ibuprofen or aspirin for the pain, I'm afraid, Harper said. Until the morning, anyway. Why did the lights go out? Harper looked at the floor. I don't know. It's not computer-controlled, so I guess the guy watching the clock made a mistake. Why did they come back on? You screamed. He didn't remember that. That scumbag. Boss Carl said. Lombardi. He did it. Should have let him die. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. Dad, what are you doing? Nate put his hand out and squeezed Sophie's arm. It's okay, Soph. I won't do anything stupid. Not until the morning, anyway. The door hinge creaked, and he felt the people around him tighten. Turning on the table, he saw the diminutive figure of Colonel Hayes stride into the room. For some reason, he noticed above all how perfectly presented she was. It seemed completely incongruous. Don't get up, Mr. Carver. He didn't intend to. She stood and looked him up and down as if appraising a farm animal. I am sorry you were injured. I will investigate what happened. You can start with Sergeant Lombardi. Boss Carl hissed. You were on that work party? I saved the son of a bitch's life. Her eyebrows rose and met in the middle. Ma'am, he added. Sergeant Lombardi's report is due in the morning, but why would he seek to harm you when you helped him? Nate didn't answer. Colonel Hayes was plenty smart enough to know the answer to that question, without any help from him. Tell me about the people outside. What do you mean? They were organized. They had explosives. Who are these people? She shifted uncomfortably. It's to be expected that people on the outside of the cordon will resent those on the inside. That's why the work parties have protection. So, what do you know about the group that attacked us? The colonel shrugged. That is classified. My job is to ensure the safety of the people within the cordon. What about those outside? They're people too, aren't they? He could see the irritation written on her face. She probably wasn't used to being questioned like this. But frankly, he couldn't give a toss right now. He'd been cut to shreds by creatures from another dimension, so respect for a military authority that hadn't as yet shown any signs of striking back against them wasn't high on his priority list. Of course, she managed finally. Do I have to use the lifeboat analogy? He knew what she meant. If a lifeboat can take 12 people, then taking another on board risks killing all 13. But it didn't apply here. You could expand the protected area, surely. She shook her head and adopted a patronizing smile. You recall basic math? Of course, he said, rolling his eyes. Say you have a protected area that's a square with sides of 1 mile each. That's 4 miles in total, 1 square mile. Expand to 2 miles on each side, and you now have to protect 8 miles of border and 4 square miles. Nate grunted. Thanks for the maths lesson. My point is that expanding the protected area requires exponentially more resources to defend. Resources we don't have. So, how do you decide who can be inside the cordon and who is kept outside? The colonel's eyes narrowed, as if she was puzzled by the question. I accept that most of the people within the protected area are here because they were in the right place at the right time. But I can't think of a better way, can you? Given the circumstances. He looked into her eyes, holding her unflinching gaze for a few seconds. That was probably the first truly honest statement she'd made. He didn't think she was a liar by nature, but she was a pragmatist, and even in normal times, complete candor is rarely the best approach. Nate gave a slight nod, and she turned away. Get yourself cleaned up, Mr. Carver, then have your wounds looked at in the morning. I don't have to report for work. She looked over her shoulder at him. I think perhaps you should be reassigned. She gave a tiny smile, and it chilled his heart. Chapter 18. Nate sat and watched as Sophie ate. He could probably have blagged a second meal out of the kitchen, but he had a little more self-respect than that. And Carl was there anyway. Frankly, Sophie's MRE chicken curry looked pretty unappetizing, though his nose told him otherwise. Opposite her, Victor picked at his lentil casserole as if his mind was elsewhere, while Nate and Carl tried to ignore their own lingering hunger. "Did you get your report written in time?" Nate asked as Sophie put down her fork. She looked quizzically at him. Of course. He loved and loathed that about her. She could be sarcastic without trying, or even being aware of it. "And did you learn anything useful from dissecting the one I shot?" "We did," Victor said, even though Nate had asked the question of Sophie. "Though our tools are rudimentary. We need a DNA sequencer to get complete answers." "What would that tell you?" This time, Sophie answered, Victor having returned to his food as if Nate was too stupid to be bothered with. "We want to know where they come from so we can, maybe, predict what we're going to face next." "That's my girl, assume the worst," Nate said with a grim smile. She shrugged. "It's only logical. So far, we've seen 3 species, 2 animal forms, and 1 plant or fungus. There are some similarities between what we call the squid and the scorpions, and a DNA analyzer would allow us to work out how closely they're related and what might come next. And how to kill them." "I'll tell you what I don't get," Carl said. Nate groaned inwardly. Good grief, he knew he was no intellectual giant, but compared to Carl, he was a genius. The last thing they needed was to get bogged down with his idiotic ramblings. "What is it?" Sophie said, reaching out and touching his hand. "Where are they coming from?" "Oh, good grief. Wasn't he listening?" "I mean, I heard talk about another dimension and all," he added, cocking an eye in Nate's direction. "But they gotta come from somewhere in this world, like. See what I mean? One minute the squid weren't here, then they were." "Right." Sophie nodded. "You mean where is the interface between their dimension and ours?" "Yeah." "Liar. You're just trying to keep up and look good to your girlfriend. Or whatever she is to you." "That's what we've been working on," Sophie said. "Dr. Koenig's been correlating all sightings of the scorpions." Victor nodded and grunted in case Sophie stole his thunder. "I have map on my desk, but there is no obvious pattern." He led them back to the basement of the Capitol and into his office. Nate found himself wondering whether Colonel Hayes had been in here. He imagined she'd have a fit if she saw the mess in here. Books, papers, clothes, and other junk littered every surface and the floor. But on the desk, a map had been laid out. It was a tourist map of downtown Denver. Superimposed on top of the garish illustrations were crosses that marked the positions where scorpion attacks had been recorded. "You see, no pattern. Maybe there are many rifts." "Rifts is what we call them." "What else?" "They are dimensional ruptures. At least, this is the working hypothesis. Even though we have no idea what the mechanism is," Sophie added to Victor's obvious annoyance. Nate scratched his chin in a manner he hoped made him look intelligent. "It's a quantum rupture, I think." "Wow, boss." "Mind blown," Carl said, making an exploding gesture with his hands. Sophie, on the other hand, treated Nate to her trademark puzzled expression. This time, he expected, she was working out whether he was serious or being sarcastic. She decided to take him at his word. "It is almost certain that quantum phenomena are integral." Axe. "He is fool. He thinks you just put quantum in front of anything and you have answer." Sophie's face contracted. "Please don't be rude to my father, Victor. He is not a scientist, but he isn't stupid either. He's my dad after all." "I thought you got brains from your mother." "Charming," Nate said. He looked down at the map, touching each of the locations in order. "We were attacked to the east, way off the map. Maybe they're everywhere by now." Victor bobbed his head, though with obvious reluctance. "Duh. Of course. But we think perhaps there's at least one rift relatively nearby." "Why?" Carl asked. "Because there were 2 of them in the attack on the patrol," Nate said. Victor couldn't hide his surprise. "Our investigation, though limited, suggests they are solitary animals. Like tigers or scorpions. Not pack hunters like wolves. So for 2 to be together, perhaps rift is nearby. At least close to patrol when it was attacked." "And this is in the report?" "Yes." Report is mix of what we know, what we conclude, and what we guess. Sophie's head dropped. Nate put his hand on her shoulder and squeezed. And most of it's guesswork. Her shoulders dipped. And now, Mr. Carver, Sophie and I have work to do, so if you don't mind, I think perhaps you should rest before your trip to hospital in morning. Sophie looked apologetically toward Nate, but he smiled and gave her a hug and left the two nerds together. Nate didn't get much sleep that night, and only got what he did because he finally gave in to the medicinal power of the whiskey Carl had scavenged. His head was as sore as hell in the morning, mainly from the scabs that had formed on his torn skin, but also from the liquor. Rolling over, he put his hands on the floor to help lever him to his feet, climbing up with the aid of the bed frame. "Come on, let's get you over to the hospital, get you patched up," Carl said, as Nate wobbled a little and scowled at the perkiness and energy of the younger man. Carl was already dressed. Harper had called in when they'd got back to their sleeping cubicle bearing an armful of military uniform, and Carl had taken the opportunity of having first dibs to swap his torn jacket for a new one. When had Nate stopped giving two hoots about what he looked like? It would be easy to blame the apocalypse, and that had certainly accelerated the process, but he'd taken less and less pride as the years had gone by. Now he was bald as a coot, and his only choice of replacement clothes was military camouflage. The pants were too big and the jacket too small. If Alfie could see him now. He followed Carl and Harper out of the makeshift dormitory, squinting at the daylight flooding in through the open front entrance to the Capitol building. Unlike the previous night, when the street was deserted, now it bustled with both civilians and military personnel moving between the marquees and buildings. They stopped off for some food at the mess tent, then headed to the administrative building, veering left to the makeshift hospital. "I want to see Evelyn," Nate said. "Don't you think you should get yourself seen to first?" Carl responded. But Nate was looking at Harper. "What? Has something happened?" "You'd better ask the doctors," she said, not meeting his gaze. Adrenaline surging through his system, Nate ran ahead of them, pushing his stiff, aching legs to move more quickly, brows creasing as he tried to remember the route through this rat's nest. Then finally, he recognized the long room she'd been in. There was a young man in her bed. He had a blood-soaked dressing on his right arm and was unconscious. Nate grabbed the first nurse that walked by. "Where's the woman who was in this bed?" The nurse shook her head, then pointed at a figure standing across the way, dressed in scrubs and looking at a clipboard. Nate recognized the man, then the name popped into his mind. Perez. The medic turned. Somehow, he looked even more exhausted than the last time. But that wasn't what bothered Nate right now. "Where's Evelyn? The woman who was in this bed yesterday morning?" Perez seemed to struggle to emerge from the brain fog. He looked across to the bed Nate was pointing at, then waved at a nurse who was passing. The nurse, a youngish woman with a harassed appearance, leaned in to whisper. Perez's head bobbed, eyes darting manically between her and Nate as he listened. Then finally she turned and left without a backward look, and Perez moved closer. "I'm sorry. Your friend died yesterday. She never regained consciousness." Shock swamped Nate as he felt his jaw open, mouth drying while Perez continued to speak. "Her wound was too severe. We did all we could." "Did you dig the bullet out?" Carl said. Perez shook his head. "She was never strong enough for us to operate." "So you just let her die?" Nate said, unable to quite believe his own words. He'd known from the moment she was shot that her chances of survival were objectively slim, but he'd gotten used to beating the odds, and he hadn't wanted to countenance her not making it. He'd carried on purely by force of will, believing that if he got her medical attention, she'd survive. Bringing her to a hospital had been all he'd thought about. At that moment, in a way, it became someone else's problem. "Where's her body?" "We have a communal morgue, but chances are she's been buried already. We can't afford the power to refrigerate bodies." "I'm sorry." Nate tilted his head and turned away, feeling Carl's arm wrapping around his shoulder. He looked into the younger man's face and saw the tears running down his cheeks. "Oh man. I never actually. I thought if we got her into hospital, she'd make it. Poor Evie." Nate rubbed his eyes, sweeping away the wetness as the two men staggered back toward the entrance. The disbelief was passing to be replaced with guilt. She had been his only true friend, and he'd let her down. What was the point? If people like Evelyn died, seemingly at random, She'd survived several weeks of an alien invasion, and it had been a stray bullet that had killed her. A random act of violence. And now she was gone, and he had no one. Except Sophie. He suddenly felt desperate to see his daughter. To give her the news. To make sure she was safe. They strode into the bright day, walking down the steps of the administrative building, numb to anyone else even as people turned to look at their sobbing faces. "Boss, you've got to get some help, some attention for your wounds." "I don't want to stay in here," he said. "I'll survive." "Are you Nate Carver?" He stopped in his tracks and looked into the earnest face of a young soldier. "Yeah." "You're to report to Muster Point 2, you and Specialist Novak." "What?" "At the double. They're ready to leave." "To go where?" "Outside. You're going on patrol." Chapter 19. "You're late," was the only greeting he got when he and Carl arrived at the muster point. Nate was too numb to respond, which was just as well. "It's okay, Sergeant Cruz. He's had a rough night." He recognized that voice and looked beyond the barking NCO to see Lieutenant Hayes striding toward him, his eyes traveling up and down, taking in the distraught expression, scars, and ill-fitting uniform. "Look, I'm sorry, okay? You've obviously been through a tough time. I heard about the accident with the lights. But tough times are par for the course now. What am I doing here? You've been assigned to my patrol. We're going back to where we were attacked by Species 3. Why? I thought you'd been briefed. We're trying to locate the source of the incursions." Nate's mind began to emerge from the fugue of grief. "The Colonel's sending you. After what happened last time." Lieutenant Hayes's lips curled in a lopsided grin. "I guess she figures second time's a charm." Good grief, she was a complicated woman for sure. Her relief at seeing her son alive and well had been real enough, or he was no judge at all, and yet she was willing to send him out again to face the same danger. "Why me?" "You're coming along as an armed observer. You are, after all, the only one of us who's killed what do you call them? Scorpion." Hayes leaned in close as he guided Nate toward the waiting Humvee and the squad filling it with offensive equipment. "Sightings are increasing," he said, keeping his voice low. "The Colonel thinks an attack is inevitable, even though they're keeping out of range of our weapons." "Are you serious? You mean they're intelligent?" Hayes grunted. "I'm no scientist, but they seem to be tactical. Like a wolf pack, keeping out of range while they assess our defenses." "But they're insects." "Sort of." "Exactly. Sort of. They attacked our patrols, then one of them got killed by you. Now they're keeping their distance. If we don't find out where they're coming from, they'll overwhelm us when the attack comes." They reached the Humvee. The sergeant had already clambered into the driver's seat, and there was one other soldier in the back. So with Carl, that made 5. And one of them hardly knew one end of a firearm from another. "Is this everyone?" "This is the squad. We can't risk more personnel on a mission like this." "I'm beginning to wonder if you want to come back alive," Nate said. "We won't be caught out again," he said. "And we're pretty heavily armed. Got a roof-mounted M2 and enough grenades to blow a city block apart. Don't worry, I'll bring you back safe and sound, I promise. Now, time to get out of here. You can handle an M4, I know. So take your pick. And take a leak before we go. I don't want to stop out in the open." Nate looked in the direction he was pointing and headed for the TARDIS-shaped portable toilet. He closed his eyes once he was inside and sure his direction was good, focusing on the sounds coming through the plastic of people moving around and talking to each other. It helped keep his attention from the stench of urine, even as it cut through his numbness like smelling salts. Evelyn was dead. He only truly realized how much he'd loved her now that she was gone. She had helped him find Sophie, and they'd formed a kind of weird family group until a stray shot had taken her. When he came out of the plastic cubicle, he could see that the Humvee was ready, and the sergeant was hanging out the driver's window waving impatiently at him to get a move on. Nate increased his pace just a little and climbed in the back, dropping down alongside Lieutenant Hayes, opposite Carl, who had slipped back into an efficiently military attitude and was talking to the officer. Next to Carl sat a young woman whose name was D'Souza, if she was wearing her own uniform and not, as Nate was, that of some poor unfortunate. Their eyes met, but he couldn't bring himself to smile in response to her nod. As the engine started up, Hayes nudged Nate's arm. That's D'Souza. Her first name is Specialist to you. The lieutenant grinned but got no response from Nate. I'm going in the front with Cruz. Follow D'Souza's orders and you'll stand a better chance of coming out of this alive. She'll man the M2 if necessary. He got up, opened the back door and ran around the vehicle, reappearing in the passenger seat. He slapped the sergeant on the shoulder. Let's go. Specialist D'Souza looked across at Carl. You've had military training? I have, Specialist. You know how to handle an M4? Of course. Good, you'll be responsible for protecting this side, she said, indicating over her shoulder with her thumb. I'll handle the other. Remember, we're focusing on the base of their tail. Despite the dead feeling inside, Nate felt his pride being bruised. And what do I do? Try not to shoot any of us, okay? The grenades are in that crate. Pull the pin, lob them out the window. Don't try and throw them from inside. Why? You might miss, and then we'll either have to evacuate and get torn apart by scorpions, or stay here and get blown to pieces. You know I'm the only one who's actually killed a scorpion, don't you? She didn't know, he could see that in her face. You. I assumed it was him. He pointed at Carl. Appearances can be deceptive. Well, you sure look like you came off second best, she said, her attitude turning on a penny as she gestured at his face. He managed a smile. Oh, that was Species 1. The lights went off accidentally last night. That was you. And me, Carl said, holding up his hand with its band-aids. Nate nodded. Don't get me started. She looked closer, as if seeing him clearly for the first time, and pointed at his injured face. Geez, that must have been painful. What's a little pain, he said, shrugging. It's been like that for everyone since the day they came, hasn't it? She looked away, her face grim. Yeah. Sure. Though more for some than others. He wondered if she meant more by that than simply that some people had fared worse than others. But he didn't have the time or energy to find out. So, you were on the working party yesterday? The one that got attacked? Nate grunted. It was a bad day at the office. You can say that again. And then you got assigned to this mission? Man, somebody doesn't like you much. I get that impression. Nate held onto the chair as the Humvee lurched and turned toward the entrance checkpoint. Lieutenant Hayes called into the back. Hate to break up your chat, guys. It's time to find ourselves some aliens. Nate rolled his eyes at the fake bravado of the lieutenant. Unlike the NCO in the driver's seat, the commanding officer was something of a mystery. Nate knew a faker when he saw one. Maybe that was harsh. Hayes wasn't trying to fool anyone except perhaps for himself. Probably, he was the product of an ambitious mother who wished he was something he wasn't. Nate had met plenty of people like that in the music industry. There was a reason why the children of stars very rarely followed in their parents' footsteps. Hayes might have gotten away with it under normal circumstances, forging a quiet career in some administrative department of the Army. But then the apocalypse had forced him into the spotlight. Nate looked at the back of Hayes's head and wondered if the lieutenant would be able to bear the burden. Chapter 20. They passed through 3 checkpoints before they were outside the protected area. The last was the sentry point where they'd tried to get inside 3 days ago, and where Nate had shot the alien. He remembered how happy he'd been that Evelyn was going to get medical treatment. All to no avail. They could have been halfway to Los Angeles by now, if they'd done what he knew at the time made sense. What Father Rodriguez had told them to do. It had been hopeless, and all it had achieved was to delay them. Now, Sophie was trapped in a fragment of a city, working with a scientist to find ways to fight these creatures when she could have been within days of being reunited with her mother. Talking of hopeless delusion. Mai was dead, and it made no sense for Sophie to cling on to the hope that she wasn't. It would be safer for her to remain in Denver, working with Victor, and maybe doing some good. Nate would tell her when they got back from this mission. If they got back. Look alive, Hayes shouted from the back. D'Souza, get up top. Nate turned in his seat, craning his neck to see past her as she stood in the center of the Humvee and opened the hatch. This is close to where we were when we sighted them, Hayes said. Nate hefted the assault rifle, feeling like a fish out of water with the weapon's unfamiliar shape and weight. But this was his only defense against the scorpions, except for the crate of grenades at his feet, and he was even more afraid of them. He watched as Carl flipped open the window on his side, pushed the assault rifle out, and settled into position, sighting along the muzzle. He tried to copy on the opposite side, sandwiching himself between the window and D'Souza's backside. "Don't forget the safety," Carl said without looking at him. "Left side, flip it with your thumb." "Got it. Is this a park?" "Looks like it. Never been to Denver." As the vehicle moved, Nate caught sight of what had once clearly been an ornamental lake. It was now a blue-green mess of choking weed that spilled over the edges onto the paths. Sergeant Cruz kept to the clean asphalt, and Nate saw nothing moving in the cyan alien landscape. There were no cars here, no sign of the people who would normally be enjoying this oasis of beauty in the middle of a city. "Here," Hayes called out, pointing ahead. "Jesus, they're gone. Brown and Hussein, they were on foot. Didn't stand a chance. The scorpions were on us before we knew what was happening. I should have stopped. But they were dead already." 2 patches of black marked where the 2 soldiers had been ambushed, but there was no sign of their bodies. No sign that 2 lives had been snuffed out just here. "Nothing moving, LT. It's like a wasteland," D'Souza said from her position behind the machine gun. "Okay. Take us around the lake, Sergeant." The Humvee followed the lake shore around to the left, skirting the blue-green weed and its tide line of scum. Nate sighted along the muzzle of his rifle, looking for any signs of movement. This lake would have been full of life a couple of months ago. The surface of the water and the air above filled with bird life. Now, as he lifted his gaze to the gray sky, the only sign of life was the occasional black flying speck. Probably crows, pecking at the eye sockets of civilization. Probably crows, but maybe something else entirely. Maybe more than 3 species had invaded and begun colonizing our dimension. Then he saw something. "Lieutenant," he shouted, pointing out across the lake. "Stop," Hayes said, and followed Nate's pointing finger with his binoculars. But Nate didn't need magnification to know what he was looking at. On the shoreline, a single quadrupedal figure stalked in the cyan scum, stopping from time to time, seemingly to sniff at the air. Its tail lifted and moved left to right like a periscope. Then it turned their way and stopped moving. For a moment, it seemed to be looking directly at them, even though Nate knew that its eyes were lower down, above the jaw. And then it began to run toward them. In that instant of recognition, Nate knew how prey feels when it realizes it's been seen. That sense of impending doom, bounding across the blue-green tangle as it skirted the lake. The rational part of his mind insisted that it could have been attracted by anything it sensed, but his inner lizard brain knew with a certainty born out of millions of years of life and death conflict that it was coming for them. "Bogey inbound," Hayes called. D'Souza maintained firing solution, but wait until you can see the base of its tail. Acknowledged, LT. Though I'd like to see anything survive a burst of .50 caliber. "No, you really wouldn't," Nate said. Though in truth, he couldn't see how even a scorpion could survive high-caliber rounds. But then what did he know? Carl got down onto the floor of the Humvee and crawled across until he was aiming out of the same window as Nate, who was concentrating on keeping his hands steady even as his heart thumped in his chest, the rhythm of panic beating in his eardrums. The scorpion passed out of sight as it moved along the bank, and Nate strained to see it reappear through the front window, beyond the head of Lieutenant Hayes. Sergeant Cruz opened his window and leaned out so he could sight down his gun barrel, while Hayes did the same on the other side. "Hold it steady, guys," Hayes shouted. "We've got this." He was talking to himself more than to them, but D'Souza acknowledged from the roof, her legs going rigid as she tracked the monster's movement with the M2. Nate only just stopped himself calling out to her to fire while it was still a way away, but he managed it. She knew what she was doing. Although her training had been based on terrestrial targets and known biology, not the stuff of nightmares. "Fire when ready, D'Souza." "Your call," Hayes said, speaking through the open window even as he kept the assault rifle trained on the scorpion. Moments passed. The creature got closer. It had an odd gait, more like a scuttling crab than a hunting cat or wolf, but that made it even more freakishly terrifying. Nate watched it approach through the laser-clear sight of utter panic, and fought to keep himself from losing his mind entirely. He felt like he was in a scene from some sci-fi movie, and he was one of the Space Marines aiming a totally inadequate weapon at an alien predator. He remembered how those movies turned out for the grunts. Then the air exploded, the Humvee rocking with the vibration and din of the M2. Among all the chaos, D'Souza remained calm and collected, and she fired in small bursts, perhaps with the hope of forcing the thing to turn its flank to them. The pitter-patter of ejected shells fell like rain on the roof. Moments later, Hayes and Cruz began firing, and the thing finally came into view. "Short burst," Carl said to Nate. "Just get it to turn." The Scorpion disappeared behind a cloud of flying chitin. "Hold your fire," Hayes called. In the sudden silence, Nate held his breath, waiting for the first sight of the creature. It was gone. Had the M2 blown it apart after all? They waited. He dared to hope. Then a blood-chilling scream as Cruz disappeared through the window. "Cruz!" Hayes shouted, jumping into the driver's seat and thrusting his rifle out. He fired a burst of rounds. "Where is it?" "Oh my God." This time it was D'Souza. Her legs swung around as if she was trying to target the M2. Her hand swept down, and she pulled her sidearm out of the holster at her hip. She fired a couple of rounds, then her legs went stiff and she yelled. Instinctively, Nate grabbed her hips and pulled her down while Carl took a hold of the hatch and pulled it closed. Something was trapped in the hatch, stopping it from locking. Something that writhed as if in agony. Nate took the sidearm from D'Souza's bloody hand and fired at the thing at point-blank range, severing it. Carl opened the hatch a fraction and the tentacle, or whatever it was, disappeared. He brought it back down and locked it. "D'Souza," Nate said. Blood poured down her arm from a gash hidden by her uniform. The Humvee roared into life and moved a few feet until it was alongside the unmoving form of Sergeant Cruz. Nate glanced up to see Hayes standing in the driver's position and looking through the now closed window. Nate returned to D'Souza, then began unbuttoning her jacket, gritting his teeth as he caught sight of the red slick spreading from under her arm. "Don't open the door," Carl shouted. "LT." Nate glanced up to see the lieutenant's hand reaching for the catch. "I've got to help Cruz. I don't see the Scorpion anywhere." "That's because it's on the roof, you bloody idiot," Nate shouted. "Are you trying to kill yourself?" Maybe that was exactly what he was doing. Nate settled back as D'Souza regained consciousness. Now he could see it. A ragged gash that ran around her upper arm. It looked worse than it was. For once, they'd caught a break. "The sergeant's dead, Lieutenant," Carl said. He'd climbed across the Humvee and was looking through the window at Cruz's slumped form. "How do you know?" Hayes said, nose pressed against the window, trying to see. Because he ain't got a head, sir," Carl said. "What are you doing?" D'Souza said, her half-open eyes swiveling up to look at him. Nate kept his eyes on the gash. "Trying to think how I'm going to stop the bleeding." "Med kit in the locker," she said, waving her arm at one of the seats. Nate crawled over to it, lifted the lid, and pulled out the kit, snapping it open and finding a roll of bandage and antiseptic spray. He cleaned up the wound, which looked as though it had been made by serrated teeth, then bound it up and pinned it. She'd been lucky. Very lucky. The Humvee lurched forward, sending Nate tumbling, banging his head as he hit the chair struts. Something heavy fell off the roof. The Humvee stopped, and Nate got upright and looked through the small observation hatch. The Scorpion was wounded. The M2 had done some damage, but there was no way to telling how dangerous the Scorpion still was. D'Souza's bandaged arm was evidence for the prosecution. "How long's the fuse on these grenades?" he called to the lieutenant in the front seat. 5 seconds, why? Nate Carver had done many stupid things in his life, but this had to take the biscuit. He looked over at Carl. "And you just pull the pin?" Understanding passed between them in that glance, and Carl said, "Pull, count, throw." "Don't count wrong, boss." Nate nodded and took a grenade from the crate, then unlatched the back door. The creature was there, looking at him, as if daring him to open it. "Get ready to put your foot down, Lieutenant." He didn't know how well armored this Humvee was, but doubted it could withstand a grenade detonation at point-blank range. D'Souza watched but didn't try to stop him. He pulled the pin. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. "Let's go, LT." He opened the door a crack, the Scorpion tensed, ready to leap. For a moment, he widened the opening enough so he could free his arm. The Humvee lurched forward. He threw the grenade, then pulled on the door, lost his grip, and fell head-first out the back, face slamming onto the hard asphalt surface. It was coming for him. He curled up in a ball. Poof. Chapter 21. Arms grabbed him and pulled him into the back of the Humvee. Nate looked up into the face of Carl. Jesus, I thought we'd lost you. The vehicle lipped forward, and Nate was just in time to see the pile of fractured remains, some of which were, unmistakably, the tail of the scorpion. They drove for a few moments as Nate got onto the seat. Thanks, guys, he said to Carl and to Sousa, who was evidently a lot stronger than she looked, even one-handed. What now, LT? She called over her shoulder. Give me a minute. Just want to get in the clear and away from this lake. A few minutes later, they were on a wide stretch of grass, with good visibility in all directions. Hayes kept the Humvee's engine running as he turned around and looked at the others in the back. Sit, Representative? I'll survive, LT, D'Souza said. Thanks to this son of a bitch, she added, smiling at Nate. And you too. Carl said, I'm fine, sir. You look like shit, Hayes said as he inspected Nate. And he felt like shit. There was hardly a square inch of his body that hadn't been scraped, scratched or bruised either from the night before or falling onto the asphalt. The latest was a long graze running down his cheek where he'd hit the deck. I'm okay. Good. You did well, all of you. Sergeant Cruz would have been proud. Now, do any of you need urgent medical attention? Nate shook his head, though he sure could do with some pain meds. D'Souza's going to have to be stitched up pretty soon, Nate said. I cleaned the wound as best I could, but it could be poisonous. I'm okay. We've got a job to do, she said, though exhaustion and pain was etched into her face. Hayes looked from Nate to her before nodding. We'll complete our sweep, then head back to the barn. I saw something, LT, when I was up top, D'Souza said before shaking her head, or at least I think I did. Hayes leaned over into the back. What did you see? She closed her eyes as if trying to bring something back to her mind. On the other side of the lake, there was, I don't know, something wrong. Like a mirage. It looked as though there was something there that shouldn't have been. I thought maybe it was the zoo, but I don't think so. Hayes looked at her closely, his glance flicking to the others in turn. Bearing. She opened her eyes and pointed away. Northwest of our position when we engaged the scorpion, on the other side of the lake. We'll take a look. After what happened to Cruz, you're under orders to keep all windows shut unless I say otherwise. Yes, sir, D'Souza said. Nate didn't need telling. He would never forget the sight of the sergeant's body being pulled through the open window, legs kicking in agony before his life was snuffed out. Hayes turned back to the wheel, and the Humvee moved forward, heading back toward the lake. D'Souza leaned forward from the back and directed the lieutenant, while Nate and Carl looked out the side windows for any signs of movement. They reached roughly the place where the scorpion had been when it had spotted them, and now there could be no mistake. He understood why D'Souza had found it so difficult to say what she'd seen. How could he describe it? More than anything, it was a roughly circular hole in the landscape, filled with wrongness. Like a tunnel through which another reality leaked. At the border, running from ground level to the height of a two-story building, a constantly pulsating black strip ran, as if two universes were fighting for control. Nate had the nasty feeling that if that hole expanded, they could all end up in the world of the squid and the scorpions. It reminded him of an amoeba reaching out to engulf them. And in the center, a dark tunnel. It was hard to make out in the jolting interior of the Humvee, but as the vehicle got slower, Nate could discern bands of gray against the blackness, punctuated by flecks of white. It was as if there was something alive within the dark. The Humvee came to a stop 50 yards from the apparent entrance of the tunnel. Although Nate didn't trust his depth perception. They might be closer or farther away. He prayed it was the latter. He didn't want to get any nearer to this tear in the fabric of reality, if that was truly what it was. Hayes pulled a smartphone from his pocket and held it up to the inside of the window, then proceeded to take photos of the tunnel and its surroundings. What the hell is this? It's their way in, Nate said. Certain he was right, and just as certain that he had no hope of understanding how this was possible. We should mark its position and let Colonel Hayes and the science team know. The lieutenant finished taking the photos and slid his cell phone back into his pocket. We're going to get a little closer. The more information we go back with, the better. Are you crazy? Nate said, not taking his eyes from the gently rolling maelstrom violating the Denver skyline like a child's collage. We have to get back and warn them. Hayes snapped around, eyes narrowed as he stared at Nate. Since when did you turn into a coward? Since when did you get a death wish? A spasm of anger marred the young lieutenant's handsome features, and he jabbed a finger at Nate. Your opinion is noted, Englishman. But you're just a civilian, and this isn't a democracy. I command here, and I say we're going to get closer, not run away tails between our legs. Understood. His eyes swept left and right, as if checking for signs of mutiny from D'Souza and Carl. Satisfied, he returned to Nate. Understood. Nate shrugged and leaned back in his chair. I said, understood. Hayes said, and when Nate looked back, he was staring down the barrel of the lieutenant's handgun. What are you doing? Jesus Christ, haven't we got enough against us without fighting amongst ourselves? Hayes smiled, though the hand holding the gun trembled. Exactly. Now, are you going to function as a member of this squad, or am I going to have to find a place to leave you while we go and check this thing out? There was nothing to be gained from further defiance except, perhaps, a few grains of lead and a draft in his brain. Sure, but if we don't get back safely, the colonel won't know about this rift. Hayes looked for a moment as if he was about to argue, but, after a few moments, he turned and beckoned D'Souza to ride shotgun. They were too close as far as Nate was concerned, by the time Hayes finally brought the Humvee to a stop. From here, the tunnel occupied 2/3 of their field of view, looming in front of them like a gaping maw. What had seemed like a uniform blackness proved to have much more variability close up. Sure, most of the colors were dark, making the occasional flash of bright white all the more obvious, but it was a complex view. Whatever it was they were looking at. And there was this indefinable sense that what you were looking at wasn't really there. Or maybe here. It was like looking at a conjurer's illusion. Your eyes told you it was real, but you knew, somehow, that it wasn't. LT. What are you doing? D'Souza called. The lieutenant had reached down and was pulling at the door handle. Cover me, I want to see this properly. As he watched the young officer clambering out, Nate felt the same compulsion. He wanted to be in the presence of this thing, whatever it was. To feel it on his skin, not through glass and metal. And he knew it was insane. But that was the world in a nutshell. Insane. And he'd been the one arguing at the point of a gun that they shouldn't get any closer. Nate, Carl said, grabbing at his arm as he turned the door catch, but he yanked away and followed Hayes to stand alongside him and gaze up in wonder. Where does it go? Hayes said, his voice full of awe and mystery. I don't plan to find out, Nate responded, looking along the mouth of the rift. It's weird. It's like it's bubbling. Although it superficially looked like a road tunnel, the entrance wasn't flat. It curved outward so close enough they would be in their world, looking up at a bubble from another. Like the world's most gross hernia. Hayes edged closer, his cell phone now recording video as it swept left and right, up and down. Looking back at the Humvee, Nate could see the others in the front seat, watching them in amazed disbelief. When he turned back, Hayes had begun walking forward. Hey, hold on. Nate said, picking up the pace. This must be the worst case of FOMO he'd ever heard of. It was madness. If this was where the scorpions came from, one could emerge at any moment and they'd both be cut to pieces. But still he followed Lieutenant Hayes. It was the most compelling compulsion he'd ever felt. Now the bubble was above them, extending into their world like the surface of an eye viewed from below. That's close enough, he said, pulling on the lieutenant's arm. Video from here. We need to get this back to the colonel. Hayes nodded and pointed the smartphone up into the bulge. From this angle, Nate could see more white flashes, and they merged together, pulsing in a strangely familiar way, before splitting apart again. The air tingled as if anticipating a thunderstorm, the smell of ozone overridden by another, distinctly organic aroma. It reminded him of a rancid puddle. Hayes lowered the phone, holding it vertically and pointing straight ahead. In his other hand he held his sidearm, and he gently probed forward, until the phone touched the surface of the rift and then passed beyond it, disappearing from this world as it moved into another, as if he'd thrust it behind a curtain. He withdrew it, and it returned unharmed. Taking one look at Nate, he stepped forward. Chapter 22. And then, as he stepped forward, as his trailing leg lifted, he suddenly lurched forward. As if he'd been grabbed by something on the other side. His hand, the one holding the cell phone, opened wide, and the device fell clattering to the ground on the inside of the rift. Nate acted on instinct. He picked up the phone and followed. Everything went dark, and he stumbled as the ground here seemed to be at a lower level. He got an impression of something in the sky. Of course, it was the moon. Now he understood what he'd been seeing in the rift. The shifting patterns were a reflection of the moon in a shallow pool of water. Sound was different here, as if the air was thicker, smothering noise. But still he heard the screaming of Lieutenant Hayes. He was locked in a struggle with something on the ground, perhaps a denizen of the rancid water. In the reflected moonlight, he couldn't make it out clearly, but he saw sharp white teeth, and the thing made a moaning sound as it tried to pull Hayes's arm from its socket. As he went to help the lieutenant, Nate glanced around, seeking to orient himself, but there was no sign of the world he knew. It was as if a curtain had fallen, hiding the way back. But first things first. He dropped the phone, then grabbed the lieutenant's arm with both hands and pulled him back. The thing was like some grotesque amphibian, and its jaw moved as if it was chewing. Hayes yelled, his cries cutting through the smothering quiet. "Help me," he shouted, noticing Nate for the first time. Nate drew his sidearm and pressed it against where the creature's brain ought to be. He pulled the trigger, and the crack of the round was swallowed up and spat out in an echoing reverberation. Were they in a dell or a crater? The monster toad thing fell, releasing Hayes, who fell back and into the scummy, mossy soil before scrambling up. And then, out of the corner of his eye, Nate saw a tail like a scorpion, though he couldn't see the body in the gloom. It was coming. "Let's go," he said, pulling on the lieutenant's body, dragging him along the slippery shore by the armpits, as he watched the scorpion while glancing back, trying to work out exactly where the rift was. He knew there had to be a way back because this was where the scorpions were coming across, but could he miss it? It was almost pitch dark, the only light coming from the reflected moon. Now he could see the scorpion. They didn't stand a chance. It had seen them. They couldn't possibly get back into the relative safety of the Humvee, even if they could find it in time to escape. He'd seen these things at work. He let Hayes drop to the wet ground and raised his weapon. Aim for the base of the tail. But the creature was coming straight for him, its front appendages raised, ready for the fatal strike, even as the horrific tooth-lined maw yawned at them. Nate pumped round after round into that nightmare face. He fired until the crack of the weapon became an impotent click. He was out. Out of bullets, out of options, out of time. The scorpion reared up at him, and he held Lieutenant Hayes as he waited for death. And death came. A cacophony of noise from behind, like the falling of rain on a tin roof. It was the Humvee. Carl was in the driver's seat, and up top was D'Souza, and she was pumping lead into this other Earth, catching the scorpion's head, ruining its eye cluster as the air filled with flying chitin. "Get in," Carl called out of the window. Nate got to his feet and dragged Hayes, finding strength he never knew he had, roaring into the cloying darkness, breathing lungfuls of this fetid, stinking air. He reached the front of the Humvee, and Carl pushed the door open, helping pull Hayes into the front seat. "Get in," he called as the M2 spoke again, this time targeting something to the left. Nate threw himself on top of the lieutenant, pulling the door closed behind him. "Get us out of here," he said needlessly, as Hayes twitched beneath him. The Humvee came to a halt, and Nate looked up to see daylight. The daylight of his Earth. "What are you doing?" "You need to get in the back," D'Souza said, opening the passenger door and helping him out. They were back on the grass where they discussed tactics before driving closer. Nothing moved except them. His feet landed in the grass, his legs giving way until D'Souza hauled him upright one-handed. Carl ran around and helped him stand up straight, and Nate watched as the two of them turned Lieutenant Hayes over. "Oh my God," D'Souza said. She held up his arm. His hand had gone, and blood flowed freely out of the stump, increasing as she moved it. Nate followed them as they lifted the lieutenant in through the side door and laid him on his back, beneath the M2 hatch. D'Souza opened the med kit and pulled out all the packs of bandages. "We've got to stop the bleeding, or at least slow it down." "We need to get back to base," Nate said. "Me and Carl will look after him. The sooner he gets to the hospital, the better his chances." D'Souza looked at Carl, who nodded, then shut the door and jumped into the driver's seat. Nate helped Carl bind up the stump of Hayes's arm, having cleaned it with sterilized water first. There was no point in doing any more. They had to get back, and Hayes had to survive so the doctors could do for him what they'd failed to do for Evelyn. The Humvee accelerated away, and Nate held the unconscious Hayes down while Carl bound up the wound with all the bandages they had. He looked down at the mud and moss-stained face, the browns, greens, and blues giving way to scarlet as his lifeblood leaked away. The bandages were saturated, so Nate took off his jacket and pulled off his sweaty t-shirt, rolling it up and winding it around the lieutenant's arm. Maybe that would be enough to stem the flow, enough to buy a few more minutes. What an idiot, he said to himself. He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Carl grunted. Not the only one, boss, he said, his lips twisting in a grim smile. Nate sighed, fighting against the exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm him. I mean, what was he thinking? Carl added. He wanted his mom to tell him he's made her proud, Nate said, thinking of his own mother and what he'd have done if she'd been as buttoned up and repressed as Colonel Hayes. That your excuse? Nate laughed at that. Maybe. In truth, he couldn't make any sense of what he'd done, especially since they'd reached Denver. He was turning into the kind of impulsive idiot he'd always derided. Perhaps because relying on his rational mind had been pretty much a crapshoot since the squid had come. They sat on the seats with their hands on the chest of Hayes, who was lying on the floor between them. Nate could feel the lieutenant's heartbeat beneath his fingers as he prayed it wouldn't cease. What did you see on the other side? Carl said. It was all dark to me, and I was just looking at the scorpion. Nate rubbed at his temples. I don't want to think about it, Carl. You're gonna have to. There's only you and the LT who got a good look. You reckon it's where the squid came from? Maybe, though I didn't see any, and it was plenty dark enough for them to come out. Carl scratched at the thin stubble on his chin. Could be each of these rifts leads to a different world. You think? I don't think, pal. Oh, and thanks for coming for us. We wouldn't have found our way out, I don't think. Not quickly enough, anyway. Carl smiled, then thumbed at the figure in the driver's seat. It was D'Souza. Told me to drive into the rift, but only to go half in. Just enough to bring the M2 to bear on whatever was inside. She's a ballbuster for sure. How's he doing? The specialist called from the front. Nate pressed down on his chest again. Still alive. We're approaching the first checkpoint. Get ready for all hell to break loose. Nate groaned. Good God, I thought it already had. Patting him on the shoulder, Carl smiled at him. You're about to see how the military treats one of their own, especially when it's the colonel's son. The Humvee slowed and stopped, and Nate half listened as D'Souza barked at the poor devils who were manning the checkpoint. Moments later, they were moving again. Stay with me, Nate mumbled, leaning low over the lieutenant's pale face. He was drifting away. If they didn't get there soon, it wouldn't matter anymore. There would be nothing they could do. Nate laid his hand on the lieutenant's chest and pressed down. He could feel the heart beating unnaturally quickly, and Hayes gasped as his head rolled left and right as if he was drowning. Nate kept the injured arm raised, grimacing as the slick of cold blood touched his hand. Come on, D'Souza. He's slipping. I hear you. These goddamn checkpoints are slowing us down. So drive through them. She didn't respond, but he felt the acceleration as she put her foot down. Citadel, this is Rogue Trooper. We're coming in hot. Medical emergency. Please tell all checkpoints to stand down. Moments later, the response came. Rogue Trooper, this is Citadel. Identify yourself. This is Specialist D'Souza. What is the status of your commanding officer? He's the reason we're coming in hot. There was a momentary pause, then the voice came back on. This is Citadel. Acknowledged. Proceed with all speed. Nate was pushed back by the acceleration, the Humvee's engine protesting as D'Souza raced to beat nature. Chapter 23. The side door behind him was pulled open, and hands plunged inside the Humvee, pushing Nate away as Carl grabbed him, stopping him from falling to the floor. And Lieutenant Hayes was gone. Nate expected questions, but they weren't being aimed at him. He could hear voices in the front, and raised himself up to see D'Souza leaning against the steering wheel, her arms cradling her head. I said, report, soldier. A face had appeared at the window. The cleanly shaven, perfectly turned out face of a man who has had a good night's sleep, and time to iron his uniform. D'Souza sat back and looked across at the man in the window. Specialist D'Souza. We were attacked, and the lieutenant was badly wounded. Where is Sergeant Cruz? He was killed by Species 3. I'm not injured, sir. I can answer your questions while they get medical attention. It was Carl. He'd gotten out of the Humvee. Understood. I'll catch up with you when you've been patched up, the officer said to D'Souza. She appeared at the door of the Humvee and helped Nate down. Can you make it to the hospital from here? How far is it? She shrugged. Wouldn't even think about it normally, but I don't think we're going to get any help. Have to make our way under our own power. Okay. Or am I going to have to carry you? He straightened up and put his arm around her shoulder as each of them used the other as a prop. He put one foot in front of the other, hobbling along while the resentment bubbled up. Sure, Hayes needed the most urgent care, but without himself, D'Souza and Carl, he wouldn't have made it back at all, and neither would the top brass have learned about the rift. Thanks, by the way. Don't reckon any of us is going to hear that much, D'Souza said. If you hadn't pulled me down through the hatch, I'd have followed Cruz. Nate grunted. Forget it. You came to rescue us. I came to rescue the LT. Nate grunted, his lips curling into a smile. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. There's something about him, isn't there? Aha. He's not like most officers I've met. He makes you believe that he gives a damn. Maybe that was it, Nate thought as they stumbled along, forgotten for now. Resentful though he was also a little grateful for having just a little time to organize his thoughts, even if only to distract himself from the encroaching exhaustion. Where had they gone when they'd passed into the rift? Some kind of nightmare world inhabited by monstrous amphibians, scorpions, and squid. What had he seen there? The reflection of the moon on the surface of a rancid pool. That meant they had to be outside rather than inside a cave, for example. But it had felt enclosed, and there had been not a breath of wind. If it was some other Earth, some alternate present born of a random fork in the path of time back in the deep, deep past, then why was it nighttime there when it had been broad daylight in his world? It made no sense to him. It was easier, in a way, to believe that the rift took them to an entirely different universe, in an entirely different place. It was so far beyond his ability to comprehend that he felt like a child stumbling upon, say, a particle accelerator and expecting to make sense of it. A stupid ape trying to understand an iPad. Not far now, D'Souza said. She'd long since stopped holding him, and was now merely his guide as they walked slowly into the area outside the Capitol building. He heard booted feet approaching and his other arm was taken. Then he looked across. Carl. Come on, boss, you took a hell of a beating. Need to get you some attention. Dad. Thank God. Soph. You okay? Better than you by the look of it. What happened? Can't, he said, but he didn't have the energy to talk much. It was enough to know she was alive and okay. I've seen the other side, Soph, he managed eventually. We found the rift. And you went inside. Victor said. You are crazy. Nate grunted, using Carl to speed up toward the hospital. Probably, Doc. But it wasn't my idea. That's classified, D'Souza said. We can't discuss this until we've been debriefed. And here comes the welcoming committee. Nate sat back, allowing his head to sink into the hospital pillows. He, D'Souza, and Carl had been shepherded into a quarantined area of the makeshift hospital, where masked medics tended to them. They'd seen nothing of Lieutenant Hayes. From the limited information they'd gotten from the doctors, they knew he'd been taken into the operating theater to have his arm treated. This was no surprise, but it frustrated the hell out of Nate that they'd been kept in the dark. He'd expected them at the least to be plied with questions about what they'd found, but in fact, they'd spent hours here now, and he was bored. How was that possible? Put a man in a room with nothing to do, and he'd pretty soon begin twiddling his thumbs, even after the apocalypse. The three of them had talked, of course, once they'd been treated. The wound on D'Souza's arm had been cleaned, disinfected and stitched with military efficiency, while Nate had been sent to the showers first, only truly realizing how much he'd stunk when the water had washed the filth away. He'd been given a clean set of uniform, properly fitting this time, once his wounds had been seen to. And the combination of being clean and medicated had seen him fall asleep, as he waited for something to happen. If he'd been in charge, he'd find some kind of physical barrier to erect on this side of the rift, and he'd post armed guards with serious hardware to make sure nothing sneaked through. He'd seen the other side, and anything that survived there had no place in this world. Nate. Carl. What is it? Sorry, boss, but you were drifting off. So what? Carl grunted, the fake leather of the easy chair beside the bed creaking beneath him. You need to be on your A game. The top brass is on their way. I can't hear them. Trust me. My shiny shoe detector never fails. Sure enough, moments later, Nate could make out the clipped sound of leather soles on a polished floor. Colonel Hayes was the first to appear. She wore a medical-grade mask and was accompanied by 2 more junior officers. She'd taken the salutes of Carl and D'Souza when Nate heard the sounds of heavier footsteps. He could have sworn that Hayes rolled her eyes, and he soon discovered why. Mr. Mayor, she said, I was going to call for you once I had debriefed these soldiers. Behind his mask, Mayor Pierce smiled the smile of a politician who knows he's being lied to, being something of an expert in the art. How is Ethan? Nate hadn't had much experience with the military, but he'd had enough to recognize the premium they put on information. Colonel Hayes was a prime example, and only disclosed what she had to, and only to those who needed to know. As far as Nate was concerned, given that they'd rescued the lieutenant, the least they deserved was to be told how he was, but there was no denying the reluctance on the colonel's face. He will survive, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, though he will not return to active duty. His right hand was amputated. What was left of it? I'm here with his squad to understand what happened and why this was the outcome. Good grief, they weren't about to be blamed for not stopping him, were they? That would be hypocrisy on an industrial scale from the very exemplar of the hierarchy. But since when was hypocrisy allowed to get in the way of tactical advantage? Poor guy. I'm so sorry, Colonel, this must be devastating for you. Her face stiffened, and for the first time it seemed she was momentarily at a loss for words. Then she found some. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, with your permission, I will debrief the team. Go ahead, Colonel. Dr. Koenig, good. Victor appeared behind the mayor, with Sophie beside him, both wearing masks. Nate watched the colonel, looking for signs that her control was slipping. But she was a professional, for sure. He didn't doubt that she'd planned to conduct this interrogation in private, but Pierce had gotten wind of it and brought along the scientist. But she was still in control. Specialist D'Souza, report, she said. And under that stern gaze, D'Souza, glancing at Carl and Nate from time to time to get confirmation, began to explain why the colonel's son had almost died. Chapter 24. So, moving into the rift, or whatever we want to call it, was at the instigation of your commander? Is that what you're saying? D'Souza had spoken skillfully, trying to detail the events without voicing the reservations they'd all felt about the lieutenant's decisions. The truth was he'd been reckless, putting them all at needless risk. What Lieutenant Hayes should have done was report the location of the rift, and let the colonel decide what happened next. Why hadn't he done that? Nate reckoned he had a pretty good idea, but he wasn't going to be the one to speak it out loud. Yes, ma'am. And there was no discussion? There was no time for discussion, ma'am. It was a rapidly evolving situation. That was skirting the truth. In fact, both D'Souza and Nate had counseled caution. But the lieutenant had ignored them. Colonel Hayes suspected as much, and she regarded the younger woman thoughtfully, rubbing at her chin before nodding as if satisfied. Very well. Now, Mr. Carver, she said, turning her attention to him like a lighthouse beam. You followed Lieutenant Hayes out of the Humvee. Why? Despite himself, he couldn't keep the surprise from his voice. Because I didn't want him going in alone. And yet you are merely a civilian observer, are you not? I wasn't concerned about the hierarchy in that moment, ma'am. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously, but she apparently decided to change tack. Tell me what you saw. It was dark, but I saw the lieutenant. He was recording on his cell phone camera. He was what? And for the first time, her control unquestionably slipped. What happened to the phone? I have it. I picked it up off the ground. He'd forgotten all about it, perhaps blanking it out of his memory, but now yearned to see what the recording showed. But there was no hiding it now. He reached into his pocket and brought it out. I don't know how much the lieutenant got. My God, you have footage of inside the rift? Victor gasped. We must see it. That cell phone is military property, Doctor. I will examine it, and if it contains anything pertinent to your research, it will be shared with you, of course. This is madness, Victor said, throwing up his arms. Nate had never seen him so frustrated. This is the first view of where the enemy comes from, Mayor Pierce said. It must be shared with the civilian authorities. Nate watched the colonel as she turned her gaze on the mayor. Both wore masks, but there was no mistaking the power struggle going on. On the one hand, she had the means to impose her will, but that would break apart any semblance of the social contract between the civilian government and its enforcement agencies. And that was a step Colonel Hayes was evidently not prepared to take. Yet. She held out her hand to Nate and took the cell phone, examining it and turning it over in her hand as flecks of dried dirt fell onto the bedclothes. Then she gave it back to him. Very well. As a civilian, Mr. Carver, you should keep this while I make arrangements. We will convene in briefing room 1 in 30 minutes. She turned on her heels and left the room without looking back until, as she reached the door, she turned to face him. The footage is not to be examined until that time. Is that clear? Yes, ma'am, Nate said, struggling to hide his surprise at her actions. And I think we can dispense with the masks, she said. If they've brought some kind of alien plague back from the other side, then we'd have gotten it from Species 1. And with that, she swept away, followed by her aides. Pierce gestured for Victor to join him, taking the doctor into the corridor outside while Sophie peeled off her mask and came to sit beside Nate. He slid the phone back into his pocket. He didn't dare turn it on, even to find out if it had any juice left, so elected to keep it safe as instructed. You okay, Dad? For a given value of okay. He smiled. Sure, Soph. What was it like? When you went through? Dark, creepy, frightening. I don't want to go back, that's for sure. She leaned forward in the chair after Carl vacated it, and stroked his arm. Can you tell me anything about the environment? Oh, give me a break. I'm knackered. I know, but this is important. He exhaled deeply and looked down at her eager face. Empathy wasn't her strong point. That had been Evelyn's superpower. God, how he missed her. You've got to remember, we weren't inside for long and we were kind of busy. What could you see? She wasn't going to let him rest, clearly. It was dark. Nighttime as far as I could tell. I could see the moon's reflection on a little pool. But it was day, wasn't it? On this side. Weird. He could see her mind whirring away, trying to fit that new fact into her theories. Any animal life? Nate grunted. Yeah. A scorpion. It certainly looked at home there. And some kind of toad or newt thing, but huge. Ooh, tell me about it. She was loving this, and totally oblivious to the toll it was taking on him. I don't know, Soph. Like I said, it was dark and a lot was happening. How big was it? He gave a little shrug. I guess something between the size of a goat and a pig. What was it doing? Just sitting there. The scorpion ignored it and came for us as soon as it saw us. What makes you say it's an amphibian? It just looked like one. You know, slimy skin, wide mouth. She said, leaning back in her chair and scratching at her chin. That doesn't make any sense. Nate fell back onto the pillow. I'm sorry, Soph. Maybe it'll be clearer on the phone. I mean, I'd assumed that vertebrates hadn't developed there. So no fish, no amphibians, no reptiles, no mammals. He didn't respond to that. It was her bone, let her gnaw at it, he was knackered. By the time Nate made it to the conference room, it was almost full. Along with D'Souza and Carl, he was directed to a seat beside a large TV, while a technician took the phone from Nate and plugged in a USB cable. Mayor Pierce sat facing the screen beside Colonel Hayes, and Nate found himself hoping desperately that the phone had recorded some useful footage. There was, after all, every chance it had fallen face up, and all they'd have was the soundtrack. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel Hayes said as she got to her feet, you have been chosen as representatives of military and civilian departments to witness this first footage of the world that, according to our working theories, the enemy came from. You are the first to see this, and I hope that it will help inform our response. The area of the rift, which appeared close to Denver Zoo, is now under permanent observation, but we have yet to determine the best course of action. Mr. Carver, please explain for the record how this recording was obtained. Nate got shakily to his feet and turned to the expectant faces. This smartphone belongs to Lieutenant Hayes, who commanded our unit. He began recording as we approached the rift and, as far as I know, continued once we were inside, but I haven't seen the footage, so I don't know. And how did you come to have the phone in your possession? Lieutenant Hayes was attacked by a scorpion, species 3, and when I went to help him, I saw it on the ground and picked it up. Thank you for that context. Now, she said, waving him to take a seat and addressing the technician, let us see what intelligence was gathered. Nate had to turn his head and look at the screen side on, but he recognized the view. They were outside the rift, and the phone panned left and right, up and down, taking in the circular feature with its dark interior and strange light patterns. Then, suddenly, he saw himself as the camera took in the Humvee and moved across the landscape before returning to the rift. Nate found himself searching his memory. What had he said to the lieutenant when he'd stepped into the rift? Well, it was too late to worry now. That's close enough, his voice said through the TV. Video from here. We need to get this back to the colonel. Well, at least that was on the record, for what it was worth. They watched as the view darkened, and the smartphone tried to compensate. Then suddenly, the view was full of teeth and a wide gullet. The view swept around and fell to the ground, and Nate could see himself reaching down to retrieve it even as he stepped in to help the lieutenant. There it was. The monster amphibian. Nate looked for Sophie. She was standing behind the seated Victor Koenig, her eyes wide, soaking in what she was seeing. It looks like some kind of salamander, Victor said, obviously amazed. Their view of it kept being obscured by Lieutenant Hayes, and the way the phone moved in Nate's hand before, finally, it was thrown to the ground. Now they listened to the battle between the humans and their alien attacker, while the camera looked straight up at the moon. But it wasn't their moon. Not quite. It was larger, and the pattern of dark and light areas was unfamiliar. It was Sophie who spotted it. The moon is different. So the timelines must have diverged early on. Maybe as much as 4.5 billion years ago, Victor said, when the moon was formed after another large body collided with the proto-Earth. Perhaps the impact was at a slightly different angle, or the second body was somewhat different. That's why it's night there and day here. That makes sense. Nate smiled as he watched his daughter geeking out, but the grin disappeared as he noticed the expressions of the others watching her and the doctor. A scream filled the room and the TV went blank. It was the moment that Lieutenant Hayes had been bitten by the creature. Nate sat there, frozen, as he relived the battle on the other side. He felt again the panic and the fear. And he felt the dread. It was like looking into a future where the world he knew was gone, subsumed by creatures out of nightmares. He looked across at the colonel, the lieutenant's mother. Her face was white, and she gripped her mug of coffee in bloodless hands. Turn the TV back on, she said, spitting each of the words like separate sentences. The technician nodded, and the alternate moon appeared in the pool again. A growling and gnashing, shouting and crying out, gasping and dragging. Then boots. Nate's boots. Then darkness, then drops of blood and grime, and finally, Nate's hand reaching down and picking it up again. And the sound of the Humvee roaring through the veil and into this world. Nate calling out, and the thumping, cracking of heavy caliber gunfire. Then the TV went black again. Is that the entire recording? Colonel Hayes said, her voice utterly devoid of life. Yes, ma'am, the technician said. Hayes looked around the room, her gaze settling finally on Pierce, who sat opposite her. Are you satisfied, Mr. Mayor? Now that my son's agony has been shared with everyone here. Pierce didn't miss a beat. I'm sorry, Colonel, but I'm also glad to have been a witness to your son's gallantry. He has brought back priceless intelligence, and our task now is to work out what action to take. On the contrary, Mr. Mayor, that isn't our task. This is a security matter, and as such, the decision is mine. Chapter 25. It was 2 days later that Nate finally got to see Lieutenant Hayes. He'd spent the intervening hours sleeping, then trying to help Sophie and Victor by remembering as much as he could of the other world he'd experienced only for moments. Colonel Hayes had set up a defensive perimeter outside the rift, and so far as Nate knew, nothing had come across since. But the 3 Humvees and 20 soldiers who'd been assigned to the mission were a sore drain on her capability to protect the capital. And the soldiers at the rift spent as much time watching their backs in case of attack by hostile humans or scorpions as they did keeping an eye on any incursions from the other world. In the end, Nate had been forced to excuse himself and leave Sophie to chew on her disappointment in the haziness of his memory. He understood her frustration, for sure. She was a proto-scientist, and data was her stock in trade. And the fact was that he'd been so focused on rescuing Hayes and getting out alive that he hadn't taken the time to gather information about this alien environment. And then he'd gotten the news that the lieutenant was awake and asking after him, so he'd headed for the hospital and was now waiting to be allowed in to see him. "You can go in now," the medic said as he exited from the room. It was the same doctor who'd cared for Evelyn, and he looked just as exhausted as he had that day. Good grief, how few doctors did they have to run this place? Lieutenant Hayes was sitting up in bed. He looked like death warmed up, the only color in him being the whip-like lacerations that covered his face and arms. Then he opened his eyes and forced a smile. He put out his left hand. "I need to learn how to shake hands like this. I don't think there's much chance of a prosthetic anytime soon." Nate clumsily took Hayes' hand and gently shook. "I'm sorry, LT. Ethan, my name's Ethan. I think when we're on our own, you can call me that. I owe you that much and a lot more." "Thank you, Nate." "That's okay," he said, feeling uncomfortable with the strength of the lieutenant's emotions. Hayes let go and put up his hand. "It's not okay. It was bad enough that I expected my team to follow me, but you're a civilian. I don't think that matters much now, does it?" "Maybe not. I've spoken with D'Souza and I know what you did, what she did. Thank you for following me. I've paid for my stupidity," he said, holding up the bandaged stump at the end of his right arm, "but the price would have been a lot higher if you hadn't come for me." Nate shrugged. The truth was, he hadn't quite figured out why he'd done it himself, so he wasn't going to be able to explain it to Hayes. But now that he was in the lieutenant's company, he remembered the magnetism of the man's personality. This was someone he'd follow, even into another world, and even though he couldn't explain it, there was a genuineness to him that was rare enough in civilian life, let alone among the military hierarchy. "I only did what I thought was right. And you were filming on your phone. Without that, we wouldn't have had any evidence of what we'd seen. I'm not sure we'd have been believed." A grimace marred his handsome features. "I've seen the footage. Got a private showing with the colonel. She thinks I was an idiot too, and told me. Now I'm a cripple, she says, and no use to anyone." This was getting more and more uncomfortable for Nate. What was he supposed to say to that? "It's okay," Lieutenant Hayes said, saving him the trouble. "It's always been like that with her and me. I wasn't cut out for the military, but when you're the son of 2 Iraq veterans, you don't have a lot of choice. So I signed up and found a job in the administrative division. But not much use for pen pushers when the world ends. So I've been doing my best to be useful ever since. I like to think she cares in her own way, but I think what she really wants is a son to be proud of. Preferably a son who can still hold a carbine." Hayes gestured for Nate to sit in the bedside chair. "Tell me about your mom," he said. Nate let out a sigh that was almost a wince. He shook his head, then smiled. "She was a hell of a woman. You had to be when you're the white wife of a Jamaican immigrant. She died." Nate lifted his shoulders noncommittally. "I don't know for sure she was alive when I left England, but I don't hold on to any hope that she made it through the last few weeks. It's better for me that I accept she's dead." "You don't think hope is worth clinging to?" "There's a fine line between hope and delusion. I know which side of that line my mum belongs on, if I believe she might be alive still." Hayes leaned over, supporting his head on his palm. He seemed to be grateful to have someone else's mother to talk about, rather than his own. "Did you get on?" Nate laughed, surprised to hear the sound. "When she wasn't cheesed off with me, sure. If I'd had half her ambition for me, my career would have taken another direction entirely. I wouldn't have spent the last 15 years kidding myself I could make a solo career for myself while working any old job to pay the rent." "What career?" Nate's grin widened farther as he became aware of his ego. Why would this son of an officer know who he was? "I was in a band called Union Beat. We had 3 number ones 15 years ago." "Ah," he said, sitting up and rubbing his chin. "Didn't your singer drown in a hotel pool?" Groaning, Nate nodded. "Alfie Turner. Complete tosser." "What's that?" Ethan sat up in bed and looked at the door. From outside came the sounds of booted feet running. The door opened and D'Souza burst into the room. "They're coming through, hundreds of them," she said. "Scorpions," Nate said, as the lieutenant began clumsily pulling on his uniform. "Yeah. Hundreds. Seriously." It was impossible to get his brain around. A single scorpion had almost been enough to take out a squad in a Humvee, twice. "Do we have transportation?" Hayes said as he struggled to fasten his tunic one-handed. A siren began to wail and all doubts fled. "Well, there's our Humvee. It's parked in the compound." Nate put his hands up. "Hold on, just a minute. What are you planning to do?" Hayes shook his head. "I don't do plans. All I know is we're needed, so I'm heading for the rift. If we can't force them back, then this place will be overrun." "Sophie. I need to get Sophie." "That's okay, Nate. We'll manage without you." D'Souza was so very patronizing, but she was correct. Except that without him, she and the lieutenant would be long dead. But his focus had to be Sophie. Nate shook Hayes' left hand and nodded to D'Souza. "Good luck, guys." "Find her and then find somewhere to hide," the lieutenant said, releasing Nate's hand and slapping him on the shoulder. "If we have a future, Sophie's it." So Nate gave him a momentary hug, then turned and ran out of the room, threading his way through groups of people running, others barking orders. It was as if someone had kicked over an ant's nest, and it was just as chaotic outside. But all he could think about was finding Sophie. This place was about to be overwhelmed, and all their brave plans shown to be utterly futile. There was no holding back the tide. They'd been mistaking the space between waves as some kind of new stability when, in fact, it was nothing more than a pause between wipeouts. The end was coming, and he needed to face it with his daughter. Chapter 26. Nate ran, dodging through the crowds, stopping repeatedly to suck in fresh air. Every part of him hurt, inside and out. The tears in his skin broke randomly, like little knives being scraped across his shoulders and arms. Bruises that needed rest protested at being forced into action again so soon. He wasn't a soldier. He'd never be a soldier. He didn't want to be a soldier. And yet here he was at the end of the world. He made it to the Capitol building, pulling the main doors open and running inside. It was quieter here. He guessed the mayor and his team were gone, retreating to whatever citadel they'd prepared. So he ran down the stairs to the basement. "Thank God," he said, standing in the doorway with his hands on his hips as his lungs went on strike. She looked up, then ran to him with her arms wide. "You're okay. That's good. What's happening?" "We heard the siren go off." "Where's Victor?" "In his office." "We've got to go, Sophie. An army of scorpions has come through the rift. This place isn't safe anymore." "But my work." "Have you found a way to kill the scorpions?" "No. That's not what it's about. We need to understand them first. We need to survive first. Come on." "Where's Carl?" Nate froze. He hadn't given the young man a moment's thought since the siren started. "I don't know. He might have gone with the lieutenant and D'Souza." "Okay," she said. "Let me get some stuff together. Be quick." "Where are we going?" She was gathering books and shoving them in her canvas bag. Suddenly she stopped and looked at him. "You don't know, do you?" Nate groaned. "We've got to get away from here, that's all I know. I'm going to try to find the Land Rover. I know where the rift is, and I'm going to head away from it as fast as I can. Without Carl. He can handle himself." Her eyes narrowed, but then she carried on filling her bag. The door opened and Victor came in. "What is happening?" "The scorpions are attacking en masse. We have to get out of here." The older man's face froze. "Is impossible. My research is here. I cannot lose it all." "You'll lose a lot more than your research if you stay. Come on, we're leaving, with you or without you." He locked eyes with Nate, his face screwed up like a child forced to eat something unpleasant for their own good. "I will get laptop." "Be quick then," Nate said. He knew his tone would wind up the scientist, but that was just a bonus at this point. He helped Sophie get her stuff together, then looped one bag over his shoulder and headed for the door. Victor appeared, carrying his laptop and a small travel bag. "Where are we going?" "Away from here." "But how does that help?" Scorpions will keep coming through rift until they are everywhere. I'm just thinking about surviving the next couple of days, Doctor. Victor put his meaty hand on Nate's arm. What is point of that? Just buying a few days or weeks? Nate didn't have time for a philosophical debate, so he cut to the chase. It's either a few days or die here. Then he saw that the scientist was glancing at Sophie. She has theory. What? You said it was crazy. Typical Western approach, you said. The situation has changed, has it not? What are you two talking about? Be quick. Sophie sighed. It's not very elegant. I re-examined the footage from the phone, and I'm almost certain that the rift is in a narrow gorge. You can tell from how the reflection of the moon was cut off as the phone moved. So what? She shrugged. Well, we don't know how the rifts were created, so we can't even theorize how to close them up. But we could block them. The scorpions are just animals, after all, not mythological creatures. If we brought the cliffs on each side down on them, maybe that would seal the rift. Nate just stood there with his mouth wide open. You mean all we have to do is blow the bloody doors off? I don't know what you mean. What's it got to do with doors? Never mind. If we get out of this, we'll find a charity shop and raid its DVD collection and all begin your cultural education. But look, are you serious? You think it's a gorge? Have you told the colonel? No, it's just an idea. Come on, let's find her. By the time he returned to the first floor, it was entirely deserted. On the concourse outside the Capitol, he grabbed the first man in a uniform he saw. Hey, where's the colonel? The soldier, a young man carrying a med kit at speed, spun around and shrugged. I don't know. The top brass got shipped off when the siren sounded, as far as I know. Shipped off where? Way above my pay grade. The young man wrenched his arm out of Nate's grip and jogged away. Bollocks, Nate said. He stood outside the Capitol, hands on hips, as he tried to think what to do. Maybe all they could do was escape and hope to meet up with the others. In other words, trust to luck. And when had that ever let them down? Hello, sarcasm, my old friend. Then he thought about Carl. Come on. He led them to the right, on the same path he'd taken when he'd gotten assigned to Lieutenant Hayes's patrol. Chances were the Land Rover was there, and if not, there could be a Humvee. Whatever they were going to do next, it would be a whole lot easier inside a moving hunk of metal. Yes, there was one. He could see it as he rounded the corner. And he recognized the man filling the gas tank from a jerrycan. Carl. Sophie beat him to it, and the delight in her voice grated on him. Carl looked up, saw her, then put down the can and ran, arms wide. Embracing her, he looked back at the struggling Victor and Nate and smiled. Up top, Nate could see D'Souza working on the machine gun. Ethan Hayes came around the corner and nodded at them. The bandages covering his stump were stained with red. You should have gotten away by now. Sophie has an idea, Nate said. Look, we don't have time for this. Go find your Land Rover and get the hell out of here. Just listen. Hayes shook his head as he watched Carl fill the fuel tank. Like I said, there's no time. You remember where that amphibian thing took a chunk out of you? We need to go back there with some explosive charges. Sophie's worked out that it was in some kind of gorge. If we could bring the cliffs down, we could keep them out, seal off the rift. He turned to look at Nate. What about the ones already on this side? What do you want from us? However many there are, more is going to be worse. D'Souza knows how to kill the scorpions with an M2, but she'll run out of rounds before they stop coming if we don't seal the breach. You get it? I mean, what did you plan to do with the Humvee once you filled its fuel tank? He locked eyes with the younger man, and Nate saw the truth there. The lieutenant didn't intend to come back. He wanted to go out in a blaze of gunfire. And he was so far gone, he didn't care that he would take his squad mates down with him. Look, Ethan, Nate said, moving in close. That's Lieutenant, or LT. We're on the clock now. Nate pushed down the rage that threatened to overwhelm him. Who the hell did this idiot think he was? But Nate had always been a conciliator, a team player. That's what he told himself anyway. Lieutenant, we have an opportunity to do something here. To fight back. It's got to be worth a try, hasn't it? Hayes glanced up at him as Carl finished refueling and put the can down. Great tactic. Inspirational. Giving it a try. Nate opened his mouth, ready to give him both barrels, but Hayes put his hand up. Okay. I hear you. Let's get loaded up. You're crazy if you think this can work, but crazy is the default. Now, come with me. Novak, you too. The others should go get your Land Rover prepped. He strode off, heading for a locked door at the edge of the compound. D'Souza, you ready to roll? He shouted to the specialist manning the machine gun back at the Humvee. Ready, Lieutenant, she said as she sighted along the barrel toward the entrance to the compound. Gunfire could be heard in the distance. We don't have long, though. Hayes unlocked the door and pulled it open. He went inside, using a flashlight to find the shelves he was looking for. Here, these should do it. They're anti-tank mines, but they've been rigged so they can be detonated remotely. Let's get them all aboard. Nate took a pair of the disc-shaped hunks of destruction, reminding him more than anything of cinema film rolls, and jogged after Carl, who'd stacked the first pair in the back of the Humvee already. In the 10 minutes it took to repeat the process 3 times, the noise of battle had gotten louder. That's it, we've got to go. I wish you good luck, Nate, Hayes said, offering his uninjured hand. Keep your daughter safe. Nate nodded. Thanks, LT. You take care of yourself, Carl. He took the young man's hand. You too, boss. Look after Sophie. He smiled, surprised by the strength of his emotions. Maybe he'd misjudged this young man, and now he wouldn't have a chance to put that right. He turned to go, took one step toward the Land Rover, and the air filled with a terrible scream. Chapter 27. At first he thought the scream had come from Sophie, but then he saw the scorpion rearing up beside the prone form of Victor, now lying with his hands raised as if he could fend it off. All Nate had was his carbine, so he swung it over his shoulder as he ran, making for Sophie, who was behind the Land Rover, so far unnoticed by the creature. Help me, Victor called. Shoot it. There was no point unless he could get it to turn around, but it wasn't about to do that. It had seen him, and it turned his way, tail raised high, the bulk of its armored body between him and the brain case he knew to be at the junction of the tail and torso. As Nate ran, the mouth dropped and Victor screamed again, his tortured yelling morphing into a gurgling agony. Nate brought the carbine up and, aiming at the mouth, he shot at the creature. That only seemed to make it angry. Shards of chitin exploded into the air, but now it let Victor go and scuttled in his direction. Beyond it, Nate saw movement. More of them. Many more. Get down, you idiot. It was D'Souza's voice from behind him. He dropped to the ground, lying flat with his hands on his head as the air filled with the thud of the M2. He thought he could feel the air above him warming, as a dozen rounds ripped into the creature and it collapsed to the ground. As soon as the echoes from the burst faded away, he was on his feet and running to where Sophie cowered behind the Land Rover. You okay? Come on, we've got to move. There was no question of trying to get away in a Land Rover that had a canvas canopy. They'd be like snacks for the horde of monsters now pouring into the compound. Doctor, she called out. Reluctantly, he looked to where the scientist lay on the ground, a pool of blood spreading around him. He was still alive, but he wouldn't be for much longer. Take laptop, he gasped. She can use it. I am sorry. The kind thing to do was shoot him here and now, but Nate was no murderer. Blood loss would ease him out of this life, hopefully. Nate grabbed the laptop bag from the back seat, then turned to Sophie. We've got to go. But the doctor. Now Sophie, he yelled. And that seemed to snap her out of it. They ran for the Humvee, while behind them a horde of nightmare monsters scuttled their way. They wouldn't make it. They'd be overrun before they reached the dubious safety of the vehicle. But then it roared into life, reversing toward them, the air filling with acrid smoke. The doors were flung open from inside while the Humvee was shaken by the roar of the M2, cutting a swath through the pursuers even while more leapt over the fallen monsters, intent on ripping apart their soft-bodied, slow-moving prey. With his last strength, Nate threw Sophie inside then, as he felt the claws of the nearest scorpion scraping at his legs, strong arms hauled him inside. As he flew for the open door, the laptop bag fell from his grip and flew to the floor with a terminal crunch. The door slammed behind him. Got them, LT, Carl called out, and instantly the Humvee lurched toward the exit, leaving the mass of monsters to roar in their frustrated rage. Are you okay, Sophie? Nate said as he got onto his hands and knees. Poor Dr. Koenig. I'm sorry, but I was too late. He hugged her, then clambered to his feet and crouched down beside Carl, who'd moved into the driver's seat. Lieutenant Hayes leaned against the other door, sweat beading on his forehead. They're everywhere, Hayes said. I'll say this for the mayor and my mother. They can organize an efficient evacuation. Then he pointed ahead and spoke to Carl. Don't slow down for the checkpoints, they won't be manned now. They burst through the barrier beside the tent city, which was now nothing more than rags in the wind. Nate couldn't see anyone moving, though there were plenty of still shapes. He was grateful that the Humvee was moving too fast for him to take in what he was seeing. He doubted the people here had been evacuated by the mayor and colonel. Their best chance for now was to hide in the apartment blocks they'd previously been banned from. Slow down a little, Hayes said. Look out for any survivors. We could do with another Humvee crew to go in with us. I guess you're going to find out whether your theory is right, Sophie. He called out over his shoulder to Nate. You should have gotten on the road like I told you, my friend. This is no place for a civilian or his daughter, but hey, I guess someone has other plans, yes? The lieutenant's face was pale and sweaty, and the bandage around the stump of his right wrist was soaked. Nate reached down and picked up a water bottle. Keep drinking, LT. We'll get this done, then see if we can patch you up again. Yeah, sure, Hayes said, then turned away and picked up his assault carbine. Nate watched as the lieutenant practiced holding it on his left side. He looked like a child trying to walk, but hopefully he wouldn't be called upon to shoot. It would be enough if he could rig up the explosives. Then a thought occurred to Nate. A black thought. Good God. Please tell me you've got timers for the explosives. Hayes grunted, a grim smile spreading across his lips. We've got pressure switches or contact fuses. It's okay, Nate. I'll run a long cable through the rift and we can detonate it from this side. A wave of relief, an unfamiliar feeling, ran through him. So they had a plan. Chances of success pretty poor, but at least they had a plan. Carl slowed down a little as they approached the lake, beyond which was the rift. The closer they got to it, after all, the greater the chance of running into a scorpion. And there was plenty of evidence of them here. They passed a Humvee. All its doors were thrust open, and the inside was a mass of what remained of human beings when they've been trapped by the scorpions. Jesus, Nate said as they inched past. Poor buggers. Why did they open their doors, though? Lieutenant Hayes shook his head, his eyes flicking from the smoking ruin to the landscape beyond. A fog drifted in from the weed-choked lake, turning it and the surrounding gardens into a scene from the Hound of the Baskervilles. From behind and above them, D'Souza called out, What the hell's that? What do you see, specialist? Hayes called through the vehicle. Nate moved back so he was looking up through the gap between D'Souza's torso and the mounting hole in the roof. She moved back and forth, turning the M2, its mount sliding smoothly along its guide rail. Do you see a scorpion? Nate said to her. No, not a scorpion. I don't know. I can't see it now. Specialist, report. Sorry, Lieutenant, she shouted down. Must have been my mistake. I thought I saw something moving. Maybe it was one of our people. Get us to the rift, Hayes said to Carl. Yes, sir. The Humvee lurched forward, and the M2 swung around. She didn't fool Nate. Whatever she'd seen hadn't been a trick of the light, or one of their people. Maybe she'd been hallucinating, but the machine gun moved as she waited to catch another glimpse of something capable of wiping out the crew of a Humvee. Why did they let the scorpions in? Maybe because something or someone else had opened the doors. Chapter 28. The rift loomed out of the mist like a volcanic vent. Except the threat wasn't a river of lava, it was an invasion of reality by a world out of nightmares. Carl brought the Humvee to a halt in a stand of trees, ahead of the tide line of a desperate one-sided battle. Nearby, the wrecks of two Humvees lay, side by side. One was on its roof, as if it had been tossed over by some huge creature. Nate could see still shapes behind the gently swinging doors. Fragments of humanity, overwhelmed by unimaginable horror. They had taken their toll on the enemy, though, scorpions torn apart by machine gun fire. But the humans with their high-caliber weapons had been too few. And now they were even fewer. How many scorpions had remained to assault the capital? Enough. And more. What's the plan, LT? Carl said. Simple. We drive in, and D'Souza lays down covering fire while we fit the charges. When we're done, we reverse the Humvee and set the charges off. Simple but not easy, Nate said. He looked over at Sophie, who sat trembling in the back of the Humvee. You stay hidden, Soph. On the floor there. Just keep out of sight. She nodded, though they kept their thoughts to themselves. Both knew it was likely futile. Both knew they had to try. She lifted the lid of the grenade box and handed them, two at a time, to Nate, who clipped them to his jacket. Are we ready, LT? Nate said as Hayes finished checking his weapon. The lieutenant nodded, then reached over and said to Nate, But there's one thing you need to know before we go in. It's only right. What? It's about your friend Evelyn. Nate's jaw dropped. Seriously? Can't this wait? Maybe Hayes was succumbing to the blood loss and hallucinating. No. She was allowed to die, my friend. You have to understand that. What does that mean? Hayes shook his head sadly. I don't support the policy, but I know it's a standing order. Resources are limited. Not everyone can be saved. So she wasn't treated? They'd have made her comfortable. But she was never going to be operated on. And they'll have withdrawn antibiotics. She was old, Nate. She just didn't have the same value as Sophie, for example. Nate's mouth went dry as he took this in. All that effort to get her to Denver, a complete waste of time. Rodriguez had been right all along. Better for her to lay down with him and go to sleep, or be helped on her way. It was madness. It's not my policy, Nate. You've got to believe me, but you're owed the truth. My God, who are the monsters here, us or them? He thought about Arthur, being sent out on a scavenging mission that was now shown to have been utterly futile. Sons of bitches, Carl said, and Nate could see from his expression that he had been just as wrong-footed. Still think we're worth saving? Hayes said, looking from Nate to Carl and back again. Both of them looked to the back seat, to where Sophie crouched, trembling. Poor Evelyn. She was so nice to me. Nate looked at Carl and thumbed at the back seat. She's worth saving, but if we survive this, we're out of here. Denver can go to hell. It already has, my friend, Hayes said. Now, let's get this over with. The M2 spoke time and time again, scorpions falling in showers of shattered carapace as D'Souza roared her defiance. They'd come out of the shelter of the trees and driven at speed toward the rift, to find it protected by a group of scorpions who ran at the Humvee, tails raised. That'll bring more of them running, Hayes said. Let's go. Time to cook some critters. The prospect of imminent battle had reinvigorated the lieutenant, and the color had returned to his skin, though that didn't mask the black rings around his eyes. He was running on empty. But hopefully enough fumes remained so they could do what needed to be done. Carl took them into the other world, past the smoking remains of the scorpions. As they passed through the rift, there was a moment's weird discontinuity as they moved from one reality to another. The scene beyond the rift took him by surprise. The moon had gone, to be replaced by a sliver of gray sky above looming cliffs. Sophie had been right. This rift had formed at the base of a gorge, perhaps carved out by a river of which the pool that had sheltered the amphibian was a remnant. So, this was the world of the scorpions. Maybe they only lived here, in this region of the otherworld, adapted to an environment with little light and long, narrow gullies for them to hunt in. Hunt what, though? Every creature they'd seen so far had been a predator of some sort, but they had to feed on something in their own world. But that was a speculation for another time. If there was to be another time for them. We'll put the explosives there, Hayes said, pointing at the base of the cliff beneath an overhanging plinth of rock. Dislodge it, and 100 tons of debris would block the rift. Hopefully. The Humvee moved quickly forward, over an uneven terrain full of smooth rocks. Carl brought it to a halt, turning on the external lights. Let's go. Take 2 charges each. Carl will link them together. D'Souza, you stay up top. Keep your eyes peeled. Yes, LT. Nate opened the door, swinging the carbine over his shoulder and picking up the charges. This time, there was a gentle wind blowing through the gorge that brought with it a strange, musty, sulfurous stench. So, somewhere there must be vegetation to generate the oxygen that the animals on both sides of the rift breathed. But he guessed the atmosphere wasn't identical, unless the sulfur was local to this gorge. And the air felt a little less nourishing, as if he'd climbed Mount Everest. Nate scrambled across the moist, mossy ground and wedged the 2 charge packs against the bottom of the cliff. He took the 2 primer wires and wound them together, leading them toward Lieutenant Hayes. Wedge in some rocks behind them. Helps focus the charge. Ethan seemed so calm. Nate could hear the thudding of his heartbeat even as he scuttled back to the charges and piled up rocks until they were buried. Hayes was already running across the narrow gorge to the other side, past the spot where the monster amphibian had taken his hand off. Carl jumped back into the Humvee and followed the lieutenant, overtaking him and opening the door to fetch 2 more charge packs. "Here, LT." "That'll do," Hayes said as he took the 3 cables from the other side and twisted them into a bundle. Then the gorge exploded with the roar of the M2. "Bogey's 12 o'clock, D'Souza called out. "Helper," Hayes snapped at Nate. "We'll finish up here, just keep them off us." Nate nodded and crouched behind a rock, aiming along the carbine's muzzle. Now he could see them. Between bursts of machine gun fire, he could hear them too. Scuttling along the narrow gorge, some of them half climbing the walls in their eagerness to get to the interlopers. The M2 was cutting them to pieces, but he could see no end to the horde rushing toward them. Were these reinforcements? Good God, if they got through, who would stop them? No, the line had to be drawn here and now. His hands shook as he aimed, waiting for a good sight of the tail before shooting bursts into the melee. And though they were being cut down, they were creeping closer and closer. Then the M2 went silent. Nate glanced up at D'Souza. She was changing magazine. She'd only be seconds, but that would be enough for the scorpions to overwhelm them. Then he remembered the grenades. He took one, pulled the pin, stepped into view, and the horde saw him. He tossed the grenade with the calmness of a man pushed well beyond the ability of his mind to grasp what he was actually doing. He stepped back behind the rock, and the grenade detonated. Moments later, a rain of chitin pattered down on him. "Done. Let's go," Hayes called out as the M2 roared again. Thank God. Nate ran for the Humvee, standing on the sill of the passenger door and firing past the lieutenant's shoulder as he paid out the cable back toward the rift. Nate looked back to see the Humvee following the tire marks of their entrance toward the barely visible rift. And then they were out again. The air was cool out here. Cool and wholesome. Hayes had unwound the cable and fixed it to the detonator. Any moment they'd be coming through. No time to lose. "Fire in the hole," the lieutenant called, and he pressed the button to fire. Nate plugged his ears and shrank down beside the Humvee. Nothing happened. What the hell? Moments later, the first scorpions came through. D'Souza cut them down. Then Nate heard Sophie's voice from behind them. "The electrical pulse won't travel across dimensions. I think. The electrons are in different universes." "Bollocks," Nate said. They'd come so close. Lieutenant Hayes turned away from the detonator. He took Nate's carbine and pointed it at D'Souza. "Everyone out of the Humvee." Chapter 29. What the hell? D'Souza called from the roof. Lieutenant Hayes drew his sidearm and aimed it at them all in turn. "I said, get out of the Humvee." "That's an order. Hurry, we don't have time." "No way," Nate said, surprising himself. "You're not going through on your own." A volley of machine gun fire from above, as more scorpions appeared from the rift. "The charges can only be detonated from the other side. I don't have a choice." Carl revved up the Humvee. "Then let's go." "What about Sophie?" Hayes said. "You want her to die." Nate shook his head. "The back of the Humvee stays in this world. We go in just far enough, press the button, then back out." "No way, too risky." "I said, get out of the Humvee. This is not a debate." The M2 went silent, and for a moment there was quiet. Lieutenant Hayes stepped forward and pressed the muzzle of his pistol into Nate's forehead. "Step aside. This is your last warning." The metal pushed into his skull, but Nate felt a curious peace settle on him. For once, he knew he was doing the right thing. And he knew this young man. He might not care about his own life, but he was no cold-blooded killer. "Sorry, LT, but no way. We're coming with you." Their eyes met, and for a moment Nate wondered, with a kind of detached curiosity, whether Hayes would actually go through with it. But then the pressure on his forehead disappeared. Hayes cursed and turned away. "Damn you all. Carver, get in the driver's seat. You've earned a place up front." Nate could see that Carl was going to argue, but he said, "Look after Sophie." "Okay." Once he was in the front seat, Hayes climbed in beside him with a look of grim satisfaction on his face, as if he'd won some sort of childish macho contest. Scorpions burst through the rift, but D'Souza was ready for them, cutting them to ribbons with an efficient burst of fire from the machine gun. "Let's go," Hayes said when the air had cleared again. Nate put his foot on the gas and felt the power of the Humvee as he gently edged forward. "You keep pressing the switch as we move in, okay? When the connection's made, it'll detonate." Maybe electrons could flow before their bodies were physically on the other side. It had to be worth a shot. He felt the flip from one universe to another, and he kept the Humvee in position, engaging reverse and the brake as Hayes leaned forward, holding the control panel in his outstretched hands. "Fire in the hole," he said in a voice of supreme calm. Nate caught a glimpse of the other side. There were scorpions everywhere, scuttling around as they massed inside the rift. And there was something else. Something man-sized, though it was covered in black, shiny armor of some kind. It reminded Nate of an upright stag beetle. It looked their way and raised an appendage. Then the world exploded, and Nate reflexively took his foot off the brake as a wall of heat overwhelmed them, and he fell back under a shower of flying, screaming glass. Then the Humvee stopped suddenly, as if something had caught it, as rocks rained down on the hood, and he felt the metal folding around his legs. He scrambled back, pulling the unconscious Hayes out of the enfolding wreckage and over the back of the seats, then fell sideways out of the rear door, landing on top of the lieutenant in the dusk of the normal world. D'Souza was there. She pulled on the LT, moving him away from the rift while Carl and Sophie helped Nate to get to his feet. Had they done it? Had they sealed the rift with the scorpions on the other side? And whatever the upright beetle thing was. LT. D'Souza kneeled beside him, and it was only then that Nate noticed the thing sticking out of Hayes' chest. It was a needle made of black, beetle-like chitin. No, not a needle. A harpoon. And Hayes was dead. His chest was ruined beyond any hope. He was gone. Where did it come from? D'Souza said, dazed. "I saw something. Man-sized. It looked our way, then I guess, must have fired this at him." "I'm sorry, D'Souza." Carl put his arm around her shoulder while Nate embraced Sophie. "We need to get under cover," Nate said. "We don't know if we've sealed the rift off completely, but we do know there's plenty of them on this side." "Can we drive the Humvee?" Carl asked and looked inside. "Oh, I guess not." Sophie pointed toward the lake. "Something's moving over there." Groaning, Nate moved over to the wrecked Humvees farther away from the rift. The one on its roof was a non-starter, but he steeled himself to look inside the other. "Damn it," he said. "There were only 2 bodies in here, but both had a harpoon in their chests. They're on this side already." Every time he thought things couldn't get worse, they did exactly that. Then he thought back to the glimpse he'd had before the explosives detonated. It sure looked a lot like the scorpions were foot soldiers, so what did that make the beetle? A general? A sniper? He dragged the body of the driver out of the Humvee and laid him on the grass. Carl pulled what remained of the other dead soldier out and put it beside. He got into the driver's seat and activated the ignition. Nate felt a wave of relief as it kicked into life. He looked back toward the lake where Sophie had pointed, at the shapes within the fog. "Come on," he called to the others. "Get inside." "We don't leave people behind," D'Souza said, as she remained kneeling beside the body of Hayes. Nate ran up, grabbed Hayes behind the shoulders, and helped D'Souza drag him toward the back of the Humvee. Carl ran back and forth between the 2 vehicles, moving equipment and ordnance from one to the other. "Go get the M2, Nate said as he laid Hayes in the back, Sophie on the opposite side watching the tree line. He jumped into the front seat, pulled the door shut and grabbed the steering wheel, ignoring the sticky substance coating it. Looking back to their wrecked vehicle, he could see D'Souza's head poking through the roof as she unhitched the machine gun. Turning the engine on, he brought the Humvee alongside. "Boss," Carl called out. Looking in the direction he was pointing, Nate gasped. Scorpions were running toward them, tails waving. And behind them walked a single figure. Their commander. He understood now. This was an invasion. A plan. To take our world and make it theirs. "D'Souza," he yelled as he brought the Humvee alongside. She appeared out of a side door, the machine gun held out in front and bulging biceps. Bracing herself against the side of the Humvee, she fired into the attacking mass, the air filling with noise, smoke, and tumbling cartridges. When she could hold it up no more, she paused, and Carl helped her carry it into the back of the Humvee to lie alongside Hayes, crackling with dissipating heat. D'Souza climbed in, kneeling on the floor, her arms trembling, though whether from emotion or exhaustion it was impossible to tell. Nate put his foot to the floor, taking the Humvee away at a 90-degree angle to the tree line, looking across that way for any sign of the beetle thing with its deadly harpoon. All he could see was the slowly clearing cloud of disintegrated scorpion carapace. Nothing else moved. Then he saw it. Taller than the scorpions, it moved toward the now abandoned Humvee. Then, as Nate looked through his rearview mirror, he saw it approach the rift and raise an appendage. To him, it looked as though the creature touched the surface, then pushed as if testing the rift. Its appendage penetrated a short distance, then stopped as if prevented from going any farther. It withdrew the limb, stood stock still for a moment, then slowly turned its head, for want of a better word, in their direction, as if putting two and two together. Nate put his foot down. "Where do we go now, boss?" Carl asked half an hour later. "It'll be dark soon." Nate cursed under his breath. How could he have forgotten? Had they survived the collapse of the rift, and an encounter with a horde of scorpions only to fall prey to squid when night fell? Then he saw it. A sports hall. It would have to do. They were now outside what had been the Denver cordon, but he was willing to bet no human survivors were going to take on a manned Humvee. It was their only chance in any case, let the chips fall where they would. The place had been ransacked in the time since the coming of the squid, but he found what he was looking for, an entrance to the sports field he could get the Humvee through. Carl jumped down in the gloom. "Door's locked," he said. So Nate simply drove the Humvee inside, pushing the door inward in a rain of splintered shards. The headlights illuminated a polished wood basketball court with bleachers on one side. It was pristine, with no sign anyone had been here since the squid had come. In the beam of the headlights, dust devils danced. "Get the door shut," Nate said. Long experience had told him that it was best to be in a relatively confined space if you were going to be awake at night, but he didn't want to sleep in the Humvee with a dead man. He got out and hugged Sophie as she came out of the side door. "We need to build a fire," he said to her and D'Souza, who'd slumped against the side of the Humvee. The bleachers themselves turned out to be made of plastic, but there was a ton of old equipment and chairs stacked up beneath, and the four of them dragged them into a pile, and Carl set about making a bonfire in a corner of the sports hall with the Humvee on one side. If they sat with their backs to the open wall, they could ignore the squid as they boiled in the blackness beyond the flames. "I'm sorry, D'Souza. Lieutenant Hayes was a good man. You can call me Alice or Al." She saw his involuntary reaction and smiled shyly. "Yeah. I don't look much like an Alice, do I? That's why most people call me D'Souza." Nate returned the smile, then put out his hands to enjoy the warmth now emanating from the bonfire lighting up the court. "What do we do now?" D'Souza said as Sophie came to sit beside her father, and the fluttering of the squid competed with the crackling of the fire. Nate sighed, then smiled as the aroma of cooking food reminded him how hungry he was. Carl had broken open the ration packs in the Humvee's survival kit, mixing them together in the largest aluminum pan he could find, and propping them up in the fire. "Well, first we have to give Ethan an honorable burial," Nate said. "Then we go find his mother. She deserves to know for sure what happened to her son and that he died a hero." "She won't care," D'Souza said, the bitterness obvious. "But yeah, we have to report in if we can. If anyone's left to report to." "Then what?" "I mean, Denver's finished." "We plugged the rift. That gives the Colonel a chance," Nate said, though he couldn't possibly know if she'd even survived to this point. If she had, then, somewhere, she was crouching beside a fire like they were, cowering from the monsters that now regarded our world as theirs. Chapter 30. They stood beside the trench in the turf with heads bowed. Sophie was sitting on top of the Humvee, using Lieutenant Hayes's binoculars to scan the landscape for any sign of the enemy, while Nate, Carl, and Alice paid tribute to their friend. It wasn't a military standard funeral, but needs must, and they couldn't afford to spend as long as they wanted on digging the hole, saying the right words, or filling it back in. But it was the best they could do. "At least he's at peace now," Nate said, looking at the downcast face of D'Souza. "Now, I guess we'd better go find his mother." In truth, she was pretty much the last person Nate wanted to see again. At least her son had had a respectable burial, something that hadn't been afforded to Evelyn. He would never forgive her for a policy like that, not least because of its utter hypocrisy. Colonel Hayes was almost as old as Evelyn had been, but Nate would be prepared to bet good money that if she'd been shot, her flunkies would move heaven and earth to save her. But a Canadian history professor didn't rate the same level of consideration. What kind of a world was this now? He wasn't entirely naive. He knew that decisions had to be made when it came to resources. They'd been made even before the apocalypse. But the way Ethan spoke, if you were too old to be an active soldier, your value was close to zero. But he had to find her. She had to know that they'd sealed the rift, at least temporarily. If it were just the scorpions, he'd be confident they were blocked off, but the advent of the beetle things had chilled him to the bone. It wasn't just their ability to kill at a distance, it was because they were clearly intelligent. Maybe not to human levels, but they were a step up from the scorpions. And maybe they could figure a way to dig out the rockfall that had closed the rift. So the colonel, or her successor, needed to know about the beetles. On the one hand, they could fight with the hope of knowing that no more scorpions could come through that rift. On the other, they now had a new enemy. Then he remembered the recording Mayor Chambers had played him, of the call she'd made to the Cavall Institute. Those indistinct noises he'd heard on the open line. He had a hunch he knew what had made them now. The instigators of the apocalypse. The scientists had opened the door, and the enemy had walked through and taken everything. They headed toward downtown Denver as the sun climbed high, searching for any signs of the battle. They skirted the Capitol itself, now finding evidence of the bloody, hopeless battle. Nate's mood darkened as he inched the Humvee around another huddle of human forms. Some wore military uniforms, but most were civilians. All now dead in the road, killed as they fled. But the scorpions didn't stop to consume the bodies, and that, above all else, told Nate that they were being commanded by others who controlled their animal urges. When he'd first encountered them, they'd been ravening wolves. Now they were a disciplined army. And the only way to beat it was to take out the generals. If that was even possible. Nate searched his mind for any detail that might give a clue about this new enemy, but all he came back with was an impression of something utterly alien, and yet somehow familiar. He saw in his mind's eye the black, glossy shell and the horn-like protuberances that rose from its head. Yes, like an erect stag beetle. In many ways, however, the most human-like of any of the species that had so far come across from the other side. And not in a good way. They turned onto a street that ran past a small park, naked trees shading the road. To the left, a long coffee shop with iron tables and chairs scattered, some on their ends having been used as cover during a running battle. Scorpions lay scattered among the fallen soldiers, so at least the resistance here had been fortified by high-caliber weapons. Nate searched among the fallen forms for any sign of the beetle-like commanders, but saw nothing other than humans and scorpions. Then they came across a burned-out Humvee, its doors open and flapping in the wind. The bodies of soldiers surrounded it, and beyond the Humvee, he saw no more fallen scorpions. It was as if it marked the end of resistance. And still nothing moved. Carl's head moved back and forth as he scanned the scene, his face pale and jaw set. On the back seat, D'Souza sat, nursing the M2 on her lap, as if itching to be given a chance to use it. Beside her, out of view of Nate, Sophie had curled up on the seat, lost in shock, having retreated into her own inner world. Nate was worried about her, remembering what her mother had told him when she'd handed their daughter into his care. She does this when she can no longer cope. Maybe the real surprise was that it had taken so long to get to that point. For someone who craved stability and order, the past weeks had been a special kind of nightmare. But perhaps the events of the past 24 hours had been the final straw, which made getting back on the road all the more urgent. Mai would know what to do if anyone did. They had to find her. If she was still alive. How long would they have to wander the ruins of Denver before they abandoned the search for the survivors of the Capitol and got back on the road to LA? I know where they've gone, D'Souza said, her voice devoid of animation. Nate looked over his shoulder to see her holding up a pocket notebook. What's that? It was the LT's. I didn't see any sense in burying it with him. He wrote this a few days ago, before he lost his arm. Before we went on that mission. Evac point is Willow Creek. Or it was then. Why would he make a note of it? Wouldn't they have decided on their fallback position before now? Nate asked as they crawled through the empty streets. D'Souza shrugged. Maybe she knew something was going down. Maybe she was just being cautious. Who knows with that sociopath? Maybe they had one plan and then they changed it. Maybe they've changed it since then. I don't know, but it's a better shot than wandering the streets. We'd run out of gas before finding them. If they weren't all killed. Nate glanced over at Carl, who made a non-committal movement. There was no point asking Sophie until her wetware rebooted, and she returned to the land of the normal. He kicked himself for that. This was no time for taking the piss. But boy would he like to have the smartest person in the Humvee firing on all thrusters. So where's Willow Creek? D'Souza shrugged. Not a clue. Are you kidding me? Look, that's all it said. At least it's something. Nate gripped the wheel in white fingers as he fought to keep his mind from spinning entirely out of control. If D'Souza wasn't here, he'd be heading south and west already, and bollocks to Colonel Hayes or what Sophie and Carl thought. But D'Souza was here, and she had a fully loaded M2 on her lap. Then he saw a small shop. He'd have called it a newsagent back in the UK. Through the open door, he could see magazines lying in the dark interior. Maybe they'd have a city map or guidebook. If Willow Creek was a town or city, it would be on a map. I'm going in there, he said, pointing at the newsagents. You lot stay put, okay? I'll come with you, boss. You need someone to watch your back, Carl said. Nate shook his head. You stay here, I'll only be a minute. He liked D'Souza, but he wasn't leaving her in charge of Sophie's safety. If his daughter's mind was in a perilous state, D'Souza's was completely unreachable. He got out of the Humvee, then stood silently, checking in all directions for any signs of movement. Nothing. Just a gentle breeze, rustling scraps of newspaper and litter that tumbled along the street. Drawing his Glock, he held it against his chest as he scampered across the road. Hey, boss. He looked back to see Carl leaning out of the Humvee window. Don't hold your gun like that. You'll blow your head off. Smart arse. But he was right, so Nate lowered it, pointing it into the darkness of the newsagent. Without looking back, he plunged inside and immediately wished he'd brought a flashlight, as his eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. He felt his way along one wall, wishing he could see more of the floor, but also glad he couldn't. The stench told him all he needed to know. Someone groaned. Who's there? He said, jabbing the gun into the darkness. Help me. It was coming from farther in, where the darkness was almost total. He inched forward, searching with the tips of his toes, waiting for them to collide with something soft. Instead, he kicked against a hard surface that crackled as if plates were moving against each other. He knew, without being able to see, that it was a scorpion, and that it was dead. Wait here, I'll get a torch. I can't see what's there. Please don't. Don't leave me. It was a woman's voice, and it broke his heart. I'll be back, I promise. He ran back to the Humvee, opened the door, and took the flashlight out of its slot. What's going on, boss? Carl asked. Nate didn't respond. He simply shut the door and ran back to the store. He turned on the flashlight and gasped. A scorpion lay inert on the floor, limbs spread out. A series of large holes in its back told Nate that someone with a machine gun had shot it, and then moved on. As he looked, he could see something flesh-colored. A human arm. Good grief, she'd been pinned beneath the scorpion and left for dead when it had been cut down from behind. He ground his teeth in disgust as he pulled at the scorpion, fingers searching for purchase and finding nothing other than the shattered carapace. So he pulled on that, and the scorpion rolled backward, revealing a female form in a nurse's uniform under a coat. And he recognized her. For a moment, he had to search for a name to go with her face. Harper. It was the nurse they'd met on that first night at the Capitol, though she was barely recognizable, caked as she was in scorpion gore. I remember you, she said, almost as if she was in a dream. Your friend. Carl. Is that right? So she didn't remember his name, just Carl's. There was no getting away from it, Nate thought. He was a petty man indeed. This woman had been through enough. I'm Nate. Come on, let's get you out of here. Are you going to the evac point? Do you know where it is? Willow Creek. It's at the university. He helped her as she struggled to her feet. I'm sorry. I've got to use the bathroom. Nate gave her the flashlight and let her go, stiff-legged into the darkness. Then he made his way back to the entrance until she reappeared a few minutes later. The bathroom had some running water, because she'd cleaned her face and skin of all traces of the scorpion. She was older than he'd originally guessed, or perhaps that was the effect of spending a night pinned beneath an alien invertebrate. She had an angular face with a wide jaw, but the effect was pleasant enough. She walked toward him, then, without warning, she hugged him, pulling him tight, trembling with relief as if, in making it back to the street, she finally believed she'd escaped. "Thank you. Thank you so much. I was looking for a street map. We're going to the evac point, so I guess we're both lucky." Then she looked beyond him to the Humvee. Carl got out and strode toward them. "I remember you. Where you been?" Irony of ironies, he plainly didn't remember her name any more than she'd remembered Nate's. "This is Harper," Nate said. "She knows where the meeting point is." "Cool. There's room in back. Let's go, boss. Sooner we find the colonel, sooner we can get back on the road." Chapter 31. They were surrounded before they even noticed the troops moving toward them. "Thank God," Nate said, even as an assault rifle was pointed at him and urgent voices called to them to drop their weapons and get out of the vehicle. Willow Creek, it turned out, was only a couple of miles away, just outside the main sprawl of the city. As they'd gotten closer, they'd seen fewer and fewer signs of the evacuation. Fewer bodies, fewer dead scorpions. That could either mean that the enemy had triumphed and was now roaming the city unopposed, or that Colonel Hayes's forces had finally won a reprieve. "Report, soldier." A man stood, holding his rifle to his eye as Nate got down from the Humvee, hands in the air. "Put the M2 down." Came a shout from behind him as D'Souza appeared, grunting and holding the machine gun, muscles bunching. "Come on, D'Souza," Nate said over his shoulder. "We're among friends now." Her lip curled, but then she shrugged and dropped it onto the back seat. "I'm Specialist D'Souza." "Who's your commanding officer?" The man who'd been covering Nate was now paying him little heed, and his weapon pointed at D'Souza. "Lieutenant Hayes." That got a reaction. "Lieutenant Hayes? Where is he?" "That news should be communicated to the colonel," Nate said. "Is she alive?" The soldier glanced at Nate and grunted. "She is." "Why are you late?" "That news should also be given to the colonel," he said. "Are you going to let us in?" The soldier looked at those behind him, then inside the Humvee. "Who else have you got in there?" "Sophie, come on out," Nate called. He put out his arm and wrapped it around her shoulder as she appeared, followed by Harper. "This is my daughter, and this is a nurse we rescued on our way here." "Your daughter," he said, the suspicion obvious on his face. Nate didn't bite. "Come on, Collins," the man behind him said. "Send them in. The colonel will chew you a new one if we hold them up." Collins rolled his eyes but stepped back with feigned reluctance. "Follow Sharma. Leave all your weapons in the Humvee. Now get moving." A bully promoted beyond his ability, Nate thought. He'd come across them often enough, but this one had an assault rifle, so required more careful handling, more patience than Nate would normally bother with. He left his Glock on the driver's seat, then waited for them to search him for concealed weapons. So Colonel Hayes was worried about human enemies, as well as interdimensional ones now they were outside the cordon. Wise woman. If a little paranoid. They followed Sharma along the street and across a light railway line, before turning into a red brick complex. Sentries approached, and after speaking to Sharma for a few moments, one disappeared inside the main building, coming back out a few minutes later. "Follow me," he said, and they followed him inside. The corridor soon opened onto a high, windowed area which, Nate guessed, had once been a student cafe. "Ah, it is you." The stout figure of Mayor Pierce turned away from a group of people in business dress and walked quickly over to Nate with his hand outstretched. You could always rely on a politician to find a way to survive. "It's okay, I'll take it from here," he said, dismissing the guard mid-protest. "You need to see the colonel." As they followed Pierce through the cafeteria, Nate caught glimpses of people inside rooms, some of them on makeshift beds, others huddled together, hopeless looks on their faces. Finally, they arrived at a large door which Pierce opened without knocking. Colonel Hayes was there. Or what was left of her, anyway. She was lying on a hospital bed that had been dragged here, her chest bound up as medics fussed around her. "What happened?" Nate asked. Pierce turned to him. "There's a new kind of alien," It fired a harpoon at the colonel. Good grief. So that proved it, they were intelligent. In the first encounter, the beetle had shot a harpoon at the lieutenant. And another had targeted his mother. Each time aiming for the leader. Was the beetle killed? Beetle? Is that what you call them? We call them reavers. I wasn't there, but it got away, I'm told. No one knows where it went. It's a miracle she's still alive. Tough cookie. It seemed pretty obvious to Nate that the reaver had retreated to wait for its weapon to have its effect. When the swollen thing at the heart of an ant's nest is killed, the insects lose all sense of direction and purpose. Or so he'd heard. Perhaps it was expecting the same to happen to the humans when Hayes died. My son. Nate went to stand beside the bed and looked down at the pale face. In that moment, she was the most human he'd ever known her to be. All the bullshit peeled away and shone for its vanity. I'm sorry, ma'am. He sealed the rift but was killed. The rift is sealed? You're certain? As certain as I can be, though I wouldn't put it past them to dig their way out. She nodded wearily. He died. You survived. It was a statement rather than a question, but Nate responded anyway. He was harpooned by one of the beetle things, reavers. They knew he was the threat, he held the detonator. We gave him a respectful burial. Which was more than Evelyn got, Nate thought, but he pushed that down for now. No more of Species 3 can come through then. Her mind was wandering now. I don't think so, unless there's another rift. So British, she said, smiling weakly. Sometimes news is good, you know. Not often these days. But my son has bought us some time. We must flush out the rest of Species 3 and intensify the hunt for Species 4. We have seen only one so far. Nate wasn't sure she was even talking to him now. But he'd only seen one member of Species 4 on this side of the rift. He wasn't going to bet that it was the only one. Though it seemed one was enough. Quite suddenly, Colonel Hayes fell back against her pillow. A medic pushed past Nate and checked on her, then turned around. She needs rest. Nate could have asked the doctor what her prognosis was, but he knew he'd either get a lie or hopeless optimism. Someone touched his shoulder, and Mayor Pierce mumbled into his ear. Let's go and talk somewhere private. Nate and the others followed the mayor's broad back, until they came out in the cafeteria again. It was almost silent in here, with none of the animation he'd experienced at the Capitol. The people here were waiting. But for what? For someone to give them hope, he suspected. Or for the end. Pierce led them to a small room that had once held stores that had long ago been stripped away. Plastic chairs had been arranged in a circle, and Pierce gestured to them as he shut the door, leaving one of his heavies outside. Please, everyone, take a seat. Nate sat and looked up at the big man, who finally took his place opposite. The mayor then looked at the others one at a time. Tell me what happened out there. What do you know about these new monsters? Nate rubbed his eyes and sighed. Little enough, but I think they're intelligent. They're the real enemy, I think. The enemy behind the enemy. Pierce sat forward, running his hands over his scalp. She's going to die, you know. Yeah. I've seen the damage those harpoons do. Who takes charge of the military when it happens? He smiled grimly as he sat up, and Nate saw the exhaustion on the politician's face. Good question. Colonel Hayes was sure not to have a clear line of succession because that breeds conflict and resentment. There's her, then 3 or 4 junior officers. None of them can take command. Nate saw where this was going. So you're going to. Like a kind of reverse coup, the civilian government taking over the military. I guess so. You're crazy, D'Souza said, shaking her head and speaking for the first time. The top brass might take their orders from the likes of you, but grunts only listen to officers. Pierce regarded her, then nodded. You're right. But we'll only have a chance if we stick together, don't you see that? Then maybe you should be talking to the officers rather than us, D'Souza said. How many people made it back to the evac point? Nate said. Pierce shrugged. We don't have exact numbers. But we lost a lot. Jesus, we lost a lot. But look, that's not why I called you here. Finally, he was getting to the point. Oh, yes. You know what finishes people off in the end? Losing hope. I was so sorry that Dr. Koenig was killed. He was so close. Close to what? Nate said, glancing across to where Sophie sat, looking into space. Pierce said, I don't know, but he sent me this message the day before the attack. He pulled a sheet of paper out of his pocket and unfolded it. In neat geometrical handwriting, it said, I have made a breakthrough. Meet me in my lab. Did he mention anything to you, Sophie? Nate said, but she didn't respond, so then he turned to Pierce. What did he mean? What kind of breakthrough? He was working on a rift detector. He thought there are multiple rifts, but if we could close them all up, we block the way in for the other world. Maybe we could even send our own weapons through. But we have to find them first. Nate tried to recall everything Victor said. So why didn't he bring it with him when we went to the rift? Who knows, but I have a job for you. Go to the capital and bring the rift detector back. No way. Send someone else. Pierce shook his head sadly. Sophie is the only one who might be able to identify it, so she has to go. She will go, Carver. I assumed you'd want to go too. Was I wrong? Nate thought about the muscle men standing outside and the fact that he had no weapons. In her current state, Sophie was unlikely to be able to help. But if she was going to go back to the capital, he was going with her. He looked at the mayor, not bothering to hide his loathing for the manipulative son of a bitch. I'll go. Chapter 32. I'm sorry, Sophie, we should never have gone back there, Nate said. He was on the back seat of the Humvee, his arms around his daughter as Carl drove cautiously toward the capital through the ruined streets. They'd been cleared by the mayor's work teams, but now were full of the flotsam of a losing war. D'Souza sat alongside Carl, window wound down and scanning the streets with her assault rifle. She could have stayed at the evac point, but she explained that the people there were waiting for death, first the colonel's and then their own. D'Souza wanted to meet the Grim Reaper face to face and blow his head off. Harper had also elected to come with them, though her reasons were less clear-cut. Maybe she was still in a state of shock from being trapped under the Scorpion, but he was glad she was coming along. He needed someone to help him handle Sophie. There was no sign of his daughter returning to normal, even as she defined it. She hadn't resisted when he'd got in the back and pulled her in tight. In fact, she'd shown no sign she'd noticed at all. He only hoped that she would come around enough to help them search when the time came. We're coming up to it, Carl called from the front. Jesus. Nate settled Sophie back in the seat and took the rifle from its bracket as he looked out at the carnage. War and death had come here. The evidence was everywhere as human forms slumped in unnatural positions, attacked as they'd tried to escape. How many had survived? A fraction. It was as if a wrecking ball had been smashed onto this attempt to rebuild, this attempt at defiance. Like children building sandcastles as the tide comes in. Get us as close to the capital itself as you can. We have to get in, find what we've come here for, and get out again, Nate said. And what are we searching for, exactly? D'Souza said, looking over her shoulder. Nate stifled a groan. Sophie knows. She'll help. Now D'Souza turned right around and looked directly at him, and the recumbent form of his daughter. Sorry, pal, but I'm not risking my life on a hunch. She's been catatonic since we came out of the rift. I need to know she's functional. Then stay here, Nate snapped. You can mind the Humvee while we go. He glanced at Carl and then at Harper. Both nodded, though their reluctance was obvious. This is it, Carl said, bringing the Humvee to a stop. It took Nate a few seconds to recognize where they were. It was so full of the detritus of war. Two burned-out Humvees sat, their doors creaking in the wind that whistled through. Then he saw something familiar. The Land Rover. So, this was where Victor had died. There was no sign of his body where he'd fallen, and for a moment, hope flared in Nate's heart. But then he remembered the scientist's last moments, and it fled again. We can get into the capital round back, Carl said. You really going to stay here? He added to D'Souza. The specialist cursed under her breath, then cast a poisoned look back at Nate. You'd better be right. She pushed the door open, got out, and groaned as she lifted the M2. I'll help, Harper said, running round and taking some of the weight. D'Souza smiled and nodded. Thanks. Nate climbed out, pulling Sophie by the hand, then taking an equipment strap and giving it to her. You hold on to this, okay? I need both hands. She didn't respond, but she wrapped her fingers around the strap. That would have to do. The air stank of burning gasoline and rubber, and the clouds of smoke drifting across made it impossible to get a clear view all around. Something could be watching them from out of the fog, but equally, it could hide them from unfriendly eyes. They jogged through the clouds, keeping close together, eyes straining for any signs of movement. D'Souza and Harper went first, soon developing a kind of lockstep shuffle that made them look like contestants in a three-legged race. As they approached the back entrance, Carl ran ahead, but the doors had been locked from the inside and no amount of tugging would budge them. The M2 would cut through them easily enough, but it would also bring the forces of hell down on them. So Carl led them around the front. The complex of marquees and temporary buildings that had created a kind of community here had been destroyed, consumed by flames to leave a charred mess of poles and burned canvas. Nate looked along the route he'd taken to the administrative building and hospital, peering between clouds of smoke and flying rags, but saw no movement that couldn't be explained by the wind. As far as he could tell, they were alone here. The plague had swept through and gone to decimate somewhere else. He turned to Sophie, who had kept hold of the strap. "You okay, Soph?" Was that a response? He thought he caught a hint of a nod. Maybe it was his imagination. Carl ran up the steps and through the colonnaded portico, then peered into the darkness beyond as the others reached him. "Better let us go first," D'Souza said. "I don't think anyone's home, but if there is, they ain't gonna argue with this." Nate nodded and followed D'Souza and Harper inside. What hit him first was the stench. This was a place of death, and he didn't want to go inside. They could go back to the Humvee and make a run for it, but Pierce had ordered its tank drained from all but the last dregs of fuel, just enough to get them to the capital and back. And in his heart, he knew that this mission was important. Victor was an arrogant son of a bitch, but he was undoubtedly clever enough. And if he had created some way to find rifts, then they'd be able to deal with incursions and know they'd found them all. It was the first step to security, to being able to find a place where there were no aliens. A strong place to defend. They found their way to the stairwell that led to the basement. Shapes lay, organic shapes, some indistinct, some only too clear. None that Nate wanted to look more closely at. Picking their way through, they descended into the darkness. Fear gripped Nate's heart as he turned on his flashlight and illuminated the shadows. The beam was joined by Carl's, then the one held by Harper. Carefully, Nate led the way down the stairs, their footsteps the only sounds to cut through the mortuary quiet. Nate took a left toward the office Victor had used, opening the door onto utter chaos while D'Souza and Harper waited in the main corridor. Someone or something had been in here, but he couldn't tell whether they'd been searching for something or whether this was just the aftermath of a final struggle. This would have been a desperate place to hide, but it had been a desperate time. Then he saw the two bodies lying sprawled at the foot of an ancient filing cabinet. He didn't look closely. He could tell what had happened here and was thankful for the frigid air. "I can hear them." Nate swung around, letting go of the flashlight so it spun out of his hand, until he caught it at the second attempt. "Sophie." She was shielding her ears with her hands, even though there was nothing to hear that Nate could tell. "Are you okay?" he said, leaning his rifle against the wall as Carl shone his flashlight on the two of them. I'm sorry." "What can you hear?" She shook her head. "I know it's in my head, but when we went into the rift, I could hear it. Kind of like a car alarm, but it had meaning." It sounded like gibberish to Nate, so he tried to get her to focus on their mission. Victor told the mayor he'd had a breakthrough. Pierce thinks it was a rift detector. Sophie nodded. "He was working on one, but it was just theoretical, as far as I knew." "Aha," Nate said. Sophie was naive. It wouldn't occur to her that Victor would hide anything from her. But he'd been an older man, steeped in decades of academia, a dog-eat-dog world if there ever was one, and he was Russian by birth. Nate had noticed the barely concealed jealousy that Victor had for Sophie, even though he undoubtedly liked and respected her. People could be so conflicted, and she didn't understand that. And most of them were like a stick of rock, the seaside candy he'd rotted his teeth on as a kid, with different layers beneath the surface. Sophie, on the other hand, was a monolith. What lay beneath the surface was more of the same. It was one of the things he liked most about her. You never had to guess what she was thinking. You only had to ask. But if he had created something, what would it look like? She looked at him quizzically, and he knew that she was back, at least for now. "This isn't Star Trek, Dad." There's no way he had anything portable built yet. He'd have worked it out on his laptop. But he told Pierce he had something, a breakthrough. She shrugged. Well, I never saw it. But it was on the laptop. Could you work it out from there? He was grasping at straws, and he knew it. But the prospect of being able to find where the other world was breaking into theirs had been dangled before his eyes, and it was a hard thing to give up. Images in his mind's eye of sending nuclear bombs through and giving the enemy a taste of what humans could do pulled at his heart. There had to be an answer. But Sophie just tilted her head to one side in that patronizing way she had. Maybe. If I had his laptop. And then it hit him. Victor had been carrying a laptop when the Scorpions caught up with him. He remembered now. He put 2 and 2 together and came up with 0. It had been smashed to pieces as they escaped. Or his backup, Sophie said. For a moment, he wasn't sure he'd heard correctly. A what? And hope flared again. He backed everything up to a flash drive. He was very particular about it. Carl, who'd been silently listening, occasionally looking beyond the door to the corridor outside, now came in close. Where would it be, Sophie? Do you know? No. I saw it once or twice. It was a standard USB flash drive. I guess we could check his desk. There was the sound of footsteps outside, and D'Souza appeared at the door. There's something going on out there. It doesn't feel right. What do you see? Nate said. Movement. In the fog. I can't be sure, but this place gives me the creeps. If we get trapped down here, we'll never get out. Let's go. She's right, Sophie said. They're looking for us. Nate's jaw dropped. What are you talking about? I don't know how to explain it, but since we went into the rift, I've heard and felt something. He thought of the reaver and its piercing red eyes, if that's what they were. He'd felt like he imagined a deer feels when it realizes it's been seen. Was it possible that this was what Sophie was sensing? She shook her head, and her hands covered her ears again. I'm sorry. I know I sound crazy. It makes no sense. But it's so loud. Like a million people talking at once, but all with one voice. We have to get out of here. Now. Chapter 3:3. Come on. Carl's voice echoed down the dark stairwell as Nate limped up, 2 steps at a time. Jesus Christ, his stubbornness was going to get him killed one of these days. Maybe today. But he couldn't have left without something to show for coming here, so he'd remained in Victor's office, scouring the place for the flash drive, but finding nothing. The wheel desk drawers had been pulled out before, maybe by someone searching for a weapon in their final need, and the contents had been emptied onto the paper-strewn floor. The flash drive wasn't there, and as the others called down from the first floor of the Capitol, he'd finally despaired. It wasn't here. Or more likely, it was here, but he couldn't find it in the mess. Given time, it'd probably turn up, but the increasingly frantic calls from above made it obvious they'd been found. The enemy had come. It was time to go. And then, as he reached the door, he saw it. A black flash drive sitting in a business card box, on a cabinet beneath the light switch. Of course, it was the last place Victor would pass as he left, the first as he arrived. He felt a mixture of relief and anger at himself for spending so much time looking where it was never going to be. He reached the top of the stairwell and stopped, leaning on his rifle to catch his breath. Looking along the colonnade, he saw nothing in the fog. Where are they? What was going on? There was nothing here. Then he looked in the direction that D'Souza's machine gun pointed, at 90 degrees to the Capitol, the direction they'd come from when Lieutenant Hayes had first brought them inside the cordon. Now he saw 6 shapes black against the gray smoke, squatting with the only movement the gentle waving of their tails. What are they waiting for? D'Souza shrugged as she held the M2 leveled at them. Carl moved back and forth, looking to see if they were being outflanked, and trying to catch a glimpse of the Humvee, their only safe route out of here. They're waiting for him, Sophie said, her voice having a dreamlike quality that might have been quite amusing at a pot party. Who? Nate asked, dreading to hear the answer. Sophie shook her head wearily, rubbing at her temples. I don't know. They're waiting for orders. I think. I first felt it when we were driving to the rift. It was in the trees. What the hell are you talking about? D'Souza said, looking across at Sophie, then back to the crouched figures in the fog. I can't explain it. Like I said, it's like an alarm call. Maybe a bit like howling. You can hear it now." She nodded. D'Souza scowled and turned to Nate. "You're not listening to her, are you? She's gone batshit." Nate ignored her. He raised his weapon and put out a hand for Sophie. "Come on. We've got to get back to the Humvee. I've got the flash drive." No response. It was like she was distracted. She'd gone again. Nate slung the rifle over his shoulder and took Sophie's hand, half dragging her toward the Humvee. Suddenly he knew they had to get out of here, and soon, or they'd never get away. He pulled Sophie along, following the others as they ran for the relative safety of the vehicle. D'Souza and Harper held the M2 under their arms. There was no point in covering the approaching enemy. If they were caught now, there was no chance of standing and fighting. Nate glanced left and he saw them coming. So many, he couldn't make them out individually. Tails waved in the air as they ran toward the fleeing humans, like ravening dogs let loose by their master. So many. So very many. Nate had hoped that the human forces had killed most of the scorpions left on this side of the rift, but maybe more had gotten through. Or maybe there was another rift. All exhaustion had fled in the desperate and age-old race between predators and prey, and he kept his eyes on the vehicle as they rounded the far corner of the capital and headed toward the Humvee. D'Souza got there first and flung the door open. She wound the window down and pushed the M2 through the opening. Then Harper got in the back while Carl reached the front and jumped into the driver's seat. Nate and Sophie were a few steps behind, and they fell back as the air filled with the thudder of the M2 firing. After the first burst, Nate pushed Sophie into the open passenger door, then stood on the door sill and rested the assault rifle on the roof, before firing into the thronging mob as Carl started the engine. Man, but the machine gun was effective against them. The destructive force of the high-caliber rounds smashing into the scorpions filled the air with flying chitin and whole appendages. The Humvee lurched forward, and Nate grabbed the roof to stop himself being tossed out. He pushed his legs inside and dropped into his seat, then swapped with Harper so he could fire out of the side window. "Where are we going, boss?" Carl called over in a pause between gunfire bursts. "Back to the university. With the scorpions on our tail." "No, please don't go that way," Sophie said. The Humvee burst out of the compound and swerved onto the highway, glancing off a parked Toyota and leaving it crushed like a tin can. "What is it, Soph?" Nate said, dropping the rifle and pulling down her hands as they were clasped to the sides of her head. "We mustn't go there. That's where it's coming from." "Where what's coming from?" She shook her head, ripping away from his grip as she clasped her arms around her ears as if trying to shield herself from a deafening noise. And yet, the only sound was the roar of the Humvee's engine as they accelerated away, leaving the scorpions in their wake. "It's ahead. At the university. The center of everything. That's where it's coming from." "Stop the car, Carl," Nate said. "No way. Get as much distance between us and them as you can," D'Souza barked. "You're not really going to listen to this crazy little girl, are you?" Carl looked across at D'Souza, then half looked over his shoulder. Then he slowed down and finally stopped, though he left the engine running. "She's right, boss. Sophie's not okay. We can't go off hunches. We know what's behind us, but we've got to get that flash drive into the right hands. It'll give them a chance to fight back, you know." Nate leaned into the center of the back seat so he could look directly at Carl. He knew that what Sophie said sounded crazy. He also knew in his very bones that she was telling the truth, as far as understood it. But basing military strategy on what might be a hallucination, that was madness. He paused for a moment, then nodded. He opened his mouth to tell Carl to drive to the university. And then the shockwave hit. Chapter 34. All he could hear was the ringing in his ears. All he could taste was dust, all he could smell was a mix of burning plastic and hot metal. And all he could see was darkness. "Sophie," he managed, his voice croaking and tomb dry. She moved in his arms, then he remembered he'd grabbed her to him as the wave hit. The wave. Then an explosion of noise that overwhelmed his senses as the Humvee slid across the road and lifted, threatening to turn over before coming to rest. And now total silence, except for the groaning of the occupants, thrown around as the vehicle was tossed away like an empty tin can. "Dad. Are you okay?" I think so." Nate lifted his head, wincing as pain lanced through his neck. He pushed back and then lifted the canvas pack off his head where it had come to rest. And then he could see again. Sophie looked up at him, and Nate could see, finally, the peace and relief in them, despite whatever had just happened. It stopped. "Boss. You okay?" It was Carl's voice. Nate raised himself on his elbows so he could see the younger man's form as Carl pulled himself upright, groaning. "Yeah. What the hell was that?" "Some kind of explosion. I saw the flash, then it hit us." He pushed at the form next to him. "D'Souza." Nate looked across to a pair of legs that had been thrown up as the Humvee had been cast about. Dreading what he might find, he gently gripped the ankles. He yelled in surprise as they moved, then grabbed at the hand that flailed in the air, and Harper emerged from the pile of packs and equipment. "Anything broken?" he said. What happened?" Nate shrugged. "Dunno. Carl says he saw a flash, so I guess an explosion." "Maybe they took out the Scorpions and the weird commander thing," Carl said. "You all right, D'Souza?" "She's out cold." "They can't have taken out the Scorpions, they were behind us." And with that memory, he was finally awake. "We need to move." "It's gone though," Sophie said, sitting up and rubbing at her head. "The feeling I've had. It's not there anymore." Nate gave her a hug, then pushed the door open. It swung back immediately, but he shoved at it and finally managed to open it. The Humvee had come to rest against a car that was crumpled up half beneath it. But that relatively soft landing had stopped it colliding with the concrete barrier. He got out and looked behind them, searching for any signs of movement. But at first, he couldn't see anything familiar. What had been a two-lane highway was now a mass of rubble, and as he turned to look the other way, he could see that the destruction only got more complete as it got nearer to the university. "D'Souza's alive," Carl said through the open door. "But we gotta get her some help. I reckon she's got concussion." Her head hit the M2. Nate shook his head. "We're not going to get any help from the university. It's gone." Climbing out of the driver's seat, Carl looked with wonder on the destruction. "What the hell's happened here?" "They did it," Sophie said, as Harper took a look at D'Souza. "What do you mean?" Nate said, a sense of dread settling on him. Sophie shrugged. "I don't know exactly. But everything's quiet now. The thing, the predator beetle, it's gone from my mind. It went the moment the shockwave hit." "It was a suicide bomber," Nate said reluctantly. Sophie shook her head. "They're not humans. Maybe life doesn't have any meaning for them. I don't know. It doesn't really make sense, but I know it's gone, and so has the university." "We'd better go check," Carl said. "Maybe someone survived." "No. We've got to get away from here. We've got the flash drive with Victor's research on. That's the only hope for winning this war. With it, we can find the rifts and maybe close them like we did with the one at the lake. We've got to get that research to those who can use it. We've got to find the military." Carl shrugged. "So where are we going?" "West. Away from here. If Victor's research gives us a way to find the rifts, we have to find someone who can deal with them. It's time to fight fire with fire. It's time for the fight back to begin."